All right. Let's get this back refreshed. Started. All right. I gotta figure out it's something else. What am I gonna watch that? Real quick. What I gotta do? I pressed the wrong button. Oh, hold up. I ain't know nobody's in my box. But just about to steal that spot with my backup. So
Yes,
then what we
sir.
got?
What's
Let's go.
happening, bro?
How you feeling, man?
Oh, I feel great, man. As long as I'm in the same space with you, how could I do
Hey,
wrong?
there you go. You know it. You know it.
What you got going on? What's your heavy topic today?
We about to
I
get.
can't read. That's why I'm asking you.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let me see. One second. One second. Um. So I heard this thing. People say, "I mind the business that pays me," or they say, "Mind the business that pays you," but then gossip about others at the same time. So how do that work?
Oh wow. Are we talking? Are we talking about stay in your own pocket and stay out of other people's pockets?
Yeah, people tend to say that. I wonder if it's a time and place, man.
Do you,
Yo,
let me ask you a question, man. Do you think that people go out of their way to try to sound like a prophet or like they're so profound?
so they go out their way trying to sound like prophet? Wow.
Yeah, like some people. You ever notice how some people want to say the most clever things, or they want to say something that changes the world? Like because
Mhm.
that stuff's supposed to come out naturally. You're not supposed to like plan to sound great because then you have nothing behind it. You feel me?
Yeah.
So I say there's a lot of cliche things, man. Like they also say work your salary.
Wow. Act your age. That's gonna be the next time. That's what you
Yeah,
do.
act your age, not your shoe size, right? But
Oh,
yeah, people go out of their way to sound really clever and genuine. You know what I'm saying?
oh yeah, I think I made a topic about. Not a topic, but I made a post about that. People want to sound smart and all that.
Yeah, well, I read that. You're talking about people that use big words and don't even know what they mean.
Yeah, exactly. That's why. That's why I put one of these. Hold on one second. Dang. I realized people was using like accountability, just like they be doing with the word love. They just throw it in spots that I just feel it just don't belong. And then when you look at the action behind it, I'm like, dang, is that really accountability? It don't even sound like it. So that's why I
Mm.
gave that last question down there. What is accountability? And give an example, because I just believe everybody just look at it so different. I'm like, oh my.
I think
Hey.
I think I think I think here's the problem.
Hmm.
You could ask 10 people what accountability is. You might get a whole different set of answers, right?
Yeah.
But you got to put it together. I don't think nobody's wrong when it comes to accountability. There are some people that don't have a clue what accountability is, but I think people are limited to the only thing that they've learned about what accountability is.
Hmm.
Accountability, you know, there's a lot of steps to accountability,
Yeah.
and a lot of people like to play with the steps. Like for instance, um, okay, so you gotta. I'm gonna skip 2 steps just to go to the meat and potatoes of this. Um, here's where people kind of mess up with it. People want to pick the consequences of their actions,
Right.
and that makes no sense to me. And it sounds like this, Kevin. I know I hurt you, but no, look what I'm willing to do for you. You ever heard any fluffy shit like that?
That dude sound funny though. I th- Man,
I'm not gonna do what you asking me to do, Kevin. But here's what I'm willing to do.
I'm willing to do. They trying to negotiate.
Their consequences. Yeah,
I ain't never
buddy. They're
heard that
trying to
one.
negotiate their consequences. And then the other one is there's no way on earth that you could be accountable if there's not going to be a change of behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Exactly.
if you accept it, you just created a pattern for the person who bothered you or hurt you or annoyed you.
Mm-hmm.
You're enabling them to continue that type of behavior, but not holding them accountable. If they don't change their behavior and they do it again, hey, that's on you if you want to accept it or cut it off or create some limitations in your standards and boundaries.
Mm-hmm. From that point, they got to be responsible. You can do the holding accountable part, but they
Right.
got to be responsible from that point.
That's the game. The game plan is to be accountable so that you can be responsible
Yep.
and you could avoid the things that you do not want to be obligated to do. We talked about this 100 times. You don't want to be obligated and you don't want to apologize, yet
Mm-hmm.
you keep doing things that warrants apologies and warrants some type of change of behavior.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. One of the hardest things to do is to apologize to someone.
Pride, of ego.
I never understood that. If you have the balls to hurt someone or to talk to someone a certain way or to treat someone a certain way, you have all that courage to put forth that type of attitude, but you don't have the courage to apologize. I'm done.
We already know. Let me see. Let me get patriarchy. That's you, man. What you got for me, my brother?
What the question is?
What got your eye, man? What you looking at? What you?
Can you change for the better and be addicted to drama at the same time? What
Mm-hmm.
are things people are hypocrites about today? If you don't shame something, you're accepting it, agree or disagree. When should shame be necessary? What is accountability? Give an example. Okay. I'm gonna go with, if you don't shame something, you are accepting it. Agree or disagree? When should shame be necessary? All right. So if you don't shame something, you're accepting it. That's true.
Mm,
Because if you're not taking a stance, it's the reason why you're not taking a stance.
mm-hmm.
So if you don't shame it and you know it's wrong, and if you don't say anything about it, you're not standing on what you believe. And if a bunch of people do that, then everybody will get away with doing anything they wanted to. There'd be no consequences for it because nobody sees it as wrong because nobody wants to say anything. So by not saying anything about it, you're accepting it, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
if you see a child in danger and you don't say anything, you don't do anything about it, you're accepting that to happen to that child. You're like, okay, I'm not gonna get involved. It's not my
Mm-hmm.
business. You're accepting whatever outcome happens to that child. You've accepted it and you moved on. So if
Mm-hmm.
you don't shame shit, then you accept it. When should shame be necessary? Shame should be necessary whenever something's done that's a detriment to either a relationship or the community
Mm.
or
I
other
like that
people.
one.
That's when shame should be used. If it's damaging to your relationship and if it's damaging to the community. What is accountability? Give an example. Accountability is like when you do something and you do something that's wrong, it hurts somebody, they let you know that you hurt them.
Mm-hmm.
Accountability is acknowledging that person's feelings
Mm-hmm.
and also accepting that your behavior was bad and putting in the work to change that.
Yeah.
It might not be overnight, but as long as you consistently and consciously work on it, that shows that you're able to take accountability because the action behind it, the action behind your mistake that you got shamed for, right, is that you're changing the behavior. So that's accountability.
Mm.
It's the actions behind it, not just saying it, but the actions behind it, stopping the behavior.
Mm-hmm. I would say that probably. I would say. I don't think me myself. I don't think that I think the action would be the responsible part. Or I don't think they said that it was just the account responsibility is within accountability though. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess you can say that then, because I usually think of like, well, I guess before everybody get in here, on my version of how I look at it is just and I just looked up the many different definitions. I just believe it like just basically bring awareness to a certain situation that should be probably shamed for the most part. Nowadays, it's something that need to be called out. So calling something out. And then when I looked up the definition of account and then all that, because I had to break it all down though, because I'm like, no, I really want to know what this, because I see everybody use so different.
You
So
gotta get to
I
the
think
root.
it's just really like calling it out for the most part, and then responsible is the part that come after that. I think the responsibility. I don't know. Yeah, that's how I kind of look at it on that one. But,
I would say that the responsibility
mhm.
is to avoid having to be accountable. Because when you're
Oh,
responsible, you
okay,
have to
that's a good one.
discipline.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the end result of accountability is to become responsible, so that you're disciplined enough to recognize
Hmm.
what you don't want to be apologetic for.
Hmm.
You don't want to. Nobody wants to apologize. That's one of the hardest things to do.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
I ain't gonna lie.
but they keep putting themselves in the same position, but then they don't want to apologize.
Hmm.
And that shaming thing. I've been doing my research on that shaming thing. Kevin, what do you think about this? And this is for Patreon too. Now, just because somebody feels shame, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
We get mad at the person who shames us because we're not willing to be accountable to feel ashamed on our own.
Mm.
Think about that. Think about how many times we get mad at the person that shames us. But if we would take accountability and be ashamed of our behavior, then a person wouldn't have to intervene and keep reminding you or put you on blast. Because how could you be a true family? And I'm not talking about relatives. How could you be true family or a true friend or true advocate or supporter for someone if you're not going to call them out on their bullshit.
True. True. I was.
They kind of go hand in hand. That whole feeling ashamed, shaming, accountability, responsibility, putting it out there, you know?
I agree with that.
Like, that's the goal, man. If you don't feel shame for the things that you do negative, or I mean, like, that's part of life. It's just an emotion. It's an emotion too, or trying to bring an emotion to somebody else. So overall, like, I think shame is you feel bad that something that you know you should have done, so that you don't have to do it again. That's the whole point of feeling shame. You like, dang, you know what, I did mess up. I shouldn't have did that. That way you can correct it. That's the whole point. Nobody don't want that feeling again. But everybody be trying to avoid it. They rather be like, nah, it's all right. Let's validate that and accept it and stuff. So you don't, and it's a bad thing, where, and even go back to like say like how people so desensitized. Oh, I might be saying a word. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but they that way that just like when people might smoke or something like that, then they get immune to it. And it's like you can't feel it no more, or it'd be like smecks, right? You do. Some people may get it so much, but they just so like I guess desensitized. Dang, that's a good word. I must never. I must hardly use that word. I found me a word. Desensitize, whatever. But they just, they don't fit. I guess the point I'm trying to get to is that if you just so used to doing something that you don't feel shame behind it, that's a problem. It's just literally a problem though. Like it's literally like, dang, how the heck you feel so normal or regular doing something that's really hurting, that's messing people up. That's like, cussing somebody out and you ain't feel nothing about it. You don't feel sorry about it or nothing. You just cuss them out like that. That's a problem, You don't feel bad about that. But I think a lot of us, for the most part, people just like making excuses for what we do. That's why we don't really feel the shame behind it, because we feel like we justified it. That's a part. That's a problem. But when somebody justify back on us, then we like, oh no, heck, that's actually one thing of the hypocrite thing.
So how far is it from what you just said when a person says, well, you have to take me the way I am. You have to accept me for the way I am, and that's it.
To a certain extent, that's like I'm a half and half on that though, because I would say you don't have to, right? But I would say some people just don't have a choice, because you can't change people either.
If they're saying you got to accept me for who I am, what they're really telling you is that they are okay with who they are and they're not willing to change.
True, that's true.
I disagree. I'm gonna say this, right? For some people, that's what that means, but for some people, it's like, okay, look,
I just wish everybody would just drink some happy juice one night and just be happy.
It's like this. Some people what they mean by that is, I have flaws. I'm trying to work through them and grow. You can accept me for what I am now and trust in the process of me growing, or you can try to just wait and skip the process and not fuck with me until I'm the perfect ideal man that you want, or I'm the perfect ideal woman that you want. But then at that point, what's the point? Because you didn't fuck with me while I was growing. You wanted the finished product. You didn't want to go through the trials and tribulations and grow together. You wanted to move away and get away from me until I was complete. So it's like you wasn't willing to invest and grow with me. You just want the finished product. So why should I even entertain you at that point?
Yeah, what the heck happened? Must have got kicked. I don't know what happened. I was saying that too. I said it depend on the context behind it. I was thinking about that too, because, like I said, I do believe like you shouldn't go, and that's what's hurting a lot of people. You shouldn't go in a situation expecting change out of somebody, and you should to a certain extent, if you're going to deal with somebody, accept how they is. I'll put it in that way. Accept how they is. And if they willing to change, that's what they're going to do. Like, that shouldn't be your job, though. But if you see this type of person, don't expect them basically to mold into something else, because that's where you're setting yourself up or whatever. So I would say, to a certain extent, you can say that I'm going to accept somebody who, because like family members, right? Hey, I know they ain't about to do nothing to change or nothing like that. I could choose if I want to be around you or not. That's different, right? but
Right.
I can accept, I can accept that you're that way, and I can respect it. Like when somebody, I respect what you say. I can, respectfully agree to disagree. That don't mean that you actually, um, agree with it. Basically, right? You know what I mean? You agree with it, but you're just like whatever. You think that way, I think that way, and I can accept it. That's all. That's how I look at that, though, too. Though. But I get what he's saying. Is a lot of people do want to throw that out there because they do. They
Comfortable.
they put that out there just because just to let you know that I'm not doing anything, I'm not going to change this or whatever, and you better and some people are willing to change, right? But they just saying accept me from where I'm at right now because because you can't really cross your fingers on if I'm gonna be the person you want me to be type situation or whatever. So I don't know. I guess it's context behind it. That's what I believe on that one. That's a deep one.
Yeah, it's like this. It's like do you really fuck with me, or do you only fuck with me on the pretense that I'm gonna turn into what you want me to be? Because then at that point, you don't fuck with me. You just like what I can provide you with.
Yep.
You don't fuck with me as a person. You fuck with me for what I can provide you with if I make these changes. So, and it's crazy because it's like, okay, if I had other qualities that I excelled in, you wouldn't mind. You would accept me, because we've seen women do this before. We've seen women accept men who didn't have everything that they needed.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But for me, it's like, okay, I'm serious about you. I'm gonna invest in you. So if you can't fuck with me, if you don't like where I'm at, then that means that there's other qualities that you don't really value or like or appreciate. You just want this. You just want me to be this so that you could be happy. So it's like, why even entertain it?
That's true.
And
That's super true, though. And I think a lot of people, even when people might not say it out loud, I think in the back of their head, they still believe it. I think everybody do that to a certain extent, right? Just to a certain. But I think that people do have that little piece, like, okay, maybe they might change a little bit, because even now, like I be doing it with people I might kick it with or something like that. Of course, we always gonna want hope. It's just about being patient. Like, all right, maybe I believe in you that you might change. But I'm just saying, don't hold your breath on it. And just like you said, some people just want to, they have that. What was that? I know AJ used to say all the time. They kind of, especially in a relationship, they fall in love with the thought of what you could be or something like that. Not actually you. They just like, oh, I see what you might can be for me type situation. So, and then when you never be that, because they gonna throw, like the thing is, you can tell a lot about, that's why I be listening to people, even the people I might deal with or something like that. I pay attention to what they say because they throw their little stuff in. They might be like, hey, we probably gonna do this and you could do that. And, I'm like, did I ever say that? You know what I'm saying? Where did this come from though? But you trying to make something out because you think that I'm going to be like something that you want me to be or something like that. And it's people that just like that though. Like even like I even do that. Like people be doing that with when I used to get mad when people did it on my platform or tell me how to run my platform and stuff or whatever. And you can do this and all that. Like that, you done got that comfortable. Now you're trying to tell, I mean, I'm not saying that the ideas is not welcome, but it's just people that's really like that. Like they want things. They think that if it's not ran the way they wanted to, that is not kind of correct. You know what I'm saying? Or so I be paying attention to stuff like that. That should be a vetting tip right there. That's another I thought about that. But yeah.
What's up, Kev?
Sir, I ain't seen this dude in here in 1,000 years. What's the deal, man?
It's been a minute, man. It's been a minute, man.
My boy, Lord, hi, oi.
Yeah. I'm still out here, Hawaii. You know what I'm saying?
Dang, is you in Hawaii too, Patriot? What the heck is daylight over there?
Oh no, I'm in Washington, bro.
Oh, okay, so y'all close then.
You're 3 hours ahead.
Okay. Man, I'm like 3 in front of y'all, 3 or 4 ahead of y'all, something like that.
Yeah, it's still daylight out here. We got a lot of day. It's only like what, almost 4 o'clock.
Dang, that's about to be 10 where I'm at.
Damn. Hey, so I was gonna ask you though, since I slid by your live, you know what I mean, low key, man, who you voting for?
So who I'm voting for?
Yeah.
Who am I
Let's go and get it. Let's go and get into the meat and bones. Let's go
I
and get
don't be caring about that for real though. I think I just do Kamala. I'm probably gonna pick Kamala.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Why you say that?
I don't know why. I really don't know why, but I'm just gonna pick it. I really don't care about this. If I look at it as if it's a possibility to help both sides, I feel like they can be lying. But I don't look at the politics. I'm not that deep into it though. I'm only
Yeah.
doing it because a lot of people in my family doing it, so that's the only reason why, for real. 'Cause I don't be paying
Mine
attention
too,
to that
man.
stuff.
Mine too. You know what I mean? I'm the black sheep though. You know what I'm saying? So like it's a little bit different for me. I told my mama the other day, she got mad and hung up on me because I told her, I said, man, I'm not finna vote for nobody that wash greens in the bathtub.
Right.
You got me messed up. What?
Hey,
When did you ever wash greens in the
hey,
bathtub as many times you done made green?
not just somebody who washed greens in the bathtub, but somebody who lied about washing greens in the bathtub to relate to
Right.
black people.
That's what I'm saying. You might as well say you ate watermelon sitting on the front porch smoking a black and mild.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, they had
I got kicked out.
they had that abortion clinic right outside the front. I'm like, y'all should have had an STD truck out there instead of a
Mm.
abortion truck. You know what I'm saying? To be honest.
Yeah. But yeah, I miss what y'all said. I don't getting kicked out. That the TikTok be doing this silly stuff. But yeah,
Oh,
the
you got
idea for
kicked?
the most part is that's what I'm doing. I always usually vote Democrat for the most part.
Yeah. Most of us did, man. I used to too, man. For real.
Yeah.
Till I started making a little bit of money, and then things changed. You know how it go, bro.
I really be trying to dodge those topics though, for real, because I really don't. I've been seeing people posting that stuff.
Really,
I'm like,
that's
man,
the
I really don't care.
buzzworthy stuff, man. That's where you get all the man. I know people, man, that have their lives. They be going like 8 hours at a time, bro. And they might post something on their background on the live or the questions or whatever they trying to answer, and they don't even
Hmm.
believe it, but they just get people for clickbait, like, you know what I'm saying? It's just one dude that say justify abortion, and
Wow.
I know how much money he making, bro. This dude making like at least 10K a week, bro.
Hmm.
And he doing like 10-hour shows, brother. He hop on the live, do like 10 hours, bro. Just people, but mostly females coming in, arguing with him.
Hmm.
He just battling them and just making bread. Like, I honestly, I think he really don't care, to be
Yeah.
honest. Because you could tell by, the way he speak and stuff like that. But when them TikTok checks hit that account, though,
Mm-mm.
that's all I'm saying.
He like, yes, I got what I got.
Exactly. Exactly. Because I think the whole the black women and
Wow, what's down?
relationship stuff kind of played out a little bit.
Yeah, especially if there ain't no solution at the end of the night. That's why I don't know, I be dodging lives like that. They talking
Yeah,
about
I mean,
the gender stuff. I don't even believe, like I was thinking about this earlier or yesterday. I don't believe it's really a gender war. It's just a mentality because it's like both
yeah.
sides got supporters on both sides. It's just
Well,
some people want to
well,
be
most
free and some
women,
people want to live. Huh?
mo- most women with microphones though, they gonna talk and tell you how they feel and how they want you to think about them. They ain't gonna really tell
Mm,
you the truth. Like for
mm,
me as a player, the way I've been my whole life, like a woman gonna tell you what she thinks she want. But she not gonna tell you what she really wants. She gonna tell you what sound good for her to want, what she wants you to expect her to want. That ain't really what she really want. You know what I'm saying? And
mm.
as a player, you gotta understand the difference. Like you can't never listen to what a woman do. You watch what a woman say. You watch what she do. And I think that's why that conversation died down so easily, is because women to get on here and say what they want,
Mhm.
and all this stuff. But we got too many single mothers out here that show that the evidence shows, look, all the stuff you said you want, look at your baby daddy though. And I think that's what Kevin Samuels was really good at. I didn't agree with a lot of stuff he talked about. I didn't agree with a lot of it.
No, I
Definitely.
agree with him.
I'm not
I
no
agree.
red pill dude. That ain't me, bro. Like I'm 100% of keeping things player, and you ain't gotta argue with a chick. You ain't gotta say nothing to really just piss her off. That's not the way to go. You know what I mean? You keep things cordial. And a lot of these conversations that we have amongst men are about women. Women should be in the room for those conversations.
Well, let me put my input on that. What's happening with y'all?
What's
I
the
think
deal, son?
when it come down to Kevin Samuels, I think Kevin Samuels was bold enough to say the things, and he wasn't afraid to get canceled. I think he was bold enough to say the things that us men been feeling for a long time. It's
True.
just so many men have been simping, and they were so afraid of getting
Yep.
canceled, so afraid of women not accepting them or not having some coochie. You know what I mean? To where they felt like,
True.
well, I might as well, you know what I mean, just stick with the women, you know, because I'm looking at it now. When you look at what Kevin Samuels was talking about, they did a poll that was 3 months ago, right? They had 30 nationalities of men, and all those men was asked to rank the women that they would pick first to be married to and have kids with. And you know, out of 50 nationalities of women, black women was last on the list. They
Don't
almost
nobody
didn't
want to
even,
fight nobody. Ain't nobody trying to fight
listen,
no
they
relationship.
almost didn't even make the list. So I say that to say this, Kevin Samuels, and I'm 42, bro. I've been married 13 years. I'm still with my wife, got 4 girls. I say that to say this. When it comes down to Kevin Samuels, I know, because I ain't gonna speak from feelings, but I see now that what he was saying have came to pass way before it was time. It was just
Yep.
he was saying things that a lot of men was afraid to say because they was afraid to get canceled.
Yep.
Well, it wasn't even about what he said, though. It was more so about him being able to articulate what most men already do. And that was if you go back and watch his stuff for real, and then when he was talking, because obviously his bigger videos and stuff that blew up and things that went viral was him talking to women. And the reason why was because he was telling women stuff that we do as black men, successful, wanted black men. Like, we ain't talking about the incels. We ain't talking about the dudes who don't never pull chicks. We ain't talking about we talking about the real men that the women want. So these
That's
women
the
are
one
calling in
percenters.
about exactly. So these women is calling in about these men that all these other women want. And so for us, that's in that circle of men that women want, we do that naturally. We just never had to speak on it. And most men don't speak on it. He was the one that kind of gave the women the game, and they didn't accept the game because women can't accept game like that because they don't have to move like how we got to move. So he basically was just breaking it down. He was articulating what things that were already happening. Because if you know anything about Kevin Samuels and how he was he started off as a fashion advisor and teaching people fashion and trying to put them on to end up being basically a low budget counselor until he ended up getting famous and he started charging more money. But basically, he was just telling dudes like, hey, this is what you need to do to get the women. But he saw it was a lane for him to make money because amongst the demographics, as far as people who spend the most money, especially on aesthetics and counseling and all these type of consulting and all these type of things, women have the bigger budget to spend that money, those dollars. And so he catered to them on that aspect. That's why, he became as famous as he was, and that's why he stuck to the rhetoric he did. It had nothing to do with like real men. Like, honestly, if it wasn't for that, he wasn't really making no money off of that, you wouldn't have ever heard nothing from him. You know what I mean? Like, most men that you know who are desired by women, y'all know some. You know what I'm saying? And if it's not y'all, I'm just saying, you know some, you married, so, you maybe can't speak on it as much. But I'm saying, though, like, a lot of these player dudes, when they get in front of women, especially a group of women or something like that, they be kind of quiet a little bit. Or you'll never hear them say nothing red pillish around no women. But you get him by himself, he gonna give you the game. Because that's what men do. Men share game with other men of like mind.
And I agree with you, but I think that's weak men. That's a lot of weak men because excuse my language, but if what a woman got between her legs change what conversations you able to say in front of other men. If you can't be 100% with another man in front of a woman, then I think that's a weak blue pill mind guy, because I feel like this. Nothing is gonna make me deter from me being a real man. And I'm gonna say this because I've been there before where it was like, damn, you know, if I say this, this woman might not want to fuck with me tonight. Or she might, you know what I mean, just start looking at me like, girl, I don't want to fuck with him, you know what I mean? He sound like he controlling or whatever, you know what I mean? He don't sound like he a good dude. But my thing is this, if I have to change who I am, or I have to change my conversations to get some from you, and I can't keep it a buck with this dude and say, look, I'm not going for this bullshit. You know, if I can't be real with you, or if I gotta change up my attitude in order to get some that make me just like them punks in jail.
I don't believe that. I say that, you know, just like you have a different outfit for a different occasion, you got to have a different conversation for a different occasion as well. And I think that, you know, most people, say, for example, you know, you're not going to wear the same thing you wear to a beach to a wedding. You know what I'm saying? That's not what you do. And so it's the same thing with conversation. And so, for example, say if somebody breaking in your house and you done told your wife and kid to hide, right? And they come in, they got guns or whatever, or pew-pews, and they like, hey, where your wife at? You gonna just straight up tell them where she is, or you gonna tell them she ain't there? You know what I'm saying? Like it's a situational awareness,
Yeah,
and it's about using. It's about you, but it's universal. And I just say that to give an example, as far as like you can take that same skill over, as far as when it comes to conversational awareness. It's not only situational awareness and about danger and non-danger, but it's also the same thing with conversation. It's certain people that don't need to hear certain things. That's why me growing up as a black man, we had a kids table and we had an adults table. It was a reason for that. You see what I'm saying? So
I can't.
it wasn't that we was
bro.
hiding anything from anybody. It's just that, you know, for me, I work on a need to know basis. You see what I'm saying? If it's certain things that a certain person around me don't need to know, they don't need to know it. And that's the way you have to move in life. And that's the way it goes. Even if you go into corporate America, like it's stuff that the managers talk about and the CEOs talk about that's different than what they talk about to the entry level and then the senior level employees. It's just a different conversation. It's not that they're being deceitful. It's not that they're being withholding, or it's not that they just not being them true selves or really holding it down how they're supposed to be. No, it's a way that you do things. And
So basically, the reason why I say I can't see that is because I used to live my life for people a lot. I used to live my life for people a lot. I went to prison 7 years, bro. I did all that, seen it all, done it all. Here's what I'm saying. You don't want to go through life with regrets, bro. Changing who you are, or changing your mindset about things. If your mindset changes for the betterment of you, then that's cool. But when you changing it for somebody else, then that's when it becomes, bro, are you really a man? Because I'm gonna give you an example. If me and you, we talking about women, right? We touch and agree on certain situations, right? As soon as a woman walked through the door, you know what I mean, I start saying something totally different from what me and you were talking about. You're gonna look at me like, damn, bro, like that's all it took for a woman to walk in, and all of a sudden, you know what I mean, you change your tune.
No, it's deeper than that. Because I would look at more so what you said your agenda was. I wouldn't really care what you said. I would just say what your agenda was and what you accomplished after the fact of meeting an altercation that you got into with her. Not altercation, but just an interaction. Well, not altercation. I just mean interaction. I mean interaction, not altercation.
Me and you are talking about
but see, since you've been in prison, and you know it even better. Like there's some stuff that you're gonna talk about with the black folks that you ain't gonna talk about with the Mexicans in prison.
Let me keep it a buck with you. Let me keep it a buck with you.
Just saying.
When you're in prison, bro, all that, and when people be thinking, oh yeah, you know what I mean, black, no, when you're in prison, it's a dog, and listen, you in there by yourself, you doing that time by yourself, and nobody give a damn about you. Everybody's cutthroat in there. So it ain't no such thing as, you know what I mean, switching up around people. Either you gonna be the same way you was when you walk in there, because why is this? I don't have to go in prison proving nothing. But what I'm not gonna do is be less than who I am. And that goes for any situation in life. That goes for a job. Look, man, I was just working at a job last week, right? It was this pest control company, getting paid real good money. When I started realizing that, you know, something, y'all not treating me fair like a lot of other people, I spoke on that, and that was it. I said, listen, I need y'all to start putting me closer to my house, because y'all got me leaving, going almost an hour and a half away from my house every day. And I got and I got a special needs daughter. They kept telling me, yeah, September 1st, man, we're gonna put you closer to home. Well, come September 1st, I kept it a buck. September 1st came and I looked at my route. I'm like, damn, so y'all didn't really put me closer by home. Y'all put me farther away from home. I said, you know something, I'm gonna drop off this truck. I'm gonna drop off the keys, the badge, and all this other extra stuff, right? When I dropped it off and I got back on the train to come back home to get my car, the boss kept calling me. He was like, yo, can we talk about this? Can we talk about this? And what I learned is that, man, the minute that you let somebody do something to you one time, or the minute that you let a situation slide one time in life, that's the type of person that you are. Because I'm going to tell you something, real men don't do that. Real men don't sit up here and change because the situations change. Real men going to stand and going to have morals and principles, and he's going to move accordingly when it comes down to his family and himself. But if you start
So I
around,
think
if you
maybe
start changing
maybe we
around
got
people,
off on the
bro,
wrong
I
foot.
don't
I
even
think we
like to
kind of
be around that
conflating
type
some
of
things.
people.
I just think we conflating some things. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, brother, but I just want to make sure that, that we're not conflating a few things. Like, as far as who you are as a person and what you stand for morally, and who you are as a man, doesn't necessarily change the fact that in certain situations, you talk when you're talking to people, because in a community, because you live in a community, you live in a society, you have to interact with other people, and at certain times, and it's a certain time and a place for everything. So as you maneuver while keeping your morals and who you are as a person, you can still manipulate each situation into your favor. And I think that's the smartest thing that you could ever do. Like, say, for example, you're going to talk to your mother or your lawyer different about a situation than you would a prosecutor or a detective. Depending on what it is, you're going to talk to them differently. And that's the same way. And that's basically the same ideology that I'm coming with when it comes to talking to women physically. We can, like, if I'm going to
Wait,
teach
so
my son how to pull women or how to get the girl he like and things like that, there's going to be certain things that I tell him that I don't expect him to go and tell her. I just expect him to move a certain way. You see what I'm saying?
when you come up with, I was wondering, so it sounds like y'all different. Because I kind of understand what Sonic was talking about, though. With that, if
Yeah.
he's saying that you can't be straightforward with a woman, then that's kind of weak. Which I think that's how a lot of us was getting especially when we grew up being panders and all that other stuff. I would say that's it's like that though, because a lot of people got to trick themselves. So I don't think that's comparable to what you saying. Like you saying that if you got to act a certain way, but no, fake is fake and real is real. If you can't
Right.
speak your mind about how you feel about a certain situation just to get what's between somebody's legs, that's weak. That's just flat out weak. That's no matter how we want to look at it. I know they call it game nowadays. They call it all this other stuff, or some people just gotta simp for it or whatever the situation is, or not pander for it. But overall, yeah, if you can't be real because you're scared you're gonna lose some punani, that's weak.
It
That's
don't
what
have
that
nothing to
is.
do with being scared of anything. It all has to do. So I'm a
You
salesman,
don't believe
basically. You know
so?
what
You
I'm
don't
saying? And
think
so
you have to
no,
trick yourself
absolutely
into
not.
getting some punani? That's not scary.
No, you don't have to trick nobody into anything. It's all
Huh.
about the gift of gab. It's all about creating
So
a
lie?
situation, or
Lying is a gift of God.
lying.
Yes, that's what we're
Well,
talking about.
hey,
I said you have to lie to
lying
get
is
into some
so you
pennies.
don't necessarily have to. So you don't have to lie to a woman to get what you want from her.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying. But you walking. Let's see who wins, right? You walking up to as many women as you possibly can and say, "Hey, you fine. I want to hit it." Versus a person who, from my point of view, is more so using their situational awareness, having a conversation, kind of getting to know. Even though I know that my main goal is she fine, I want to hit it, but ultimately, I'm gonna approach it differently, and I'm gonna talk to her a certain way, so that way I can persuade her to make her want me, instead of just being, oh, I'm straightforward. This who I am. This what I stand for. I ain't finna lie to you. I ain't finna do all that. You fine. I want to hit it. Who you think gonna win and get the most?
It ain't about winning, though, bro. It's never
Yeah, it
about
is.
winning. Like,
To me, it's
it's
about
never
winning. Maybe
about winning.
maybe that's on
It's
other
never
people.
about
To me,
winning.
it's
That's
about
why I
winning.
say
I like to
me and
win
you different
because
because
you
I
win.
got
You
different
win when you're
principles, bro.
successful in your business. You win when you leave legacies behind for your children. You win when you leave other people in the dust. Some other people got to lose in order for me to win, and that's just the way it is.
I'll never
And it's a
leave a
certain way you
legacy
got
for
to
my
do that.
children.
It is
I'll
what it
never leave
is.
a legacy for my children built on morals of being a whole ass nigga or being a weasel for anything. I will never do nothing shitty to leave my children knowing that I got it in a shitty way. I will never do that because it'll make me feel fucked
Yeah,
up.
me neither.
You know, because at the end of the day, I'm looking at it like, say, look, I'm gonna teach my girls that look, mean what you say and say what you mean. At the end of the day, I don't care about what somebody. No is gonna be told 1,000,000 times to you, but somebody gonna tell you yes for you being you. And that's what I'm trying to tell you now. When it comes down to talking to women or anything else in life, man, be yourself. If a woman don't want to fuck with you because you say, look, man, what's up? You know what I mean? I want to get with you. You know what I mean? If she like, oh, you got to come at me a certain way, I'm not gonna change that up. Well, look, if you don't
They're not
accept
gonna say that.
me,
They're not
if
gonna
you
say that.
can't
It's not gonna talk to you.
listen, if you can't accept me for me keeping it a buck with you, what you want me to lie to you, wine and dine, so you can fuck over me in the end. I'm not gonna be something that you want me to be because I'm looking for something from you. I don't want to win nothing. I'm just asking you, look, what's out? You look good. I'm trying to smash. That's all it is. And most of the time, women be wanting to smash too. But if you want me to do it a certain way, then I'm never gonna do that. I'm never gonna do something that you want me to do in order to please you, in order to get something I want from you. That's just like sitting up here going to a boss saying, hey, look, you know what I mean? I need y'all, you know what I mean, to give me this and give me this and give me that. If they say, oh, well, you got to start doing all this and start doing that, man, fuck you, man. Look, I'm going to another job that's going to do this for me without me having to go through all these strings. In the
You still
store.
gotta do what. If you have a job, you gotta do what they tell you to do, regardless.
No, I don't.
And if
Because
you
I
want
can
to
quit.
raise,
That's what you don't understand. That's
yeah, you can
what
quit. And
life is
then what
about.
do you get after quitting?
Come on, man. That's
You
when
get nothing after quitting.
that's when it
You'll
becomes.
listen to
That's
you.
when it
So you have a
becomes.
job
How
now?
smart are you? How
Do you have a
smart is
job?
a person, bro?
Do you have a job?
What do I have a job? You're damn
You
right.
have a
You're
job.
damn right. I
Okay.
have a job.
So okay. All right, cool. So if your boss asks you to do something, you're gonna do it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. You know why I'm gonna do it?
Okay.
Because that was part of my job. That was part of my job description whenever I got signed onto that job. But anything outside
Are
of
you
what
gonna
I want to
argue with
do, if I
him?
don't want to do it, I'm not gonna do it. End of story. And if you fire me, man, I'm too old to be sitting up here trying to play step and fetch and trying to coon for these people. I'm never gonna do that. Never.
I mean, you work a job. You working for somebody else. You know
Oh
what I'm
my.
saying? Like I don't understand what
There's no
where
issue.
you
The
missing my
whole thing
point.
is about respect, bro. The whole thing is about respect. A job got to respect me before I can sit up here. Because who want to work at a job that's going to constantly disrespect them or constantly try to do shit to them for a paycheck?
Well, yeah. No, that's true because there's laws in place for that type of stuff, though. I'm just saying, ultimately, if for most people, if it was your choice of what you could do, whatever you wanted to do, it probably wouldn't be the job that you work right now.
Do
You see what I mean?
No. Here's the
That's
thing.
right. And
Whenever I get
so
with a
you have
job,
to
listen. When I get with a
constantly.
job, it's to get a paycheck, right? So whatever that job tell me I
Well,
need to do to get this paycheck, I'm gonna
not for
go.
everybody though. Everybody don't just work for paychecks. That's not why everybody
And
works.
that's why I'm trying to tell you, me and you totally different. Because I'm at a place
Yeah.
in life now to where I could care less about what people feel and think about me. I'm not changing for nobody. Because I did that all my life. And where did it get me? With regrets. Nobody give a fuck about you. And the most precious thing you have in this life is time. You can't get none of that back, bro. And you're
But
gonna
see, what I'm trying to tell you is that
spend the
you
rest of
did
your life
change for
and
somebody
time
else, though.
chasing something and abiding by certain rules, you know what I mean? When you can make your own rules, man. Because let me tell you something,
So,
you can't take none of that shit with you. So if I can't make demands in my life and live it how I want to live it, man, you got me fucked up.
but you sacrificing something that. So see, that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Regardless of all of this that you just said, either way it go, you go and clock in somewhere else for somebody else's agenda. It has nothing to do with you, and you felt like, you know what, this is cool enough. I could tolerate this for a paycheck. It wasn't what you created and came up with yourself to want to do yourself. You see what I'm saying? You had to change. You had to convince yourself that the value of the money they was giving you was good enough for you to do their agenda and not yours.
That's what it's all about. It's all about what
No,
you
that's
can
not.
tolerate.
No, it ain't. That everybody don't live like that because I damn sure don't.
Oh man.
I
I
move on my
feel
own
you,
agenda, and I
man.
take care of my family the same way. I ain't got to listen to nobody for nothing.
I hear you.
That just is what it is. But everybody has their place. All I'm saying is, it's a million ways to do a job. It's a million ways to do a job. All I'm saying is that the gift of gab, to be able to sell, to be able to be likable, to be able to be persuasive, has nothing to do with changing who you are morally. It has nothing to do with changing who you are spiritually, but being able to fit in any crowd. That's my superpower. Matter of fact, I can fit in any crowd. I can go around any group of people. I can go anywhere in the world, which I have been a lot of places. And I can fit in, and I can make sure that people desire whatever it is I'm selling or whatever it is I'm giving out. And so if I was so stuck in my ways to say I can't change and I'm not able to be malleable, which I don't have to change my morals to be malleable and to be likable to somebody else. But what I'm hearing from you is that, look, no, I'm just going to do it like this, and this is how it's going to be, and blah, 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 blah. I just think I think you're limiting yourself. That's all I'm saying.
And you
And
know
I
something,
ain't
I
no
got a
hate or
partner
nothing
named Joe
behind it. That's all I'm saying.
I got a partner named Joe that said that, right? He owned a barbershop down in Manhattan, you know, not too far from me. And I'm from the South, I'm from Louisiana, right? And he was saying that same thing a few months ago. This was back like sometime back in March. So now look, I used to work pest control for this company, JP McHale, right? I went into this man's house. He stayed in Purchase, New York. And the man didn't want to let me in his house, right? Because he looking at me, I'm a black man, you know what I mean? He used to one guy going over there and he like, where's such and such? Where's Keith, right? Whatever. I said, well, he probably not working this route no more, He said, well, you can start outside and I'll let you inside. I'll tell you something. I was ready to leave, so I just went outside, did my job. I went knocked on, rung the doorbell. Now I know he's super rich. Just looking at the street he lived on, and his house was the only house on that street, right? So whenever he let me in, I put my shoe booties on, right? Walked in his house. This man owned, watch this, let me show you something. This man owned 300 Taco Bells, 112 pharmaceutical companies, and a few other companies. But I'm walking through the house talking the way I talk, you see what I'm saying? Moving the way I move, and in my mind, I'm like, man, let me just hurry up and get out of here. But he took a liking to me. You know why he took a liking to me? Because I wasn't shucking and jiving. And his number one thing he said was, you're not like everybody else. That's the very first thing he said. You're not like everybody else. And I didn't even too much even think about it because I'm just being myself. Let me just move around, do what I gotta do. I'm not amazed by nothing. I'm just trying to get in, get out, you know what I mean, and move around because I felt like he was already on some racist shit. But the dude stopped me. The dude stopped me in his basement. He said, "What's your name again?" I told him my name with that whoop whoop whoop. He said, "Man, I got something for you. After you finish, you know what I mean, I got something for you." Now, in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, you can probably give me a little tip or whatever, like everybody else do. They give me $20, $30 tips when I leave their house. Man gave me $1,500 right there, out of his pocket. Money didn't move me. I didn't care. When I looked at the money, I counted. I said, excuse me, sir. I said, I think you gave me a little bit too much money. He said, I'll buy your wife something. From that day on, he never wanted nobody else in his house. You know why? Because I wasn't the type of person that was just bootlicking and shoe shining. And I commend you for having a gift of gab. Because I used to be that type of thing. I used to be a salesman and everything. You see what I'm saying? But through life, going through shit, and being in certain situations in life, you start realizing, bro, I'm not going to live my life doing this for white men, doing this for women, doing this for this, and this person. I'm going to be myself. And guess what? I'm going to be happy being myself. Because at any given time, God decided to take me away from here, I can't once say that I did something for myself or I lived for me. I was living for everybody else. So when you start living for yourself, bro, you stop caring about how people feel about who you are as a person. And a job don't even, it's a paycheck. But if they fire you, you don't even care no more because where your heart and your mind at now.
Well, that was an amazing story. First of all, I just got to let you know that, hey man, that's amazing. Like, I think that's motivation to anybody listening. Just to stick to what you do and how you do it, and you obviously be blessed in the end. I just kind of want to give you an eyesight from where I'm at. It's kind of like I'm standing at a perch looking down on this situation that you're talking about. So imagine the same person that you're talking about. Instead of me coming in and doing pest control or whatever it is I'm doing in this house, I'm having a meeting with him because I need him to invest $1.5 million in my start, right? In the conversation that has to go. You think that it would have been a little bit different in the conversation you had with him for me to tell him that he need to give me $1.5 million and he don't know me and he want to invest in my company and he should invest in my company and me trying to convince him of that? You think I'm gonna do that with the same conversation that you had? And you got $1,500, I get it. That's cool. I'm trying to get him to invest $1.5 million. This is my life though. You see what I'm saying? This is the type of things that I do. And so I get it. And like I said, that's a blessed situation. That's a great motivational story. I think that most people that hear that are going to be like, you know what? Dang, man, you know what? I just got to stay this way. For me, I have to be versatile. I have to be able to talk to people. I have to be able to be relatable. And it doesn't have to do with anything of me changing who I am. There are some stops for me, for sure. I'm definitely, like, I'm not going to do no P. Diddy. You see what I'm saying? To get what I want. But I can be personable, right? The way I'm talking to you guys right now, it's gonna be a little different if I go and talk to somebody down in Louisiana who live right by the river, but they got a $200 million hedge fund, and I'm over there trying to be their account manager. I'm gonna talk to them a little bit different. We're gonna talk a little bit about what they be eating, and all. You know what I mean? It just depends on where you at, and the situational awareness is what's gonna take you to the next level. And that's just from one person to another. Like I said, there ain't no hate in this, and I see where you coming from. I get it. But I also want to give you an idea of like, hey, it's levels to this.
Well, and that's cool. But bro, at one point, bro, I was making close to $100,000 every 4 months. You hear me? Yeah, I was selling that dope. I was doing however I was getting it, but I was making money. One thing I want to tell you about this, man, the minute that you start allowing money to control who you are, you already lost the battle, bro. And I'm telling you this from experience. The minute that you start allowing money to control who you are as a human being, as a person, and that becomes your God or that becomes your focal point, you already lost half the battle. Because I'm going to tell you why. Look at all these old folks. They would love to have a whole bunch of money. But I'm going to tell you something. The most important thing to them right now is their loved ones and the time that they have here. They could care less about the money. So I'm asking you, what is your focal point in life now? Because I don't know how old you are, and I don't know what you've been through, and you know something. I pray that if you have been through half the stuff that I've been through, you'll probably understand. But what is really your focal point in life? If you're talking about money, then I understand your angle. Yeah, I'm gonna give you that. I understand your angle. I know where you at. Boom, keep pushing on. You know what I mean? Keep trucking, young man. Just keep doing your thing. Get that bread. But once
See, the problem is, I just think we kind of missing. I think we miss. I'm not getting through to you if I'm not communicating effectively, because I'm not talking about changing who I am. I'm talking about being able to manage almost anything that's thrown at me, and it has nothing to do with affecting me at who I am personally. And it's not even about the money. I was talking to you about a job that I had. You see what I'm saying? Just as a comparison from your ideology and the way you looked at things from your job perspective to me using the same person that you used to hit you with the $1,500 tip, the conversation, if I were to use the job that I had and what I was doing, and I would use that same person and giving you an example of the conversation and how it would be different for me. I couldn't go and talk to him like, say, bro, what's good, man? Yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? My name Roger, man. I am who I am. That's how I talk, man. Shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Dallas. You know what I'm talking about? I can't do that in order to be successful in a job, quote unquote.
It's money based. That's what we talking
about.
It's
not necessarily money based. This is just
that's what you landed back on, bro.
No. It's not necessary. It's a job. We're talking about a job. You did it. You was doing what you did for a job, right? And in order for you to be good at your job, had nothing to do with conversation. It had everything to do with you going in doing pest control stuff. My job is conversation. You see what I'm saying? It's communication. And in order to be successful at those type of things, you have to be able to relate to. Because honestly, bro, as far as investment advisors, hedge fund managers, insurance agents, loan officers, all these different type of people. With so many people in this industry, anybody with money can go with who they pick. You know who they go with? They go with who they like. They go with people that they can relate to or people that understands them. Period in the story. We just come from two different sides of a coin. It's not that one is worse or better than the other. And it's not that one is compromising themselves and the other one isn't. It's the same thing. I'm just telling you, giving you a different perspective on what you're saying as far as like being personable and being able to immerse yourself in any situation or be able to take on effectively any situation that may come your way.
Okay,
That's what I'm trying to
let's
get
take
to.
let's take Boosie, right? I used to produce for Boosie back in 2016. You know, he invited me to his house. I stayed there 5 weeks, right? Still producing. You see, that's certain things that I don't disclose on here because I've been doing this a while. You can see it in my profile pic. But listen, I was at his house, right? My wife been back in Louisiana. This is before I moved to New York. My wife been back in Louisiana, right? Now I'm in this living room, right? You know, we got me some water, whatever, you know what I mean? But I was treading lightly in this house because that's not my house. And he invited me there, you know, to produce for him. Stay in the guest house, you know what I mean? 5 weeks straight. He gave me $10,000 backstage, you feel me? To go ahead on and send him a beat pack. So I sent him a beat pack. He said, man, look, just come down to the house, you know what I mean? He said, yeah, you fucking cool, whatever, woo, right? So I gets over there, you know what I mean? I'm talking to Smoke, right? That's his, you know, his right hand man, him, Shaw, Smoke, whatever, you know what I mean? Tay-Day, whatever. So I've been there 5 weeks producing for this man, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. The same way that you talking about, okay, well, you got to be able to relate to certain people. I watched the property that he was trying to buy next to him because he already had 48 acres. I watched him try to buy a property next to him, and he had a white dude talk for him. So yeah, I understand what you're saying. Certain people need certain people, but guess who dollar was still on that line? Because at the end of the day, you know, money talk, bullshit walk, right, boom. But if Boosie certain people, but guess who dollar was still on that line? Because at the end of the day, you know, money talk, bullshit walk, right, boom. But if Boosie and he said, man, look, man, don't change who you is, man. Look, man, you over here, man. You in my personal space, you around my chair, man. You ain't got to walk on eggshell because he noticed I was just walking around. Nigga, I respect a nigga house. You know what I mean? He's like, man, you must have did time in prison or something. I said, yeah. He said, man, you good, man. He said, man, look, man. He said, man, look, I got something for you. You know what I mean? Later on this evening, you know, went ride around in the Corvette, whatever, whatnot, woo. He broke me off $25,000. That's the most money I seen at one time ever since I've been producing. Nobody never gave me that much money. The first time he gave me $10,000, you know what I mean? That was like mind-boggling to me because I'm like, shit, nigga just got 10 bands, and where I'm from, $10,000 is like $1 million. You feel me? And I was already broke in the project, struggling. And this man, this Southern icon, everybody look up to, invited me to his house. You see what I'm saying? Caught the bus to his house. You see what I'm saying? Smoke came pick me up from the bus station. Boom, stayed there 5 weeks. The $10,000, I thought that was all I was gonna see. The man gave me $25,000. And everything showing and everything. You feel me? But one thing I noticed, everybody around there was paid. Everybody around there was paid. And ain't nobody gave a fuck about $1. So the reason why I'm telling you that, I'm not telling you that to keep you off your rock or to discredit you or to say what you're doing is wrong and everything. I'm just saying from my point of view, I've learned now in life that if I can't be myself around you, then I don't need to be around you. If I can't be myself at a job, now I know respect. I know how to respect others, and I know how to walk the walk, talk the talk, and work the part. But if I gotta change myself to a point to where it's like I don't even feel like myself no more, I don't even want to be in that situation. And that's how he treated me in his house. He treated me like, you know something, bro, you ain't gotta change yourself. So you know something, I start feeling like I was family. And
Well,
I see, you know, I
let me
started
say
feeling like I was family for real.
let me say it in a way that I know you'll understand. You know what I mean? Because the more you know, the more you grow. You know what I mean? I had an uncle who was 16, you know what I'm talking about? And he would tell me, you know, when you talk to the girls, man, you know what I mean? When you know better, you hoe better. You know what I'm saying? So all it is the more you learn, the more you able to maneuver and handle situations. You change. When you learn, the more you know and get to know and learn, you change. That's just the bottom line. And that's all I'm telling you. The more you learn, you change your ways. You could tell me that you learned some stuff when you was 13 that you changed in your life to the age you are right now. Because growth comes through knowledge. You learn and grow. Patience and understanding is grown through long suffering. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, right. I feel you. That's why I say I'm not discrediting you or trying to make you see or make you feel like me and you having a disagreement on a lot of things. Just me and you are from two totally different worlds. What you doing is working for you. What I'm doing is working for me. I'm just giving you my perspective from how I see things. That's it. And you give me your perspective on how you see things, and that's all it is. You know what I mean? And if it's working for you, it's working for you. If it's what's working for me, working for me. Hey man, that's what it is. Keep doing what you're doing. You know.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Kev, man. I got to roll. Man, it was a good conversation for sure, as always. Glad to be back on the tiki-taki.
Tiki-taki. Right.
Yeah. I'm out
For
at
sure,
y'all,
man.
For sure.
Oh, yeah. Where is everybody at? Where the heck is everybody at?
Everybody probably taking it in, man. I'm sitting up here in front of the computer now, trying to finish off this short film right now, man.
It's a short film?
Huh?
What was it about?
Man, if I tell you what it's about, it'll take me at least 5 minutes, bro. You know, it's about...
No, I said, oh my.
Yeah, it's called Cutoff. You know, I hope I can show you. Matter of fact, I want to show you, man. This short film that I'm working on real quick, man. Hold on, here we go. Let me show you real quick, man. It's called Cutoff, man. Right here.
It ain't nothing, cut that off. Oh.
So it's about, it's about this dude, man. He, you see, I'm still writing it right now, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I pulled some excerpts from my life, you know, and I started on it. It's about this dude that been, of course, he been back and forth from prison, right? You know what I mean? And he got married to this woman when he was in prison, right? Well, when he get out, he started living with the woman. You can hear me?
Yeah.
When he get out, he started living with the woman. Well, the woman got a job. He every job that he tried to get, he lied on the application, and he ended up getting fired because he lied on his job. She worked at this deli, right? And he one day, he got fired from his job, and he was trying to figure out how he gonna tell his wife that's his second job that he lost. You know, this is my second job I lost since I've been out of prison. You know, and I can't hold on to no job because, everybody firing me. But he just go to having flashbacks of how he went to prison. He went to prison because he ended up getting wrongfully accused for shooting a Korean dude at a store. But it wasn't him that shot the Korean dude, it was his partner. They got away, but he got caught. And being that he got caught, all the evidence was turned on him. So he got 15 to 20, right? He got 5 to 20 years. So boom, he did 15 years in prison, got married in prison to Patricia. When he get out, on his way from the job that he lost, he get off the bus, right? And he get robbed. He get approached by this dude, you know. He get approached by this little young dude, try to rob him. Whatever, took his little money out of his pocket, took everything that he had, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the little young dude goes to the diner, end up going to the diner with his partners, laughing and shit, right? Well, the young dude that robbed him before went to the diner. Now he's starting to give his wife problems at the diner, but he don't know that's his wife. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So his OG walked in, the young dude OG walked in, he asked if he got that money. And he's like, nah, I'm gonna get your money for you, you know what I mean? And he give him the money that he robbed from the dude that was in prison. He said, look, I got something that I got off this dude, you know what I mean? He said, what the fuck I told you about robbing, you know what I mean? Nigga, you supposed to be getting this money, you know what I mean? Take the money. He said, man, stop hassling this woman here, you know what I mean? So Patricia, which is the old dude's wife, started liking the OG nigga. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So the OG nigga started going to the diner every day, going, you know what I mean? Going holler at old dude's wife. Well, the dude probation officer started sitting up here telling him that, you know, they got other jobs that he can work, tutoring youths, right? So he started working at this youth center, you know what I mean, to kind of stay out of trouble, you know what I mean, because that was his last straw. He gonna go back to prison if he can't hold on to a job, right? So he ended up going to this youth center, right? Tutoring youths. Well, guess who show up at the youth center? The same little young nigga that tried robbing him. He had end up going to court and happened to go to a youth center for rehabilitation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when he started taking a liking to the dude because they was already beefing with each other, and the young dude was like, you know what I mean, you make me, you know what I mean, pull up on you, know what I mean, the same way I did, whatever. But he don't want to tell the people at the youth center that was the young nigga that robbed him. We try to talk some sense into the young nigga. They start taking a liking into each other over a few months. Well, he invite the little young nigga over to his house to have dinner. And when the young nigga see who his wife is, the young nigga want to say something, and she look at the young nigga like, this the same young nigga that was giving me problems at the diner, but she don't want to say nothing because she know that he know that I'm talking to his OG.
Mm-hmm.
So the young nigga sitting at the dining table, and he asked him how long y'all been together, whatever, whatnot. You know what I mean? They start having questions, and he looking at his wife and everything, but he want to tell the dude, he want to tell him like, your wife fucking with my OG, but he can't say that. You know what I mean? Because the dude didn't even want to tell his wife that this the young nigga that robbed me.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So he was caught in the spot, but at the end of the day, he ended up shooting his OG. The little youngster ended up shooting his OG. You know what I mean? Killing his OG.
Gotta say pew pew and all that stuff too.
Yeah,
TikTok.
OG, because his OG tried to come between the dude and his wife.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He hadn't got cool with the dude. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man, it's crazy. So I put a little twist on it, you know?
Yeah, that sounds right. It sounds like a little action packer.
Yeah, man. Monica, you got Patricia, Monica, James, customer 1, customer 2, guy 1, guy 2. Yeah, man. Yeah, man, you got
it set up. Okay.
Yeah. Man,
Where you from?
Huh?
Where you from?
Well, I'm from Louisiana, but me and my wife, we stay up north now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to discredit your people that was on this live. I was just trying to tell them, man, I'm in a different space in life now.
Mm-hmm. No, I hear you.
I'm in a totally different space in life. And I didn't want him feeling like, you know, I was this dude, you know what I mean, that was just trying to discredit, you know what I mean, anything that he said. I wasn't trying to do that. And I do apologize if he felt like, you know, that I was trying to discredit what he was saying, you know, man, you know what I mean? You're not living this way, you're not living, no, that wasn't my intentions, bro. You know, I don't be liking people feeling like, you know, I'm looking down on them or I feel like they wrong about something. That wasn't my intentions. I was just trying to let him know from a different angle, like, bro, you know, when you get to a point in life, man, when you stop caring about, you know, being a certain way for people. And that's where I'm at, you know. I could care less about how somebody view me or how somebody look at me now. You know. You know.
I think at the end of the day, you're just trying to help out like anybody else, man. Give them the perspective of like, yeah, what's what's the purpose of what we go? Because there's always a reason why we do certain things. And say that you believe you want better out of somebody. So, you know, it ain't about, I guess it's just like, dang, what did you kind of get out of that? Because if we see like most people might live that type of lifestyle, you really don't get nothing out of it, especially if you said you're trying to grow. And the things that you might have to go through in the process of those things that you do. And then, like, I understood the other part what you were saying about, you know, not being direct. You don't be direct with women and stuff or whatever, or say how you feel, you know. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of weak. That's why a lot of them, you know, a lot of dudes do that stuff. They don't want to tell the truth because they scared that they're gonna lose it. I think that was the day I kind of I wouldn't lie, like Kevin Samuels or that. I think somebody was talking about that in another room. Like he kind of did open the door with that situation. Though. Oh no, he was just talking about that in here. But yeah, I do believe that on that part though, because it's like, you know, I realize it, and because like you got to realize your self-worth, and you realize like, all right, just because she got something between her legs, I don't mean it's for me, every it's a lot of people that got that's that ain't all that in their head. They got something between their legs, so it's like it ain't all about that stuff. And I think a lot of us, we didn't get taught that. We just always looking at the looks and wondering if it hit right and all this stuff, and we feel bad when somebody, leave us like, dang, I done talked myself out of it. We heard that saying before. You done talked yourself out of it and all that. But no, it didn't. You just spoke your mind, and she couldn't take it because you talking to an insecure girl that looked good. So that was so you ain't missing out on nothing. That's gonna bring you trouble later down the line. If you gotta hold your tongue on somebody, and that's what I always tell people, like, you shouldn't have to walk on eggshells with nobody for real. Everybody's triggers is their situation and stuff. It's nobody else's job to tiptoe around how somebody else feel. They can just leave. You know what I'm saying? Or you can leave.
That's
And
what I'm
whatever the
saying.
situation is.
That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm at because it's like, man, I'm gonna say how I feel, and that's what it is. If she don't wanna fuck with me after that, it is what it is. But this was whenever I went to his house. You know what I mean? This ain't no fan picture, so you can see he was in his pajamas. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So I stayed there like 5 week producer, man. People be thinking, I be clout chasing, man. What I see, man, I got proof, facts and shit. And I guess that's just part of me now. It's just like. I come with receipts now, But at the end of the day, I will never change who I am because I know that one day I'm not gonna be here, and I want my children, I want my kids to be able to look at me and say, something. Daddy was a stand up guy. I ain't gonna say that word, but he was stand up, and this is what he taught us. He taught us about, being ourselves. If you get with a guy, you can't
Yeah.
change.
That's something that should be taught well. I think the problem is a lot of us got taught to, and which I get it, put on a certain image to make it in life or whatever. But it's just like, it's case by case. But you don't want to kind of, and I don't want to say, I would say you don't want to kind of, I guess the saying is like lose yourself. You don't want to lose yourself in the process of because you keep trying to mold into being somebody else for somebody that really is not worth it. You got to mold for something that you feel may be worth it. Like if you in an area to be a good character, or maybe you have to better your life in something that it's just basically to be better, not sit there stoop low and destroy yourself or whatever just to fit in with somebody that's miserable. That'd be crazy and stuff. That's just like even with the matching energy thing. I don't be trying to. I know everybody like saying that stuff, but I'm trying to teach people to do things for yourself or whatever. You don't have to wait on somebody. Just like when it comes to love and being happy, or make sure somebody got a good day, or if somebody got to say hi first before you say hi. I had to teach myself some of these things. Like, you know what? I can't make nobody else's bad day make my day bad because of them. Like, it's like, am I my own character or not? But I think a lot of us always base our stuff around, I ain't gonna do that. And if they do like that, I'm gonna act like that or whatever. So it's like, and that's something I always had to talk to myself about too, because it's like, I'm like, man, let me just be me. I did my job, I made sure this person was all right. That was what I wanted to
Exactly.
do. It ain't about, how they feel or their response. You don't
Let me
have to
ask
be
you
silly
something.
with it if you know somebody got a bad day, but you don't want to just keep on pushing it, but just know who to avoid sometimes.
That's it. Let me ask you a question though. You remember that guy that the girls was clowning when he was like, I ain't fresh, and everybody made him a meme?
Hmm.
Remember the guy that kept saying, oh, I ain't fresh, but they was trying to say that his style was outdated and all that. The way he dressed.
The dude with the wig
No, not the dude with the wig.
on the pop balloon, I thought you were talking about him. That dude was so funny. That was funny.
No, the
Said
dude,
they won't
the
take my
actual
wig.
video where the dude was like, oh, I ain't fresh, and the girls was like, not at all, not at all. You got these shoes on or whatever, you know what I mean? Niggas don't rock, people don't rock that no more, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever is for you is for you. Bro, my thing is this. Man, if you feel comfortable putting some because everybody want to wear Balenciagas, everybody want to wear the newest styles that's out and everything because they're looking for validation. But I'm looking at it like, yo, dude, if you felt good, you know what I mean, and what you had on, you know what I mean, you felt like you was fresh, there's no need to try to get validation from nobody else. All they're gonna do is try to bring you down. Half the time, them girls got them $7 outfits from Shein or from online, or they probably wearing somebody else outfit, but they looking for somebody else to be walking around in Prada and all this other extra stuff, right? And I was looking at the dude, and I'm like, now he got a deal. Whoever that was seen him, you know what I mean? He became a meme, and you know they gave him a deal. I think it was Ralph Lauren or somebody gave him a meme, right? I mean, gave him a deal. But I'm looking at that, and you know what I said to myself? You know, all those women that kept saying, I ain't going to Cheesecake Factory. I don't want to do it to bring me to Apple. I don't want to do it to bring me over here because that's low class. And I'm looking at these dudes. I'm like, why y'all asking these women these questions? Why don't you don't bring yourself there, bro? Take that same money and bring yourself there. You go have a good time because I'm going to tell you something. Whenever you go there and you actually spend some time by yourself, the more time that you spend by yourself, the less that you want to be around people.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, this is facts. Because the more and more that you spend on everybody else, you're gonna always feel like your money need to go to everybody else in order for you to feel fulfilled or feel like you was a purpose for a part of something. But my thing is this: nobody care about if you feeling like you purposeful. Only people care about is what you can do for me and how much I can get out of you. Regardless of how you feel about it, they got something from you. And in the end, you're gonna always look at it and be like, damn, you know what I mean? How come you didn't feel the same way I felt about you? I thought it was love. People don't care about you like that, man. Sometimes your children don't care about how you feeling. So if you can't do for yourself and if you can't start putting that same energy into trying to make everybody else happy and trying to get validation from everybody else, if you can't start doing that for yourself, and I'm speaking some real shit because I was there, bro. I used to be that dude that used to look for a woman's validation and when he put it down on me, God, he spent this much money on me, or he got it like that and all this other. Man, look, the minute I started doing for myself, I started realizing that, bro, I was missing out on the same things that a woman look for, this validation and happiness. I was missing out on that because I was giving it away so much. To where it started feeling, when I started doing it for myself, it felt weird. Because I'm like, damn, I'm eating at the restaurant by myself. Damn, I'm going shop for stuff to dress for myself and take myself out. This don't feel right. I feel like I should be dressing up to impress somebody. I feel like I should be going to the mall or whatever, getting these kicks or these new J's to impress somebody. Yeah, look what I got on. Yeah, I'm fresh, huh? But I start realizing that I'm not really dressing. I wasn't dressing for myself, so it felt weird doing it out the blue. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
No, I get you. I most definitely get you.
Yeah, it felt weird doing it out the blue for me. It felt weird going sit down at a sports bar and having some wings and a few beers just by myself. And I wasn't looking for no women. I wasn't looking to search for no women. That shit felt weird until I started doing it enough. And you know what I started saying? It became my norm. And I started saying, oh, this is what it feels like to be happy doing stuff.
Got comfortable with the uncomfortable. That's part of life. Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, but it felt weird. I felt lonely doing it by myself until I started realizing, why am I feeling lonely? Because all I'm gonna be doing is getting stressed out, waiting for somebody to give me validation that I did a good job while I was doing something good. Man, I'm telling you, bro, that's a dangerous place to be, and I don't do that no more. My wife right in the next room. My wife could hear every conversation, and she know, man, I'm always look out for me first. You know, I love them cheering. I love my daughters and everything, but if I'm not mentally stable, if I can't wake up with a smile on my face, I'm no good to none of y'all. And the only way that I'm gonna be able to be good to my family is if I'm straight first, bro. And that whole toxic, that whole demonic phrase that you need to put your family first and all this other, that stuff come from the pits of hell, bro.
Oh, they be saying that loyalty. That's why I said I'm not big on that loyalty stuff. I'm not big on that pro this, pro that. No, I'm just on whatever is growing and stuff. You know, I ain't about to. Because the thing is, people get trapped in the midst of that situation, and and feel like they obligated and entitled to this or whatever, and they mess up a lot of people. You know, I really like we be trying to follow so many people that ain't even doing right. You know, that's why people don't be trying to, you know, trying to address some of our peoples because they are peoples, or shoot, even if it's your kids. You know, I also wanted to say this, and then I'm gonna let my man's motivation go after this. It's you made me think about when you was talking about that cheesecake thing or whatever. And that's what it goes back to, like I said, somebody, they did that match energy thing. And I'm trying to teach people to be more like genuine, like, or just realize like when you reacting to things, it's like, why, what's your purpose to it? And is you going to get something out of it, or are you just trying to feed your ego? You know, so after that, I seen the dudes when it made them a list after that. I'm like, dog, what is going on? I think us being, like, especially for the men, right? Stop following, you know, a lot of these childish type things. Like, let them do that thing, especially if a lot of us call ourselves leaders and all this other stuff, and then you're gonna be like, the women made a list, now we're gonna do a list. And then I heard another one, they'd be like, you know, they came with that, even though it was, you know, it was a little funny, but then it just started getting, you know, I wasn't feeling it after that. The girl came with sprinkle, then dude was gonna come over with a drizzle. I'm like, bro, we ain't gotta follow everything these women do, man. Let them cry alone. You know, it's obvious that it's a lot of them that's hurt, and all they trying to do is dig at you and get your attention. You know, and then it's gonna show that you're hurt. You're hurt because they hurt and all that stuff. So it's like, dang, you gotta realize it's people that you gotta avoid. It go back to what I was talking about earlier. You don't gotta address every last thing. Some people just really just pushing on how they feel internally, and they want you to, you know, feel the same exact way. That's that misery loves company thing or whatever. That's why I can't be acting up. Well, what's the deal? Motivation? What you got for us, my brother?
What's good, family? Man, I just had to tap in. First of all, respect to the host, respect to brother. I don't know if I'm pronouncing anyone's name wrong. Kev Third something. And Sonic.
That's my other page. I got all my pages. That's my one page right there. And the Joker that's down there, the one that say the Joker, that's me too.
I got you, bro. Okay, no doubt. Man, no, I think it was some great conversation. Sound like some extremely intelligent brothers that's just talking about the reality and the landscape of men. Just learning how to be men, man. Learning how to hey, like you said, I love one of the things you said is just focus on yourself. I'm a personal development coach, and one of the things I encourage, especially if I'm talking to a young man or a man in general, is, man, focus on yourself. Focus on yourself, work on yourself, sort of figure out what your purpose is for being on this planet and how to go about finding that purpose. And if you can find that purpose, but at the same time also make a living and support yourself, that's even better. So you find a way, you find your purpose in life, but you also find a way, if you use that creativity, that God-given creativity, to also to set it up a certain way where you can also create a living for yourself, provide for yourself, and then find out what your talents are, what your gifts are. You know what I mean? Absolutely. I think God is important for me, myself.
Most definitely.
But God is most definitely seeking out a relationship with God. But this is the thing. Also, just finding out who you are as a man, finding out what your gifts, your talents are, your gifts and talents that you can bring to the world in such a way where you can create that positive, powerful impact. And, again, I love what you said about the family thing. I love my wife. I love my kids. But one thing I understood is there's things that I enjoy doing, and I can't stop doing those things that I enjoy doing. They're positive, they're healthy, going to the gym, working out, playing basketball,
right.
Hitting the bowling alley, you know what I mean? Hitting the lanes up, doing a couple games. That's something I enjoy doing. And I understood that I had to find time to do that for me, period. And it's nothing personal. It's not a slight against my wife, not a slight against my boys. I love them. But that's something that's important for me, because what brother was saying over here, if you can't take care of yourself, you can't be the best version of yourself that you need to show up for your family as.
Right.
And also another thing that that Brother Sonic spoke on that's so true. A lot of time men are taught that you always put everyone before yourself, even your wife, right? So what ends up happening is this man is always putting himself last. So a lot of times when you put yourself last, you never even get to you. So you're putting everyone first all the time, every single day, 24/7. You never even get to you a lot of times. So you end up in a deficit. You're empty. There's nothing in the tank. You're unhappy. You're unfulfilled. You're not doing anything you want to do with your time, with your energy, with your gifts, with your talents. You're always just giving, 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 giving. And then what happens, brother? Let's look at the stats. What 60, 70% of divorces women initiate. So you got this situation where you got husbands that are giving, 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 working 70 hours a week, tired. They trying to make sure they have time and energy for their kids when they're able to see them. And then what happens? The wife is like, you're not spending enough time with me. I feel neglected. I'm filing for divorce. You like, dang. And we're not talking like these brothers working 60, 70 hours a week, bruh. 60, 70 hours a week, every single week. These are not lazy men. These are hardworking men. But when the narrative comes back, it's, well, he was a neglectful father. And I always had this conversation with men and women. I said, listen, you can't be two places at the same time. Me and my wife had this conversation. So there's always a sacrifice. If I'm working 80 hours, if I'm a work a job in 70, 80 hours a week, my paycheck is going to be nice, but I'm not going to be present. So there's always a sacrifice. There's always a trade-off. If I'm punching that clock, if I'm getting that bag, if my check is looking nice, guess what? That means there's a lot of things you're going to be handling with me not around, because I can't be two places at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's reality. Period. Like that's not when we step into reality, into a logical space, we understand there's always a sacrifice for everything. There's always a trade-off. You can't get both. You get one or the other.
All right. You about to say something, Sonic? Wait, real quick. If y'all can just tap me on up. If y'all haven't yet, go ahead and tap that screen up real quick. Cause yeah, it's a slow night tonight. I guess we gotta get this stuff moving and stuff so I can get this. Cause soon we're gonna be on this topic though. But I do like what we talking about though for a minute. So go ahead and try to tapping it on up and get up to like maybe 5K just cause it's small in the room right now. If y'all haven't share to some of y'all people. I would like to meet some more people that's like, especially like Motivation and Sonic and even John. I already know them two already. I think I'm just seeing Motivation. I don't know. Some of y'all might have been in my room before. I just probably don't know because there's so many people that run in and out. So might be watching on the outside. Who knows? But go ahead and share it on out. See if y'all get some more peoples up in here. I guess get it active and stuff. 'Cause that's the reason why that's why they not looking at the room as active, so that's why they ain't really sending more people in here and stuff. Also, if y'all have enjoyed the team, what's the deal, lovely? Come on in the box. If you have enjoyed the team, you'll have like a little orange thing near your name. Go ahead and tap. It's right near my name. It's like 1 penny. 1 penny. Tap that, and heart will come above my name, and it will join the team, which will also help push me on the what they call it, the popular lives. I guess that's some new stuff. Couple hashtag FYPs just to keep this, like I said, to keep it rolling, keep the comments rolling. And I think that said everything. That was my little mob break for the moment. What you got for us, John? What you got?
At first I was just John, huh?
Big John.
Okay, I was just John. Well, first I want to get caught up. What is the subject y'all was talking on?
We were just talking about multiple things though, especially like what try not to mold for anybody else. You know, take care of self first before trying to take care of others. And these sayings like, you know, family comes first and all that other stuff. Like they was like kind of manipulating us with that, you know, because you know a lot of us don't put our get our mentality first before we even deal with that, and they feel obligated to do this and all that, whatever. So we was talking about that, and you know, also trying to match people energy that ain't should be worth it, and there's a lot of things. Yeah, we talk about a few things on there.
Well, you know I'm old, so I gotta hear things twice sometimes.
That's all right.
But
I'm on Monday when my birthday come. I'm on my way to get a cane anyway, so it's cool.
what you gonna do for your birthday?
Nothing. Give me a cane. About to be 34.
Oh, see, you still a long way from a cane. Quit trying it.
I'm almost there, man.
Quit trying it.
I'm not gonna get a walker until then.
Nah, you can't even get that. That's designated for 60 and over.
Yeah.
You should be running up and down that court with motivational.
Mm-hmm. I tried to, man. I don't think I got the energy I had when I was in my 20s.
I played until I was 45.
Oh, hey.
Hey, me too. I played ball a long time.
Well, you don't know what you're doing with that basketball.
You know.
Miss Lovely.
Hey, Mr. John, how are you?
Oh,
Oh, my.
I'm getting there though too, John. I'm right there with you on that.
It's a blessing, though, man. It's a
It
blessing.
is.
I know I shouldn't ask this, but how old is you?
I'm gonna be 44 in January.
What's that like?
Life is life, that's
Hey,
for
you got me
sure.
about 10 years? I didn't know that.
No,
Yeah.
I got over just about 20.
Well, they say we don't
Oh,
get
nice.
older. We're supposed to get wiser.
Supposed to, all right. That ain't true.
Look here, some of us
Another lying saying.
get wiser.
Right. Well,
But
even the Bible says, "Seeking you will find." If you ain't looking for it, you are not gonna get wiser.
Mhm.
time is the key element to that one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because the best way to get wiser is from the mistakes that you make.
Yeah. Well, it's either you either learn from the mistakes or you continue to what do they call insanity? Is doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same results. You know, you either become insane or you actually grow. You got to go through it to grow through it, though. A lot of people don't even know how to like face their. Well, I know Kev talks a lot about this, like accountability. A lot of people don't. They want to run away from the accountability rather than facing it.
That's what Kevin be doing wrong.
According to a lot of people, Kev is always wrong.
I got pick on the
Yes, sir.
youngest.
You say what?
I got to pick on the youngest.
Yes, sir.
It's out of love. It's out of love, Kev. Don't
I
get upset.
already know, man. You already know. I know love in many different forms. Unlike that topic I had before, I can only love one or two ways. Looking at that. Love is right.
I missed that one.
Yeah, because if you think
I
about
talked
it,
about it for a couple days. I think I did it 2 days ago, and then I
yeah,
did
it
on
was.
last week. Boy, I got into some people got sweaty on that one. They didn't like that one. They didn't like that one at all.
A
I ain't
lot of
gonna.
people don't like to talk about love because love doesn't just it isn't all just fine and dandy all the time and you just get to experience this joy and this peace. It also endures. It also endures things.
It endures all things
Yes, sir.
because it is all things.
Some people hide their insecurities behind this thing that they call love too. I noticed that. As I talk more and more, I be paying attention to stuff. That's why people be like, "Hey, I need you to love me this way. You must that, and I deserve that." Like,
You know what, Kev? I
you
actually thought
deserve to
about you
love
today.
yourself first. Deserve
I
that.
actually thought about you today. I was having a conversation with one of my, the people that I work with, and we actually broke down insecurity because we were talking about insecurity and jealousy. And actually, it kind of reminded me of like anger. You know, when people present themselves with anger, it's actually there's an underlying root, and that's what insecurity is. You present it as jealousy, and you present it as like jealousy or frustration or whatever
I
you
missed
have
it.
with that other person. Yeah, and I
I
was
missed
like,
what you said. I got kicked.
oh man, I was breaking down insecurity in versus jealousy. Because most people that are jealous are like insecure, and it kind of reminds me of love and anger. It's like we were talking about love, and it's like what you project onto the world is what you is the substance, but the surface, but there's substance underneath it. So that insecurity is really it always is going to go back down to self. It's always gonna go back down to self.
It's just like the song. There's a thin line between love and hate.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had a fool today at work, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be so proud of me.
Hey, that sounds good right there.
Because
So fun.
because you know I sell motorcycles.
Oh, I know that. Okay.
Yeah, I sell Harley Davidson motorcycles. I'm in the midst of working with a customer, husband, wife, 9-year-old daughter. Random knucklehead comes walking up and starts getting into a beef with my customer. You know, that ghetto, what you do want to do and all that stupid stuff.
Mm.
In the midst of the argument, I lift my shirt up, tuck it behind one of my toys, stopped my customer, made him sit down, looked at the other guy, and said, "What you want to do?" I'm 10% away from full disability. How many bikes you want to move? This fool looked at me, went right back at the other guy. So I walked up to his ear and said, "You must want me to poke you a few times." And he just looked at me. I said, "Trust me, if I poke you a few times, you're going to be on the ground.
Mm.
Get it the heck out my store. You're not trying to buy nothing. You're causing too much chaos, and you're doing it in front of a 9-year-old little girl."
Right.
He tried to apologize to me outside. Then all of a sudden, tell you how the devil works, he gonna flip on me. And that's when I politely told him, "Make your move or get off the property." Because if he thought I was playing inside the store, we outside now. We can go over by where you parked your tractor trailer. So that you don't have to worry about witnesses showing how bad I beat you down. He started walking. I said, "Dummy." Then he turned back around. I got my toy out, picking my fingernails.
Mm-hmm.
I go, "You must have thought this was a game." I was going to put him down for the count.
Oh my. Thank God you didn't have to.
Oh, I wanted to. You know what I've been going through.
Yeah, I feel you.
The pent-up pain, anger, and hurt that I've been going through losing my daughter 2 months ago. He was the prime subject of letting it all out. And I told him as much. I said, "You must really think I'm playing with you. I've been wanting to let all this out my system."
Mm-hmm.
And my boss was standing out there. He just looked at me and goes, "You crazy." I said, "Now that we have that established, let's go back inside and sell some bikes."
I always say that, John. Like, who's to say what crazy is? Who's to say?
I tell you, the heartbeat I
Subjective.
am. It ain't subjective with me.
Very much so.
I survived 12 years of Catholic schools, 8 years of the Marine Corps, severe car wreck, and I'm surviving the loss of a child.
Well, first of all, brother, I just want to say, man, sorry for your loss of your child, man. I also want to say, sympathize, hoorah to a fellow Marine Corps brother. So, thank you for your service.
Look here, you know how we act.
Yeah.
I went straight there.
Mm-hmm.
I was on the Monopoly board. I didn't get to stop at go and collect $200. Kevin took my money.
Not me. I don't want it.
You were the banker.
You was walking around with the stacking out. It was all the way. It was like I was
Oh
broke.
yeah. No, I wasn't broke.
I was broke.
Oh well, then you see, you were the banker. You were collecting the money. Kev, you already
Just
know
borrowed it.
how. Kev, you already know how I act. But I want to apologize to you, my little brother, that I've been quiet for what, a couple months.
Nah, you did your thing. You got to do what you had to do, man. It's, I always say everybody gotta you gotta. It's like we were just talking about with the whole topic. You gotta care about self first, man. It's a lot of energy. Even with this, a lot of energy behind it, and I wouldn't recommend people to put yourself in a predicament where you may not. Well, it's possibilities it can get worse because some people could just say some stuff to tick you off, and you already ticked off, or you already got so. Just like you said, bottle of things or whatever. So it's like I think it's best to be to self, until you get self together. I think a lot of people have that issue with throwing stuff out here. That's why I hear so many angry people on this app right now because they refuse to go to therapy, all type of stuff, and they like, nope, I'm gonna do it. I'm like, dog, you gotta talk to yourself.
Look, yeah, I'm one of those who don't believe in sitting down and talking to a therapist.
Yeah.
I'm just one of them.
Talk to God. That'd be
I go running straight to God.
I know that feeling.
I'm
whatever it takes. That's what I say. Whatever it takes, because it's a hectic thing. I put it that way, because everybody, a lot of us is, because
have you seen that poster, Footprints, where it shows a man walking along the beach?
No, I ain't see that.
With a ghost figure of Jesus, and it goes into a dialogue where he's having a conversation with Jesus, and Jesus tells him, because man asked him a question, where were you through my difficult times? And he said, look behind you. And there's only one set of footprints. And it's not the man's footprints. It's Jesus' footprints. He says, I've been carrying you all this time.
Well, it's like that song, I think 50 Cent, I think it was 50 Cent that says, God doesn't walk with me, he carries me.
I don't believe that'd be 50 Cent, but okay.
But well, it's one of his songs. I think it was when he was with G Unit. He said, God doesn't walk with me, he carries me, man.
He runs
yeah. Yeah. That reminds me of John, and as we're speaking, and if we go into the first topic, and I looked this up a while back, Kev, because I think we brought up gossip before, because we see it all in the TikTok streets. But gossip is actually gossip. Like, if you break down the words, and it means like walking with God. So like what John was just saying, it reminded me of, how we have to like spread the word, but it's like, what kind of gossip, God sipping are we doing? Are we actually following the Most High, or are we just gossiping or talking about other people? God sip was how the etymology word broke down.
It's another etymology. Wow.
You know me, I always know the words.
Hi, Nay.
I'm trying to see what word is not in there. TV means T-E-V. Like, what? Man. But yeah.
Hi, Nay.
Nay in the building.
She not talking. She must have said, well, hello.
How you feeling, Nay? Welcome. That's my little homie, man. She be preaching though, man. I like it. Hey, you see Janae? She getting her face out here. I done seen like 2 lives with her face on there already so far. It seemed like they was actually on her side though on that. So I'm like, man, she getting her face out here. No, for sure. I love it, man. That's motivation for real. I ain't gonna lie though. That's more definitely motivation. She need to be out here, man. She gotta keep going. Don't give up. Keep pushing it, man. Same tip I've been on lately, man. Gotta
Wait, who you
keep
say,
pushing.
Denise?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people been making laws about her. Well,
Yeah,
some
lately, ever since she hit that 50K, I've been seeing a couple lives with her face on there. But a couple people were saying, or they didn't make posters too. A couple of them just like basically defended her. You know, for the most part, I've been hearing it. And then you already know you probably got another 300 lies about her saying she's trash, doing this, that, what she do, get her out of here. You know, it showed me. I be want to believe that they be saying there's a lot of people that's healed and all that. I believe there's way more miserable people on this earth than people that actually
exactly.
dealt with their situation. Because it's showing though. Like even right now, right? Rooms like this should be super high that everybody's so called healed, right? But you notice the drama filled rooms, or if it's talking about which is that was one of my questions. Oh, that's actually the first thing with the drama. You'll see them things at 2,000 or, you know, and then you got some other rooms that just confuse me though. You got a guy that's sitting there eating chocolate with a toothpick. You know, I don't get that one though.
I was like, why?
Killing eggs and all that stuff. I don't.
There
Yeah,
are
no,
more people in his room than there are in rooms like this. I'm like, how does that work?
But I can feel it though. I feel it because if I was a little younger, right, and if I was not with the mentality I had, it'd be boring. I would want to go to rooms because I probably would go in rooms to see if I can get some buns or something out of it or whatever, you know. So it's like it's a maturity thing, and I think mature people will be in rooms like, you know, this or Janine, you know, Janine, Kana, Alters, all my people that I
Or
kind
my
of kick it with. You know, it's
sister.
kind of mature talk. Otherwise, if you talking juicy and what's the tea and can you do all that stuff, that's what all the people that's freaking, you know, hurt and all this other stuff. You see them in those rooms. You know, that's what I noticed.
I mean, it's like, bro, it's like you see it reflecting in society. You see the hottest shows are usually the ones with the drama. They're the
True.
ones with the
Exactly.
dysfunction. You know, and it's like that's the shows. There's always another season. You know what I mean? Like you know, me and my homeboy be talking, and I don't mess with it. I don't. And I don't judge, man. Watch what you watch. But talking about like Real Housewives of Atlanta and stuff like that. I said, bro, I don't touch any of that, bro, because it doesn't feed my soul. It doesn't help me improve, bro. It's just a bunch of drama and silliness. But it's people that they just stay up on that. Like the newest season, the newest episode drops, they're talking about it. Like everyone's talking about it. And it's wild, but it's like it all goes back to what we fail to realize is it's a such thing as like social engineering. Like someone will realize somewhere, like, listen, man, if all we gotta do is drop it in their ear. It's not even like a thing of, hey, you're gonna watch this. It's like just drop it in their ear, man. Just sort of put it within their peripheral. They're gonna be attracted to it, and that's all of a sudden they're just gonna feed on that 24/7. And it's like, and you know, it's like, and I agree with you saying, like, your room should be full because of the different things you're talking about just people being real, people talking about just improving their lives for themselves and for their families. But that's not the rooms, that's not the lives that are popping. That's not the lives with, like y'all said, 200, 300 people in there. And I mean, it is what it is, man. I said
Yeah.
there's cats that I see, man, and I'm not hateful, but I already know what it is. There's an angle, there's the lack of sincerity, but they have the numbers, and that's the reason why they do what they do.
And motivational, like I love that you just like hit that right there. That was that social engineering.
That's
And
what she said.
we're stop it. So when we talk about like the real housewives of Atlanta, or people, or even movies or music. Hey, did you hear this song? Did you read that? And people were like, man, do you read anything? Do you watch anything? Because I'm like, oh nope, haven't seen it yet. Because what I'm attracted to is different, is more towards my spirit, or more towards, because I had to grow through a lot. So but it doesn't keep me from, and it reminds me of, I was talking to a person today and they said, I am the real life novela, because you know, like a Hispanic soap opera, you know. I have me. I have my own life. I'm living my own real life. Like,
Hmm.
can we have a show about Alyssa? Like, it's like other people have lives too.
Right.
And people go into these other lives and want to tell other people how to live their life, but they ain't even living
What
theirs.
up, AJ? AJ doing another drive-by again? She been drive-by me lately. I've been noticing that.
Oh, AJ been busy.
She must be extra busy, right? She must be doing something. But
Saints, bring your tail up.
what's it? Phone calls. Oh, she been busy. Okay, I see you, AJ. Do your thing. This, I ain't well, do your thing. You come first. That's what we was talking about. That was kind of the top of the night. You come first. Everyone comes first. You come first before everybody. You got to get yourself situated before everybody else. So that is the top of the night.
That's what he
Is
said.
that echo coming from me?
Yeah, me. And
John just knew it was him. He said me.
Wait, I'm confused.
me too.
Hey guys.
Hey,
How you
AJ.
been, Saint? Been a long time.
I know, y'all. I promise. I be trying to come in. And look, Kev, at least I come into your lives. There are some people I have not been in their life, and I don't even know how long, and I feel bad.
Yeah.
But your girl trying to work some stuff out right now. You know what I mean? You got to
Hey, do
disappear
your
a little
thing,
bit.
cause I know.
You
That
know
was
what I
my way
mean?
of saying I miss you. That's all it was, man.
You know, I miss y'all too. I miss brother
I
Kev.
ain't say
He's
yo. I said
always
me.
in
You said
here.
okay.
Hey, CD.
I'm taking it personal.
Don't take it
See that
personal.
cat? See
But
that cat? She said she miss you.
I miss you too, John. I miss all of y'all in here.
I just been kicked to the curb.
No, not John. Not John.
Nah, John.
I've been kicked to the old man's curb.
No, you ain't.
Nah, man.
Not Uncle John. He can't be.
I love being the old man.
Let's see what feelings
I
we gonna
love it
hurt
for you
today
too,
with this
man.
topic
It's a
now.
blessing.
Ooh, Kev. Kev trying to hurt people's feelings. What's up, motivation?
That's every day. I can't help that one.
Ooh, okay. Let me see. You mind if I run through these, y'all?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me say this too, real quick, before we
No.
cause that one part, like when I was talking about the room, right? Rooms like this. I do also. I actually enjoy, because I realized that too. I actually enjoy, having a conversation, even if it's like 4 people in the room, right? As long as it's some type of progression in the midst of it, or just having the exchange. Because I even, like, sometimes I'll be talking to my friends all night or whatever, and we might learn from one another. It only take a few people just to learn, or expand or help each other grow and stuff. And we can push to the next people. But the thing is, what I noticed, like, I don't even get kind of happy like if say in my room, because some of my rooms might have went up to 200 or maybe I think my highest was maybe 400 people in the room. But it's just like I don't be caring about that, because it's like I'm not gonna see these people anymore, because some of them don't even, they just come in here for it because it might have been a little drama or something like that. Not saying that was my intentions on it, but it's just that they seen in the midst of it of us
I'm so
talking.
triggered. I'm so triggered. I was trying to see if I'd summon them. My bad. I was just saying I'm triggered. I'm gonna be quiet.
Well, yeah, in the midst of, because I noticed that too. Like I remember I had this one guy, I guess that's known. He was in my box, my room, jumped up to whatever, and I'm like, well, that's mostly his peoples, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, they know they came in here where they trying to see if he's going to set it off or something like that. And I'm like, okay, cool. I was like, because I'm like, me, myself, I really don't care. I'm like, so y'all can dip. I said, we going to go back to what we was talking about, because it's not a drama thing. And if y'all all, because if you ever notice that, like, when you talk about things, like, and it's considered boring, right? And I can, like, that's what I was getting to earlier, that I really do understand it, because that's why I say it's a maturity thing. It's a maturity and a growth thing, and what you really want to do in life. It's not many people that's trying to like they say they do. You will catch people that's in those rooms that's in thousands, or watching eggs, or eating toothpick chocolate with toothpicks and all that stuff. You will catch them in those rooms, because it's entertainment thing or whatever. And they also voice, oh, I want to be better, and I want to do this, and I don't know how to do this, and and they also say stuff, I'm triggered and stuff like this. But no, did you catch them in those things? But it's like, no, but you you do the whole opposite. So a lot of people just like talking. You know what I'm saying? That's why I put that last question right there with the accountability. People say it, but they really not doing what it takes, and they really don't want to know what it takes to be accountable or something like that. You know, they just rather have it in a way that makes them feel better, that help them. But accountability was never meant for nobody to feel comfortable. You know, that's one of them things that go against us. You know, we were wanting it to be everybody else's fault but ourselves. But that's all another thing, though. But go ahead. I was just saying. I just wanted to mention about reason why it's like that, and so that's why I say I pick quality over quantity any day, man. You can have 1,000 people that's in a miserable. I mean, there's 1,000 miserable people in one room, and then you got people that's actually trying to grow, and it be 2 or 3 people. So that's all that really matter for real. That's why I try to keep people head and keep hope and stuff. It really ain't about. It's not about the numbers for real. If it come, it come. But it's all about the conversation and what did you get out of it, really.
I like what Motivational just said. He said we're all used to being entertained. Like, think about it, when we were children, it was like, we had to be given toys or, given all these things that like help distract us from. It's actually entertainment is a
That
distraction.
housewife stuff that he talking about too, I can feel because I used to watch
Exactly.
Flavor of Love and all that stuff, right? But I wouldn't say it would. I'm not interested in it now, but I can understand why they is because they still got the mentality I used to have a long time ago before I grew. So a lot of people are older and older and older, but they never grew because they just love that addiction. But then yet they complaining about their life every last single day. They pessimistic. They always something, all that stuff. And it's like I'm not doing the complaining, right? You complaining because you always watch the complaining type things. And you get the energy out of the stuff that you watch because you don't want it because the other stuff is too boring. But boring is help you grow. It stop you from complaining and crying all the dang on time. But you getting these things like smacks all the time. You get all these things that you want and you still can't be happy. It just that don't make no sense though. So people just don't never want to.
Most people. Well, that's because most people, right? Everybody on here, let's be real, okay? You already know I'm gonna drop the truth, right? I don't sugarcoat shit. At the end of the day, a lot of y'all come on here, y'all sit there and say, oh, well, it's entertainment. It's entertainment. No, the fuck, it's not for y'all. No, it's not. It's not entertainment for y'all. Y'all live for this. There's a difference, right? Y'all ain't got nothing. Whatever it is, whether it's a distraction from your real life, whatever it is, y'all live for this. Okay? Because the truth of the matter is, those of us who can honestly say it's for entertainment are actually doing stuff in our actual lives, right? I'm not sitting over here, right, jumping around on TikTok beef after TikTok beef. I don't even know what the tea is half the time in the streets here. This is just me, right? We all at some point are drawn to some sort of drama. Whether you get it on TikTok, whether you get it on TV, whether you're somebody who watched Jerry Springer, whatever it is, court TV, paternity test TV, all of these things. These are all drama-based things. Everybody watches some form of it. So let's get that out the way. When that starts becoming a distraction for your own life, that's when you need to admit you got the problem. Okay? Now, I do want to answer the last one because that's the one that I really wanted to answer. What is accountability? Give me an example. Okay, accountability is holding yourself, right? First, it starts with self. Okay, before y'all start to hold everybody else accountable, hold yourself accountable. Okay, everybody want to hold everybody else accountable. I'm gonna hold Kev accountable. I'm gonna hold John accountable. I'm gonna hold Motivational accountable. Lovely accountable. Nay accountable, but my shit over here stinking. Okay, y'all need to stop that shit. Stop. Right, self accountability.
You gotta go with stinking.
On that part. You know what I mean? Like, y'all need to wash your ass, okay? Number one. Stop, okay? Accountability is when you sit there, you have a standard, right? You can't hold somebody accountable if there's no standard. There's no level, right? So in order to hold somebody accountable or to hold yourself accountable, you have to care, okay? So once you figure out what that standard is, whatever you're trying to push for, whatever your goals are, whatever that is, y'all need to make sure that you're holding yourself accountable, which means that if you slip from that, you don't reward yourself and you don't justify it. Self-accountability is y'all's biggest weakness on this app. Your biggest one. Okay? You're quick to sit there and point the finger at everybody else. Oh, look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing. Nah. What are you doing? Okay? Because $20 says, like, I thought about putting this in a video because I recently did a life audit. For those of you who want to know, I'll go into that if y'all want to know more about it. But I want to do a life audit, and to be honest with y'all, that took a lot of self-accountability. And I'll be honest, I failed it. I completely failed. And all that did was tell me, hey, you know what? I got some stuff I got to work on. That's why I ain't really been on here.
Mm.
I'm like, oh, I got to work on this because we can't push this in 2020, 2025. Keep pushing it on and then sitting there and being like, well, Kev, you got to hold me accountable. It ain't Kev's responsibility. It's my responsibility. It's my life.
Mm.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm
So
so glad you brought that up though too, AJ, because if you look at accountability and what it all starts with self, but a lot of people come into a victim mentality because they don't realize to take account into what they allow into their life.
well, we got to talk about
Yeah.
Not
victim
just what
mentality.
what we
Victim
do to other
mentality.
people, but also what we
Why?
actually allow.
Why are people drawn to victim mentality? Because people want the camaraderie of victim mentality.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes with camaraderie, and if you're a lonely person, right, or you don't know how to create, healthy relationships, you haven't done that type of work, you don't know how to be friends with somebody without, I don't know, trauma bonding with somebody, okay, you're gonna constantly look for that camaraderie.
Mm-hmm.
1,000% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
1,000%.
Yeah.
So the
Well,
number
and
one
that's what we see in this too. This is why we see all these lives. That it's like the people
we're not
want
talking
this
about the same thing.
Chaos attracts chaos.
But the thing is, that's
True.
the thing. Everybody on this app can always sit there and we can always point that out. Chaos attracts chaos. Oh, well, we shouldn't do this, but we shouldn't do that. Well, on the slide, we still doing it. So my question is, again, this is where now I start pushing everybody else. Y'all want to talk about accountability? Let's talk accountability. Why is it you're quick to hold accountability for other people, but you can't even uphold those same standards you have for everybody else? Make that make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's impossible almost. I
Motivational.
ain't gonna say impossible, but
I'm
I
just
think you're
saying.
gonna have days you're gonna slip though. But you
You're
should
gonna
make
have
excuses
that,
about
but
it.
you gotta
I think
hold
you should
yourself
make excuses
accountable. But
for
that's part of accountability. That's part of
it. Yeah.
taking accountability. Hey, you know what? I slipped today. That doesn't mean that I sit there and be like, well, I'm just human, so I can slip,
Right.
the rest
Yeah, I
of the
feel you
days.
on that.
No,
Yeah, I
no,
don't like
no.
that. I
It,
don't
it
like
kind
that
of
one.
reminds me of repentance,
I mean,
like repent daily.
My bad. Go ahead,
it,
motivational. He been trying to say something for a minute.
no, and the thing, no, I agree with you. No, Saint AJ, is absolutely about being accountable, not making excuses. I use the analogy of like going to the gym. Because as a personal development coach, I always encourage people: you don't make it too big than what it is, but you also take it seriously. So what I mean by that is I use the 10 push-ups a day. So I'm like, all right, for talking to a guy, I'm like, all right, man, you're out of shape. You gotta do things sort of you work on yourself, get back in shape. So, do something simple like 10 push-ups a day. Like, all right. So I did really well on Monday and Tuesday, but Wednesday I didn't do it. And a lot of times when people do that, they turn into this huge thing and they don't do push-ups for the rest of the week, right? I'm just using it as an analogy.
They beat themselves up
Yeah,
for
right.
what
It's
it's
like, all
taking.
right, man, dang, I missed Wednesday. I did push-ups on Monday and Tuesday. I didn't do push-ups on Wednesday. So dang, I'm just stop doing
I'll
it.
just
Said
start. I'll
no.
just start back over on Monday. It's fine. It's fine.
Right.
Like no.
I said no. Right. You missed Wednesday, but do 10 push-ups on Thursday. All right, cool. Like just acknowledge that you slipped up, made a mistake, you wasn't consistent. But part of learning consistency is all right, owning when you don't stay consistent, but then getting back on the routine that helps you to improve your life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's this saying that my grandfather used to tell me before he passed. He said, "You have to want to do something more than you not want to do it." So when you fall into a line and you get into a disciplined mode, and you can't beat yourself up for it. You just have to acknowledge it and move on. That's what we see with a lot of people out here. They don't even accept what they're acknowledging. They want to either push it under the rug or run away from it, or like what me and AJ were talking about with the victim mentality, or play this victim role. It's like, no, account for yourself and move on.
But before we get into accountability, this is where again self-accountability has to be discussed. It's easy to make goals, right? It's easy. I can make goals and I can make plans all day. But if my goals are unrealistic, it don't mean nothing. Many of y'all's goals are unrealistic, right? Oh, well, I need to lose, 200 pounds in a month.
Yeah, but they
What?
don't even work towards it.
Then,
They
right.
should be eating burgers from McDonald's.
But that's the thing. But that's what happens when you're out of balance, right? Everybody keeps pushing for extremes, right? Oh, you need to be this super nice passive person. Being super passive is not healthy. right? Oh, you got to be super aggressive. That's not healthy either. Life is about balance, right? But you have to be realistic, right? Every fitness goal I've ever had, every goal in my life, if it has been unrealistic, guess what? I'm going to come up with every single thing to justify why I couldn't get it done. Oh, well, it was just too impossible. Oh, I was just human. You know what? I'm just going to keep starting it on Monday. No, right? Motivational brought up a good point. All you have to do is say your goal is like, hey, I want to get in shape. Okay, do 10 push-ups a day. Just do it every day. If you miss a day, who cares? Hit it the next day. 10 push-ups every day is doable, depending on, your physical, how in shape you are. Some of you, just saying. But that's
Yeah,
easy,
500 pounds
right?
doing it, boy. That's
That's what I'm saying, depending on where you at. You know what I mean? But this is where being realistic makes, that's the thing. Everybody wants to make big goals, but then everybody forgets about the short term.
Well, and
Think
it's the
about the
same
steps to
thing
get
that
there.
it's the same thing that people do to other people. Like
Yes.
if you look at relationships, they're like, "Well, I want you to do this for me. I want you to do this for me." But it's like you're putting expectations upon somebody that you don't even do for yourself.
mm.
I
Well,
always say
that's
that.
because everybody keeps
It's
losing the fact that this is the truth of the matter. In life, other people, they don't owe you anything and you don't owe them anything. Okay?
exactly.
Not sitting there saying you should be a POS. I'm not saying that. The world doesn't care. Okay, the world does not care that that your world is raining, everything is falling apart. It's still going to keep spinning and it's going to keep going. People around you are not obligated to sit there and be that shoulder you can cry on, so on and so forth. If you have not figured that out by now, that is the honest truth. Now, this is the difference, is where you find the balance in that. You need to decide what type of person you want to be, but be realistic on what you can take on. Many of y'all want to take on the world's problems, but you ain't got your stuff figured out. Okay, you want to sit there and tell me, AJ, everything that I need to do. Oh, you need to do this. You're gonna live like this and this, that, and the third. But you're not doing those same things.
And that was the statement I brought up, and I know Kev knows who Bop is, and but he told me this like a year ago. Well, he said it in a live, and I kept stealing it. But he said, if you don't know your identity, so basically, if you don't know yourself, you don't know your purpose.
I think at the end of the day, you need to have purpose, but I think you're gonna change multiple times throughout your lifetime.
I was just about to say, what is yourself? Because that changes.
Because that
Yeah.
changes, right?
No,
Your priorities change,
let's
right?
go back to subjective. Exactly.
Well, that's great. Everybody loves that word, subjective. But at the end of the day, the truth is,
No, Kev loves it. That's like his favorite word.
yeah, no, I hate
Yeah,
that damn word, y'all.
that's my favorite word.
But I'm just saying, like, you know
It's
what I
come with
mean?
open-mindedness.
Everybody, you are going to live multiple lives within a lifetime if you have not figured that out yet, or you're somebody who's still struggling. Right?
Exactly.
At some point, right? And these are just little tidbits that I had to learn over the years, right? I'm only 32. I ain't a master at
Wait,
this.
say that again?
You're going to live multiple lives within a lifetime.
Oh, yeah, right.
You're going to live multiple different lives. Now, with that being said, right, that doesn't mean you got to be multiple different types of people, all right? I ain't sitting there saying have 32 different personalities. That's crazy. I'm just saying you're going to live different lifetimes. But you also need to be realistic and understand that it is normal sometimes to feel like the world is against you and that you're failing, but you also have to ask yourself, are you holding yourself up to impossible expectations? If I'm holding myself up at 32 to the expectations I had at 16, that does not make sense. That's why that's another reason why a lot of y'all are depressed. You're holding yourselves up to impossible expectations
Exactly.
that don't
What
make
about,
sense.
but I also would say, because just so nobody would just, some people may just go too less too. I think I guess you
You
gotta
gotta find
have
the
it.
balance. You gotta find the
Yeah, it's the
balance.
balance thing, right? Yeah, you
It's the
gotta have it to
balance. You
where
gotta find
you
something that's
push
going to
yourself
be a
out in a
little bit
way,
of a
right? I would
challenge.
say,
You gotta find something that's gonna be a little bit of a challenge, but not something that's gonna be super easy, right? If I'm, again, a former athlete, right? And maybe I ain't worked out in 2 years. Doing 10 push-ups a day really isn't gonna do anything. Right? I may need to be like, okay, maybe I need to get in the gym and maybe I need to do 10 push-ups a day and I need to do sit-ups and maybe I need to go for a walk, whatever it is, whatever my goal is. Maybe I need to do calisthenics, or if I'm doing weightlifting, then, you align your goals accordingly. But the point is that people need to be in balance. And as much as everybody says that, I don't see a lot of that. I still see everybody trying to function in crazy extremes. It's
Right.
crazy to me.
Well, to add to the point, Saint AJ, And I always add on to that analogy. I always explain to people, I say, you never want anything to be too easy. So the minute the 10 push-ups become too easy, you do 15. 15 push-ups become too easy, do 20 push-ups. The minute 20 push-ups become too easy, do 25 push-ups. You always want to push yourself just a little bit more. And it goes back to also what you said. Don't make your goal too big. A lot of people misunderstand when they make a goal, like you said, they're like, I need to lose 300 pounds. No, you need to make a goal to lose 10 pounds, lose 15 pounds, okay? Now, there's your ultimate goal of 200 pounds, but there has to be goals in between. Like there has to be markers, like these mile markers that you're hitting in between. So it's like there's the smaller goals, and then there's your major goal. So you have your smaller goals and your major goal, and you have to have the smaller goals because it's like a race. There's certain points you're hitting in the race. Like, all right, cool. I got the mile 1, got the mile 2, got the mile 3, got the mile 4, got the mile 5, and it's in hitting mile 3 that creates the momentum that gets you to mile 4, and hitting mile 4 it creates momentum to get to mile 5. So we also learn how to celebrate that. A lot of times when we hit mile 1, like that's not a big deal. No, it is a big deal. Did you get to mile 1 before? Nah, usually quit before you got to mile 1. All right, you got to mile 1. Give yourself a pound on the back. Keep on. Good job. All right, cool. Keep the momentum up. Get to mile 3.
Yep.
And that's the part of that's the growth process. A lot of people, you can set a goal and think that you're just going to be there tomorrow, but no. What did you do to get to that goal? What was a process that you did? You had to keep growing. You had to keep moving. You had to expand. You had to.
But if we're gonna talk,
you had to grow.
but I mean, talking about the growth process too is what a lot of people also misconstrue, especially when it comes to accountability. There's a difference between understanding and acceptance. Those are two different things. I can understand that, yes, there's going to be days if you have a fitness goal that you may slip. I understand that. That doesn't mean that I have to accept or condone. Again, there's a difference. Let me start this way. There's a difference between acceptance, understanding, and condoning something. Okay? I can accept that you messed up. I can understand that you messed up, but I don't have to condone that behavior. Right? That's life. Okay? That's where we need to start pushing, right? And when I say by we, right? Now, mind y'all, I'm one of those people, I'm going to say we. I actually hold myself accountable to these things, right? Again, I haven't been on here, right? As Kev has told you when I came in here. Yo, AJ been doing drive-bys through my life. I ain't meaning to, right? But I got to get a lot of stuff in order, right? Because, again, I did this audit and was like, you know what? I kind of piddled away, the past couple years of my life. I kind of got to do some stuff. I got to make some changes. We got to do what we got to do. I got to grow. You know what I mean? If that means I got to, back off a little bit, I'm going to back off. But that's life. You know what I mean? I don't mean I'm going to be gone indefinitely. Just means AJ just focusing on some stuff, and that's what it is. But again, I hold people accountable the same way I would hold myself accountable, right? If anything, I'm probably more graceful towards other people than I am myself. But that's a balance thing that I'm still learning, right? I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, well, I'm a perfect person and I do all these amazing things and that I don't have my bad days. I have my bad days, right? I slip. I lose my temper at times, just like everybody else in here. But I promise you, if I lose my temper, say with me and Kev.
You lying, Kev.
Right? That part. Say me and Kev are talking and we have a disagreement. I lose my temper and I come out of character. When I go to apologize to him, do you think I'm apologizing to Kev because I need Kev to forgive me? I need to forgive myself for that. But I promise you it's not going to be, well, Kev, I'm human too, okay? I just lost my stuff. What? Be like, nah, bro, that's, no.
You know what that goes back to? That goes back to the shame. Like, I don't know why you capitalize shame, but that's what it reminds me of is, if you look at guilty, I don't want to feel guilty. I know. And when you forgive yourself, you can forgive. If you forgive yourself, you can forgive other people. If you love yourself, you can love other people, depending on how you surface it. But shame is, and guilt. A lot of people don't even know the difference. Guilt is I did something bad. Shame is I am a bad person. So if
Well,
you, you
I
yeah,
know,
thought the
so
same thing. Hold on, you got me want to look that up
AJ,
now.
yeah.
Go ahead,
but
Nate. I think John was trying to say something too after two. I think both y'all
No,
was.
it
go
Go ahead,
wasn't.
ahead,
Nate.
go ahead, man.
No, it wasn't. I'm just
Oh, he wasn't. Oh,
listening.
okay. I thought I heard something. Nate, you was about to go?
okay, but people also say, okay, people also
What
What?
happened?
people like people also be saying this as an excuse. Like they be like, well, like everybody isn't perfect too.
No, man.
Like, yeah, but you keep doing the like okay, like everybody's not perfect, but you keep having the same behavior. Like you're using that as an excuse.
Well, and I think
That's exactly what it
there's a
is.
yeah, that's what it is, an excuse. Because a lot of people, at the end of the day, like they're not genuine for real, right? There are some people who will do the same thing over and over again, but they will have the sweetest apology. The best apology you can do, or the best apology I have ever given anybody, was changed behavior. Right?
Yep.
Yes, I'm apologize, but I'm gonna change my behavior so it does not happen again. Right? And that's the
Exactly.
thing. A
Cause some
lot of
y'all ain't got
people
my
have
dinner
just been
yet.
told, "Oh, you just need to say sorry." Okay, so then that's all they know. They don't learn from it. They're gonna do the same thing over and over again. They do it time and time again, right? Over and
The
over and
word
over again,
sorry
and
becomes a habit.
they stay in that hamster wheel,
And then they call
and then they
themselves
end up, having to
grown.
see somebody like Lovely
Or you.
or me. But,
They definitely don't want to see
Sorry
me.
becomes a habit.
yeah,
Saying certain things. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, it's one of the first words that we were taught as a child to say you're sorry. Say you're sorry. For, it's like it becomes a habit.
yeah. People are always, "Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry." Like, and the thing is it's like, if you didn't really mean it for real, like, and a lot of time
Right.
people don't
Then
also
don't say
understand
it.
a lot of people also don't understand what they're apologizing for. They just know that they hurt your feelings, and they don't like that feeling, right? Well, I don't
Exactly.
like that I hurt your feelings, but I don't really even understand why I'm apologizing. Like,
Yeah, because they didn't even look back at themselves and
that
take
part.
accountability for themselves to
Self-reflection.
realize what the heck they did to do it. And
Self-reflection.
then that's how change behavior. That's why their behavior doesn't change. They were just told, let me say I'm
Yeah, you
sorry,
gotta
and
say you're
then let
sorry
me
for
move
stuff.
on. Yeah, for stuff that you actually are doing.
Yeah. Now, as far as the shame question, though, Kev, I would disagree with that only because of this, right? Do I think that shaming things is like the worst thing ever? No, right? You got to have some form of shame, some sort of humility in your life. You know what I mean? It keeps us humble, keeps us grounded, keeps that balance sometimes. However, I could honestly say, if I don't shame something, the first off, in order for me to shame something, I have to care about it. Let's be real. Okay, I have to care.
Facts.
Right.
If I don't care about it, I don't care to shame it. Right? Like, I don't need to shame somebody I don't like because I don't care about you. Like, you're just irrelevant.
That's
Right?
actually a really good point, AJ,
I
because you
do.
know how many
I
people
would.
out here will say, I don't care, but yeah, they'll still
I
argue
care
with
about the
you.
kids and stuff, so I'm gonna change some stuff even if
You
I don't
must
like
care
them.
if you're still
No,
discussing it.
I mean,
You
that's,
must
yeah.
care.
Exactly. Or they don't care about the creator, but they
I'm
still
going
make stitches about
Yeah,
them and
Yeah.
watch them.
right.
But that's
exactly.
what I'm saying, Kev. Like, for you, because you're trying to change for the youth, right? You care about the youth. That's why you care about the things that you care about. Certain things, and that doesn't mean that I don't care about the youth either, but certain things I just don't care about, right? I can personally care less whether somebody wants to be a vegetarian or a vegan. I can care less, right? I ain't gonna shame either one. I just don't care, right?
I
I
get you.
don't care if you want to eat chicken. I don't give a shit. Eat what you want to eat. You know what I mean? Just be healthy. You know what I mean? Make healthier choices. Do what, you know what I mean? That stuff I don't care about, right? That doesn't mean that I think one's better than the other or I'm just accepting it. I just personally just don't care. Right? Now,
Just
when
not
it
your
comes
priority. That's
to,
all it is. I feel you.
it's not like a priority thing. I don't care about it. It's not on my priority list. It's not even on my radar. Right? Certain things. But again, I also think that there's other ways to influence other than just shame. Right?
True.
We can shame things, but then at the same time, I think also in society we shame a lot of stuff, but then there's not examples of like, okay, well, what to do now? What do I do now? Because when I was a young people, right, and I'm still a young people, but when I was a younger people,
I was about to
right?
say.
Yeah, I'm a young people still. But when I was a younger people, you know what I mean? That was a lot of my frustration. Like my parents would shame stuff. They'd be like, hey, you know, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. But then there was never an example of what I was supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like,
Right.
I'm over here just, you know what I mean? Literally throwing stuff at the wall, hoping something sticks. You know what I mean? And y'all shaming me the whole time. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm trying to figure it out. Right. And I understand that, you know, when it comes to raising kids, you can't tell them everything. Some things you just got to kind of figure out on your own. But, you know, I'm one of those people where I like to lead by example. Right. So when I'm trying to influence, say, young women or anything else and being like, hey, you can still be respectable in a workplace. You don't have to take your clothes off and you ain't got to be that girl. Like, these dudes will take you seriously. You just need to act respectable. I'm going to do that via example.
So I'm trying. Let's do this then, because I'm thinking about a lot of stuff. I feel like, what's the difference between discipline and shame, or telling somebody no and shame? Because I think,
Did you say discipline and shame?
yep.
Discipline is what gets you there, right? You don't have to shame yourself into discipline. Discipline can
No,
be,
when you
okay, I
I'm gonna
need to
say you
get up at
discipline.
7 a.m.
I didn't mean it that way. When you
That don't
discipline
have nothing to do
someone,
with shame.
that's what I meant to say. When you discipline like a child, right? When you
Okay.
raise them, or if you tell them no, or if you give them a whooping or something like that, what's the difference between that and shame?
That kind of reminds me of the
I never
difference
whooped my
between
kids.
discipline and punishment.
Somebody go answer
So
that.
that's
I'll answer
the
it.
difference.
I will.
If you look at the difference between discipline and punishment, so are you punishing that person for their shame, or are you trying or disciplining them and trying to get them in alignment with that shame? So I don't know. Your question is a little bit off because we're putting shame in comparison to discipline,
So
but shame really comes from self.
So
Or
shame and discipline are going to differ based on who's giving it to you, right? I don't need to be
that's what I'm trying to
disciplined by
explain.
any of you up here. That's not your job, nor are you my parent,
Right.
right? My
I'm old
parents
enough to
will
be.
discipline me, or you know what I mean? If I give you that authority, you can discipline me. But other than that, no. But any of you on here can shame me for anything. Shame does not have a specific person. That has to do with relationships.
Well, and think about it, AJ. We can't. Do we punish people for the shame that they brought on themselves, or do we help discipline them and put them in
Discipline.
a discipline, or are we judging them based upon what our beliefs are and putting them in alignment? Because discipline is actually really comes from self. The rooted
Well,
word.
discipline is a tool to get you to where you need to go. So if that means, hey, I need to get up at 5 a.m. every morning, then I'm getting up at 5 a.m. You got to have discipline. That has nothing to do with shame. That has nothing to do with anything, right? What that has to do, but what I think Kev was trying to say is he's talking about the difference between discipline, or not discipline. What is it? What did you say, Kev? Damn
He
it,
said,
shame
what
and
is
I forgot the word you just
discipline
used.
versus shame? He said
No,
discipline
no, no, no,
versus
no,
shame.
no, no. No, not discipline.
Answer her.
Go ahead, my
Go ahead,
brother.
John. I'm
Go ahead,
sorry. I'll be
John.
quiet.
You
Yeah,
know me
that's
and
it.
AJ can go all day.
Kev,
Yeah.
AJ asked, what did you say? Discipline and what?
Shame.
No. Discipline. No, you said, was it discipline and shame?
Yes, it was literally that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
If I may.
So let me put it in a different way
Okay,
then,
John.
right? When you disciplining your child, or if you shaming something that your child do, what's the difference?
If I may.
Yeah.
When I was raising my daughters, I would discipline them for the bad choice that they make.
Right.
I would walk them through a baseball scenario. Strike one, this is going to get you in trouble. Strike two, this is going to hurt you more than it will hurt me, because now you're down to your last strike and you have made a choice that's now given me no choice but to execute what that punishment will be. Strike three, now I must execute. I didn't have to spank my daughters. I walked them straight through what was going to happen. But in between, it'd be like foul ball, foul ball, foul ball. Because I would try to talk to them. Then once I had to discipline them, they would feel shame because
Right. You get to the part I'm about to get to. It's the reason why I said that.
That's
now they are caught
Knowing
because they kept on making the bad choice and the bad decision. Because everything we do, we think about it, we execute it, take action, and then we don't like the outcome. This is how I would explain it to my daughters.
Yes.
This is also how I explain it to my nieces and nephews. I would tell them flat out, if I spent the whole day running you around town with me to give your grandmother a break, then you get back to the house, now you want to flop around like a fish, screaming, hooping, and hollering, you're getting a swat. Cut, dry, simple. Because now you disrespected my time and my efforts.
It's all
Because if you
facts.
think
I agree with that.
like what John is saying too, if you you can discipline somebody, but when you look at shame, are you going to make that child feel bad that they made that mistake?
I wasn't caring.
Right.
Isn't that the goal?
Yeah.
I was not caring because, like I
What's the
said,
goal?
I gave you the
To
baseball
make sure they
scenario. I
feel
gave you
bad for
3
what they
strikes.
do at the point of shame.
No, the point of shame is to cause humility.
Yeah.
They
To
would
Yeah,
humble
that too.
your
You can say
ass.
that
That
too.
doesn't necessarily mean that you have to make somebody feel like,
Don't you
oh,
gotta
I
feel
gotta
bad
make
to
you
get
feel
him
like
humble?
shit. Like you can
Yep.
feel you can feel humility. I mean, yes, humility is a negative emotion. So yes, you're gonna feel like shit. That's inevitable. That's obvious. The point is that shame is part of humility, which every human needs in order to stay balanced. Right? You can't shame somebody for every single thing that they do with no positive reinforcement. That's abuse, right? You can't
Yeah.
do that.
The one thing
There's
about
got to be
it,
balance.
if I can say something right quick, then
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
off my
Yeah,
time.
my brother.
No, you good. Everybody good. Everybody good. First off, Kev, how you doing? Lovely. John, Nate,
What up?
Miss. I don't want to mispronounce your name, but at the bottom. How y'all doing
Nay,
tonight?
okay.
Yeah, man. So you need both. Because I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of people, shame and discipline run hand in hand. If you do something, I mean, we can put it into any scenario you want to talk about. If a brother is doing something against his marriage, yeah, you're gonna shame him for it. Shame is nothing more than a recognition of you just messing up. And the discipline for it is a direct, stern lesson that doesn't have to be physical. It could be the discipline could be the lesson that you teach him or that you teach somebody. So yeah, I do both. If you do something that I don't like, I'm gonna shame you for it because you're causing disgrace to yourself. And you don't understand the consequences that will come with that. So yeah, I'm gonna shame you for that. And I want people to do that for me too. If I do something or if I act out of character, yeah. It don't matter whether you're a parent or hell, you could be a best friend or whatever, If I do something out of character, you're supposed to call me out on it. That's how, like she said earlier, that's the balance. The problem is now people are just doing, and then there is no disciplinary action behind it until the consequences of the action comes, and then at that point, it's too far. See, if we had more real people in our lives and more real people that actually loved us like they said that they did or do, then we would know what steps, because we're all supposed to make mistakes, but we're not supposed to make critical or crucial mistakes. Little mistakes, yeah, that keeps us from making that. So yeah, you have to shame. You have to shame people. People get these words misconstrued because it's just like it's either a trigger or it's something that people don't like to think about because everybody feels as though that they live perfect. We don't want a person to live perfect. You ain't Jesus Christ. We want you to be honest. Stop lying so that
Name
stop
again?
lying so, Stop lying so damn much. Stop thinking that you're better than somebody else. If we all here, we breathe the same oxygen, we walk the same way, whether we do or we don't. The thing about it is this: when you make a mistake, you're supposed to be corrected. And it does come with shame. It's been with shame the whole time. We all went through it. Even with our parents. If we did something wrong in school, weren't we shamed for it? Didn't our grandparents be like, I just don't know why you do it like that, but I would have never, we didn't raise you like that. That's what the family said. I didn't raise you like that.
Broderick,
Yes, ma'am.
like, but now, like, it's called judgmental.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everything is judgmental now.
Yeah, but you know, that's the way of the world. That's the way the world is shifting. But the thing about it is this, and I look at it like this: it's a double-edged sword. If I know for a fact that you messing up, and that I make one mistake, then you don't have the right to say nothing to me, because my mistake may not be as big as yours, or the ones that you continue to make. See, it's different strokes for different folks. You know what I'm saying? One small mistake that most people, it's just like, okay, if I'm going to work and I'm running late and I forgot or I didn't think to get gas and I run out of gas, that's a small mistake. But if you out here tiptoeing in these streets and then you mess up and mess up in a bad way, it's different levels to it. It's just like, man, I ran out of gas. Most people don't even trip about that. Man, I got you. I'll be there in a minute. But when you go out here and start messing, dilly-dallying around in a major way or a critical way, you're supposed to be shamed behind that, especially if you got a family at home. You supposed there has to be something that has to come from that. And the discipline is that you should learn from the lesson that you just went through, but a lot of people don't.
Well, and I think that what you're speaking on, Broderick, and you just expanded like the whole idea of accountability. It's like if you call somebody out on their shit, are they gonna feel shame, or are they gonna experience the shame? Are they gonna change their behaviors? So sometimes you have to call somebody out on their. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so let me say this before you, because there's a reason why I asked that question. Because what I noticed out of all of those, we can't determine if a person is gonna get shamed. Like, you can feel shame by anything. As soon as you say any piece of judgment or criticism, they can feel shame out of it. But I think out of all three of those things we talk about, even I'm glad she mentioned guilt. And even with that guilt, sometimes you got to shame someone to guilt. I mean, with that situation, I mean, to feel a certain way. Punishment and discipline, all that stuff, usually, you know, somebody can get shame out of that situation to even, so they know. So let's put it this way. Let me ask this question then, like, when you tell a person, you should know better, or you tell we tell a dude like, hey, you know, stop being a deadbeat and all that other stuff, or no, you ain't got to use cruel things or something like that, or how we get on them people that be touching people and all that other stuff. We be like, nah, he's no good. You shouldn't be doing stuff like that, and you know, stuff like that, right? Usually, I think that people do that with the intentions of. And sometimes I do believe in making examples out of people too, right? Because I even believe our maker does that. He's done that even if you for whatever you believe in. But I believe that, you know, our maker made examples out of people. You know, if they, you know, you put somebody, sure, even though that person might not learn nothing out of it, but by shaming one person or putting this person to the whatever you want, putting this person to the, I ain't gonna think about my ear. That other people learn from that. So it might not help the regular person, but it helped the people that's around them or whatever. But those three things, I think we can't help that shame sometimes come behind it. But I think people can either grow out of it or they just fail out of it, you know. But I think overall it's just a necessary thing, because it's like I said, punishment. When you tell some people no, sometimes, you know, like, no, you shouldn't be doing stuff like that. You shouldn't be smoking. You shouldn't be doing all that stuff. They can say that's judgmental or not, but some people with that behind that, they might be, you know, they might be trying to help them in the process. They might feel bad. They might feel guilty or whatever the situation is. But I think it all kind of end with the same thing. When you get a whooping, you don't feel good.
I think
When
at the
you
end of the
good,
I think at the end of the day, y'all need to step away from telling people how to feel or trying to dictate how somebody's going to feel, right? If I'm holding somebody accountable, how you feel in that moment is 100% a you problem, right? If I put up a boundary that says, okay, I don't want anybody to cuss around me, and I let everybody know I don't cuss around me, right? And Lovely goes and she says the F word in front of me, and I have a conversation. Do you think I care at that point what her feelings are?
No,
No.
of course not. No, of course not. No, because that's boundaries. That's like boundaries, and
It's the same, but it's the same. It's another form of holding somebody accountable,
yeah,
right? The problem nowadays, people are claim that they're holding everybody accountable. Again, this is the hypocritical shit. Everybody wants to point their finger, but their hands ain't clean, right? This is where self accountability comes in, right? We got to start being self accountable. Give me 1 second. I'm about to hurt this dog. Sorry. Um,
Go in,
I'm gonna
AJ.
finish
Go
my
in.
last. I'm gonna finish this as the last
don't
thought.
shame that dog over there, son.
yeah, exactly.
But that's the thing, right? At the end of the day, whether or not people feel shame or not, that is not my business, right? If I'm holding you accountable, right, and I'm having to hit you with a level of humility, okay, because that's the blanket term over all of this, humility. The shame part is 100% on you, okay? That's not me shaming you. That's me, whether I'm pushing a judgment out there, whether I'm calling you out, whatever you want to call it, I can care less. The point is, if I'm holding you accountable to a specific standard, then that's what it is. But the problem nowadays is everybody thinks people owe them something when they don't owe you anything, right? I can't hold somebody accountable who does not care, right? I'm at that point, I'm spitting to the wind, and I'm not sitting there saying you shouldn't say anything, right? I'm going to speak to my circle, but I will separate myself from certain situations, right? That doesn't mean I'm going to sit there and go hang out with a bunch of 304s and sit there and preach to them about how not to be a 304. What is the point in that? They're not, everything I
Because it
say,
could be
they're
one
never
that's in
going to
there
take.
that might change. Yeah, I guess it depends
But
on the
you have
patience
to
you have.
want. But the point is, you have to want to change.
We wouldn't
I
know.
can't force
Yeah, we
nobody
wouldn't
to
know if
change.
somebody wanted those. A lot of people don't
But that's
want
the
to at the
point.
beginning. Yeah.
But that's the point. Now that's the point. Now, if I happen to be friends with somebody who happen, we cross paths and they're on that situation, that's a different conversation. Okay. But I'm not going to sit there, surround myself with people who have that lifestyle, and then sit there and feel like I need to play savior to them either.
Right. Well, how
That's
many
my
people
point.
do you have to hear it from
See what
for
I'm saying?
you in order for you to change?
Exactly.
How
But
many
again,
people?
I'm gonna use myself now as an example for accountability. This is where I have to hold myself accountable. I don't have the mental space for that. Number one, that's my accountability. That's me being realistic. I don't have the mental space to go hang out with a bunch of 304s and have those conversations all day. Right? I'm not that type of person. That's not where my mindset at. I am somebody who is driven. I got my own goals, and I'm tunnel vision when I'm trying to get stuff done. I ain't got time to be figuring out all this other stupid crap because I'm put yourself in a situation. I got to come over here and play Captain Save a 304. I ain't doing all that. Right? I'm not doing all that. I'll be honest with you. But that's me being realistic and then holding myself accountable to it so that I don't put myself in that position.
Well, that goes back into what you were talking about earlier, AJ, when we talk about balance. Look, there are some people that that are willing or understanding or gonna take in the information. There are some people that they're just gonna keep doing what they do.
Yes. And that's the thing. So that's why I was saying if people want to change, they'll seek and they'll put themselves in a position where that'll eventually happen. Right. But I'm not the type of person, and that's me. Right. But this is also part of emotional intelligence. Knowing that I am not personally that person does not mean that I'm going to hold Kev to that same standard. If Kev has the patience to sit around in those rooms or around those people and have those conversations, kudos to him. But I'm not going to hold judgment for him and be like, well, you wasting your time. Now, if he comes to me and complains to me too much about it, I'm going to be like, well, you chose to do that, bro.
Right.
That's on you. You can't complain about shit you do.
Hold yourself accountable, right?
You know what I mean? You got to hold yourself accountable to it. So that's the thing, right? That's part of life. Those are part of the balances, right? People, again, we live in a world, people are hypocritical. Everybody wants to point the finger. Everybody wants to hold everybody else to a higher standard but themselves, right? I don't say all of these things. I need people to be selfish. We can't fix what's wrong with everybody else if y'all have all these internal problems that you ain't working on, but you want to tell Broderick how to live his life, John how to live his life, Lovely how to live her life, Kev how to live your life. Y'all got to live to this standard, but I'm gonna be over here with my shit stinking, not doing nothing that I'm trying to hold you accountable for. That's the problem nowadays. That's the problem when it comes to accountability. Everybody wants to hold everybody else accountable, but they forget the self-accountability piece. That's the problem. That's why there's hypocrites. That's the hypocrisy in it. That's the paradigm. Can you change for the better and be addicted to drama at the same time? Again, we are all addicted to drama to some form or degree,
Well,
right?
and think about it, AJ,
I
too.
disagree on that one. I don't think everybody addicted. That's all I'm
Everybody is
saying.
addicted to drama to some degree. That's the reason why things sell, right? Whether you're gonna get your drama one way or another. Let's be real. Whether you're getting it on TikTok, whether you the person starting the drama, or you trying to get the tea, or so on and so forth. Okay, I have not met one person that'd be like, you know what, I kind of want to know about that. Very rare.
I
I ain't never met
but we
nobody.
said addicted though, not saying that you're gonna run across it or want to be curious, but addiction, like literally, just like you said, people living for it, right? I feel like that's an addiction. You know, somebody just can't. You
Right.
can't fight yourself out of it in every last moment. You know, you
Okay.
don't know how to
I
avoid
get
it.
what you're saying. I
Yeah,
get what you're
yeah.
saying. I get what you're saying. I think when we talk
I
about
think
addict, we're talking about
where I want to take this with drama though too, like with that question that Kev is asking though too, is sometimes we have to embrace people who are coming with drama. Once you're healed or you've taken accountability, you're in a good place in your life. You're gonna meet people in your life that are going through drama. How do
I
we
guess what I'm
respond to
saying.
that?
I guess maybe I misread it because I'm sitting here thinking like drama is inevitable. It's everywhere,
Oh yeah.
right? That's inevitable, right? But we all have some form of draw to it. I'll put it that way, right? Maybe not an addiction, but we all have a draw to some form of drama somewhere, right? Some form of conflict somewhere, right? Why do you think people reenact wars? People are obsessed with war, right? Certain wars, right? I can't turn on Netflix without seeing 15,000 things about World War II. Why are people so obsessed with it? Right? You see what I'm saying? You can't. You honestly can't. You know what I mean? You can't.
Video
You can't
games.
open this app.
Yeah.
Hold on, but you can't open
Yeah,
it
what's
video
going on with
games.
your wife?
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Not you
People.
getting that work again. Oh my.
There you go.
But
I'm just saying, some people, right? Most people, your average human being, right, is going to ineptly find some form of drama that they are just, it's a guilty pleasure, some form, right? I've been open and honest about it. Again, my name's No Saint on here for a reason. I'm not perfect. I ain't never gonna tell you I am, right?
Wait,
But
what
y'all
you be
already
watching? Son
know.
of a-
Y'all already know when it comes to Teen Mom and Teen Mom 2 and Teen Mom Next Chapter and this whole thing, right? I ain't never been a Teen Mom, right? I ain't got no kids. But I'm hella addicted to that, and I've been watching that show since I was a teenager. Okay? I've seen every damn episode
Mm.
to date.
I would not even know
Addicted to
that
it.
about you, AJ.
Addicted to it. Right? Like it
I
be
would
going
say there's
down and I'd
people
be
that just
mad.
that avoid those things. I think some people really get turned off about stuff like that because I've been watching some movies and some people like, "Ugh, I don't like that
But
they do that to us and all this other stuff. And you
but
know, I
my
think some
point,
people really do avoid looking at drama stuff or
but what I'm
whatever.
saying,
yeah,
but
I do.
I think
I avoid it. I
I
avoid
think there's
it
certain
because it's so
forms.
frustrating. I avoid it because it's so frustrating to me. Like Atlanta Housewives and real.
Y'all, that's just examples. Like
Yeah,
there's
Right.
I
different
I know what
avoid
you're
it.
forms.
talking about. You're just saying that they're gonna watch movies, but I think it is some people that just literally avoid looking at. They rather like watch like songs and all this other stuff because they can't
That's like
take
saying
it.
you're gonna avoid all negativity. There's no
Not
such thing
negative,
as living a life
Exactly.
negative and
that you're
drama.
gonna
That's two
avoid.
different things.
That's actually
They're
a
the
good
same.
point that
It's the
AJ
same
pointed out
thing. You
because
can't avoid drama. You can
You
avoid drama.
can
There's
you
gonna
don't
be
have to watch
drama in your
TV. Go out
family.
to watch TV.
Hold on. It doesn't just have to be TV drama, right? You could be living in a family and there's gonna be drama within a family. You
Facts.
could be living in a house. There's gonna be drama in the house sometimes.
well, and
You can't get away from it.
And you, AJ, might watch all these
but not entertain. That's what I'm saying. They're not looking at it as an
shows,
entertainment thing, though.
and
That's
you're
what.
Nah, hell
yeah,
no.
the entertainment, exactly. And I'm more into like criminal shows, so See No
Same
Evil,
thing.
or like serial killers, or
Same
all
thing.
this. Oh, sorry,
Drama.
Unalivers. Oh my goodness, I do not want to get shut down.
Yeah.
Like I go into like a lot of those documentaries about like why people do what they do. So everybody has their own
I
interests,
just
but
brother,
I love what you just said, AJ. You said everybody always know there's always going to be drama in our life.
there's always going to be drama. It's innate. There's nothing that
Mhm.
there's no way of getting away from drama.
I would
My
rather.
point is, whether you are watching it on TV, whether it is entertainment purposes, you're somebody who can't get away from drama, you addicted to it, whatever it is.
Well,
Drama is
even
innate.
sports, AJ, even sports have drama. Even if you look
Yes.
at NBA, even if you look at NFL, even if you look at the
I'm
MLB,
playing a fighting
there's
game now.
always drama. There's
There you
always
go.
this
See,
competition.
Kev, conflict, right? See, but it's conflict. You see what I'm saying? Now again,
Yeah,
there's
I just
different
don't want to
types.
say
Different
everybody. I don't
levels.
like saying everybody because I think it is people out here that don't really deal with none of that stuff. Like they really just rather meditate all
Where
their
they
life.
living?
Avoid it.
Where they
You
living?
avoid
Under
it.
a rock?
The
Because
the
you
hippies, the hippies. I believe in hippies. I do believe they
you could
out there.
look. Even hippies, bro. There's drama amongst hippies.
Well,
No,
even
I'm
if
saying
you
but they don't watch it for entertainment like we do. You know, we in America, we watch all type of stuff. Or some people outside America though too.
You
But
think drama
we
just
like
only exists in
playing
America?
drama. We
well,
like all this, huh?
this, AJ. Let me ask you this, AJ and Kev and Broderick. And I know Naya's paused real quick, but do you think that would like even when people go into TikTok or go on these lives that they're actually trying to avoid drama, or are they trying to create it, or are they trying to be involved in it?
First off, you can't take. First off, look, me as a person, I'll be honest. I don't care what anybody says. It's your actions tell me everything. Because people on this app be talking about, I have 15 degrees. I don't went to this college, that college. I went to this Ivy League school, and they can't read. Okay, clearly, like I don't hear. Oh, I don't like drama. I stay away from drama. I'm a good Christian. I go to church every Sunday. I don't judge nobody, but they be in the most judgmental rooms, judging everybody and everything else. Oh, you know what? I don't believe in the men versus women debate and this, that, and the third. But then they'll sit there and be like, the moment, you know what? I don't like men. I choose the Bears. I choose the Bears. Until Pride Month come up, then all of a sudden, y'all anti-gay, which where was that energy 4 years sudden y'all care about men's mental health? Oh, y'all didn't care about it 365 days last year and the year before. But now this year, y'all care about it. And also, if you honestly cared about that month, you would know it's not Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. It's Men's Health Month.
Yeah.
Which started in 1995, but y'all don't even understand the history of that.
Ooh.
No, I know that.
But I'll be
history,
quiet.
AJ. I know that history, AJ. And you were speaking. No, this is what
I'll be
AJ
quiet.
and even what I've done, even on these lives. Like you have to bring a presence in it. Oh man, we have to break this down. If you break it down, where sometimes we're part of the chaos, but we're also the ones. What's the word? Dissolving the chaos too.
No, the problem,
Like the
here's the thing.
balance. The
Here's the
balance.
thing. I'm not even gonna say this is the problem. This is just the reality of the world we live in, especially when it comes to TikTok. TikTok gave everybody a damn microphone, and not everybody deserves a microphone. So a lot of people regurgitate the same crap, but they don't even understand where it came from. So there's a bunch of straw man arguments running around here, and people saying a lot of stuff they don't even fully understand. It just sounded great. Everybody on here is saying the exact same thing, trying to sound more profound than the next person. We can't sit there and say that that's not TikTok. That is TikTok.
Well,
Very few of us can
exactly
have a
what-
conversation of intellectual merit, right? And it actually goes
exactly
somewhere.
what Kev's
It's rare.
second question says is hypocrites. That's what it reminds me of. Hypocrites.
Look, okay, here's the thing. Okay, I've been a member of this LGBTQ thing since I was 13 years old. Okay, most of my life. Okay, here's the thing. I have seen it go from people being like, we hate the LGBTQ, to 10 years ago, everybody loving it. 4 years ago, everybody loving it. 3 years ago, everybody loving it. Now, all of a sudden, now we want to discredit it for all these things that y'all talk shit about 365 days out of the year, only for us to pull out, only for me to sit here and point out how stupid y'all are, right? The ones that do this. But y'all be the first ones to be like, well, I don't judge nobody. I can't do this. That doesn't make sense. Right now, I'm not sitting here trying to defend that community. I don't care. If y'all have your opinions, have your opinions. We can agree to disagree. I don't really care that much. But my point is, when you sit there and you have to go all the way out of your way to try to invalidate something by using something that you don't even honestly care about, it just sounded good somewhere, it shows. The amount of people who jumped on this app the whole month of June talking about, but what about men's mental health awareness? Okay, we care about, why would we give them pride? What about men's mental health awareness? If you cared about mental health awareness, number one, you would have celebrated in May. Number one. Number two, if you cared about men's mental health, you wouldn't be doing half the shit y'all do 365 days out of the year when you slam men on a constant basis. Oh, I'd rather hang out with bears than a man. Men are trash. Men are horrible. This, that, and the third. If y'all honestly cared about men, y'all wouldn't be saying that.
Exactly.
But I'll be quiet, right? Oh, we didn't say anything. What did y'all use the year before that, though? Hold on. What did y'all use the year before that? Oh, military members. Okay. Well, the whole month of May is also Military Appreciation Month, and so is the month of November, plus all the other days strewn about throughout the year. So again, what the hell are y'all talking about?
Well, that's the thing, AJ, is like everybody wants to talk about this day, this month, this year, like all the men's mental health, the LGBTQ community, all the. How do you treat people? How do you treat people daily?
But that's my point.
Why is there a holiday that has to present that?
That is my point. This is what happens when we live in a world where people are following aesthetics, right? Right now, it's aesthetic to hate men.
Yep.
It's aesthetically possible. Oh, I have to hate men if I want to be this type of girly. That's not true.
AJ,
You don't have to be a gamer girl and hate men.
Be
Those
careful
two
with
things
the
have
H
nothing to
word.
do with it.
Be careful with the H word.
No.
We don't want to
Okay,
get
my
carried
bad.
away.
You don't have to. You
No,
don't have
because
to.
your passion is really speaking. Because
I'm just saying,
we're in
at the
alignment.
end of the day, it's because at the end of the day, here's the thing. I don't live in aesthetics. Okay. These are things I actually care about 365 days of the year that I actually do things for. Right.
Well,
Now, as far as
how
Men's
you
Mental Health
balance.
Awareness Month, again, that's not a thing. But as far as men's health awareness, right, that's Men's Month to push the health issues that men have, including their mental health, along with the physical health portions of it. Things like prostate cancers, those things. But nobody talks about that. No. Now all of a sudden, we want to sit here and just talk about how trash men are on a constant basis. But then, and then on the opposite side, we want to turn around and talk about how trash women are on the opposite side. So again, what point are we living in any form of balance? Because you can't sit there and honestly go from these crazy extremes and sit there and tell me, oh yeah, people are healthy.
Well, I think that's exactly what the point that I was proving. Why you responded to that was the hypocrites, the ones who say, "Well, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to do it this way," but then they don't even respond or react in a way that they're actually like they're this It's like two truths can be the same thing at one time. It's almost like your truths don't align with your beliefs and your actions. And your actions, it goes back into your actions. Are you going to treat people the same way that
No,
you're
I
actually
just have to
talking
have
about?
the aesthetic. That is, I just have to have the aesthetic.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
And, you know, I've been sitting here listening. I've been sitting here listening, right? And the thing about it is this: what we see on any social media app, especially this one, right, is a bunch of bitter ass people that have made mistakes that they will not hold themselves accountable for, right? And they get on here and they say, oh, well, you know, men are trash, women are trash. You know, we went through this whole thing about the passport bros, the passport bays, you know, women getting flew out and shit, all that type of shit, right? The thing about it is this: people get on this app and it's like the regurgitation of information, of drama that does not make this appeasable. There is no person on this panel right now that can actually say that they've actually been involved in this type of drama that we need to come up with these answers for. Because the thing about it is this: if accountability was a thing, then people wouldn't be so judgmental. The thing about it is this: people are going to continue to do what they need to do. And at this point, I'm willing to let society fall by the wayside as long as I know that I have a handful of people that will continue to do the right thing. I'm so sick of this shit. I'm sorry, my bad. I'm so sick of this nonsense at this point because it doesn't make any sense. It's like trying to solve the equation for stupidity. You can't solve it because every single individual person is going to move in their direction. The only thing that, like I said earlier, the only thing that we ask people to do is be honest. If you can't be honest, and we know from that point, you can't be honest. We're not asking you to be perfect, but only thing we ask for is for you to be honest. If you're honest, if you are truly honest, then accountability is already there, correct?
Yep.
Shame will never come there, correct? The hypocrisy of how you move, if you're honest, is not there. So what we're doing is we're battling a bunch of ignorance at this point. We're battling the lowest of the barrel because guess what? People like to be involved and intertwined with drama because then they can say a bunch of BS that makes their story seem appealing to a bunch of other people. And then what do we actually see as far as TikTok? What we see is a bunch of people from 35, matter of fact, from 30 to 35 and up, arguing with people about, oh, well, this men ain't this and women ain't this, right? We went through that whole thing for about 2-3 years, right? The one thing that we never really truly looked at was the simple fact that when these people get on here, the one thing that they knew that they could capitalize on was that the drama that they would create and the matter of disrespect, these people were getting paid for. They came in and they manipulated the men and the women as long as their term ran, just like a damn presidency, because I've only been on here for 4 fucking years. So you look at all of the ones that were here and all the ones that are gone. And then you look at all of the other ones now trying to map out every bold letter that he has in here right now. Because I literally just looked at it. Drama. Drama is one of those main things that you can't avoid. It doesn't matter whether you live your life peacefully or or situations happen. So drama is going to happen, right? Then you look at the hypocrisy because, okay, well, you get to work on time, but your manager late. Well, why ain't y'all working? Well, hell, we looking for our work. You know what I'm saying? We looking for you to guide us through our day. Hypocrisy, right? That's just a small example. Then you look at shame. Okay, well, if you do something, or if it's something that's so egregious that I know that you're better than, and I have to say something to you, even though I'm calling you out on your shit, I'm not really shaming you, but I am shaming you because you know fucking better. Right? So then we go down to accountability. Now, accountability is all of these words wrapped up together because if I'm going to hold you accountable for something, I'm going to tell you that, you know what? You know, the other day as a manager, because I've never had a manager outside of the one that I talk to right now or that I work for right now, to where there is no type of drama behind the accountability. There's no shame. There's nothing else because me and him are one-on-one. But the last manager that I had, right? You, at the height of this shit, this pandemic, you were walking around all of these other people. And this is a real thing that happened. Whole time this man was at work around all of us, and you didn't have a plan. You didn't have this. You didn't have that. You didn't have anything for us. But what you did was you came around and you wanted us to fit the norm or a social construct for every employee, not just me, but for every fucking employee. And when they eventually said, you know what, oh, you missed too many days, I have to hold myself accountable because we're in a pandemic. I'm not getting here and I'm not standing around people. I don't even know why the fuck I'm working at this point. You know what I mean? But for me personally, it was like, okay, you're still sitting in front of me with your bloodshot eyes. You've clearly taken a break. You've clearly been drinking. You've clearly done a lot of stupid shit. And every other CEO of this company, I came out of it of the best end because I was able to leave and I was able to find a better placement for my employment. But the thing about it is this: all of it boils up to accountability. But when you do accountability for a person, you have to put, it's already drama. So if there's drama, there has to be accountability. And there's going to be shame. And then when you get into that shame aspect of it, it's going to be a hypocrisy, because if you're doing something wrong, you have to hold yourself accountable in order, and of course, that's only like a 1% thing, because if you're doing something wrong, then keep your mouth closed. But at the same time, no sin is outweighed from another sin. We know that. We've been taught that, right? We've been taught that. We've been taught that if you do this on this side and they doing something this side, sin and sin go hand in hand. So the problem is this: what people are doing right now at this critical point is that they're saying that, oh, well, that's greater than what I'm doing. But if we all held ourselves accountable, and if we all stopped doing the bullshit, the BS, then what we will realize is that our existence and everything that we talk about on social media will be a lot different. This is a kids app. This ain't something that was put up for adults. But what do we see on this app? If you really sit back and you look at it, everything on the For You page right now is targeting what? A goal of exposure. So what do? Do we jump in these people's lives and be like, girl, cover your chest up, and no, we don't. Nobody does it. It's just like, okay, cool. So most people don't even see it. But
Well,
the thing about it,
think about it, Broderick. Like, because I love the way that you broke this down. Because and Kev, I'm so mad at you because you always put these questions together the right way. If you look at Shane, when you actually call somebody out on their shit, and I'm gonna say that, if you call somebody out on their shit, are they actually gonna move with it? Are they actually gonna like recognize parts of themselves that
no,
says,
no,
what?
No,
because
they're
who
gonna
are
get
you?
mad. They're gonna get
No,
mad.
Maybe I
because
need
who
to
are you to
change.
them? Who
Oh,
are you? Like, this
hey,
is the thing
Gab.
about it. This is the thing
I'm
about
sorry.
it.
We have a new guest. Sorry,
Go ahead,
Gab.
Gab. The
Hey, I'm
thing about
sorry.
it
I
is,
didn't mean to cut anybody off. Sorry.
No,
no,
no, no. Go ahead, Gab. Go ahead, Gab.
the thing about it is this: nobody at this critical point, and what I tell people all the time, and a lot of people look at me and they say, "I just don't understand what you're talking about." Nobody truly gives two fucks about what you think. Nobody.
That's not true.
No, they don't.
So I'm
Outside,
going down the. So
outside,
I'm looking at the third
outside of
one.
outside of family, outside of close people, outside of people that are closest to you, when you get onto a social media platform and you start to talk and you start to call people out on their stuff, nobody really cares for real. Because if that was the case, if everybody cared, why do they continue to do the same thing
Well,
over and over as a completed cycle?
well, that's different because when you're on a platform, people are gonna crap on you regardless. You know, they come on here just to project their personal problems and to be mean to people. That's what happens. But the one I'm assuming you're talking about is the third one. If you don't shame something, you are accepting it. Agree or disagree? When should shame be necessary? You know, when you are friends with someone, family with someone, and I know that that's exactly what you said, but you know, sometimes people who go on these platforms and they post things and they get shamed critically, I'm positive that they are thinking twice about it, because that's why they delete what they posted, and then there are other creators reposting it. So, you know, did you disagree? Is that why you're laughing? You know it's true. That's what happens. They always delete and then people repost.
It's really not about them being shamed for real as far as them feeling some type of way. They're being shamed because they hold themselves to a higher level
But
than what
it really depends on what we're shaming them for, right? Like if we're shaming someone for, I mean, really have to give an example, and I don't know what the host wants to give an example of, but you know, sometimes you need to be shamed for certain things, and certain things you don't need to be shamed for. And I don't want to bring up any topics because I don't know what the host is referring to. But
No, it's whatever you feel. That's what it is.
it's pretty much like what you feel. But you know,
okay, so let's just talk about you know, I don't know, parenting. I mean, if
yeah,
you
just like no, like just like what you just said. Like a lot of people delete everything because they know that what they did or whatever they posted was wrong. And the only reason why they deleted it is not because they're getting a backlash from it. The thing about it is that they want to erase that memory out of them actually being held to the fire. It has nothing to do with them emotionally because they can easily post something and then get on somebody else's platform and then spew the same thing and continue it on another person's thing. And then when they go back in and think that this is going to be marketable to
well,
the people.
I wasn't talking about like racism. I was thinking a totally different topic.
I didn't even bring up racism. We haven't brought up racism.
Well, I was, when you said what you said, I was assuming that you were saying that like if you delete something that's racist and then you could just continue to spew it. That's what I got from that. No, I know you did. I know you didn't. No, please don't come at me. But that's just kind of what I got from that.
I'm not coming at you, but that's one of the things that certain people, or the majority of people will think that, okay, they pull this down. Some people want to go in and actually look at what somebody posted. But the thing about it is this: people can say whatever they want on social media. It's freedom of speech until it gets too drawn out.
The point where they get blasted, and then that's when it's a problem.
The people actually delete it because it didn't work in their favor. They still feel the same way, but at that point, you got to go back to accountability.
But
a lot of people are not accountable for what they say.
My example was going to be parenting. So I have a friend who had a first daughter, and then I had a son, I want to say 4 years after her. And she was doing things that I felt like were horrible. And I didn't shame her, but I would, talk to her about it. And she felt like I was shaming her because I was being critical of the things that she was doing. Because when she was doing them after, I never realized that she was being a certain way until I had my own child. And then I was like, what the hell? Like, that's not right. And then she had a second child, and now she's doing things totally differently, more like the way I would do things. Not that she's copying, but it's almost like she was offensive the first time around with the first child, and then with the second child, she's kind of doing things the way she was, like the way I was kind of saying to her, like, you're not, you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be doing that. With the second child, she's doing things totally different. So to say that people don't feel shame, they do. When you shame them, they feel it, but they're defensive about it, and they don't want to agree with you because they're defensive about it. But then when they have the opportunity to fix it, they may and they will. And not all people, but some people do. But they'll never admit, and they'll never give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you gave me the idea to do it differently. But they will. And you'll always know that you're the reason why they do it differently. So sometimes, in that situation, and not talking about social media, talking about parenting, sometimes it does work out in your benefit when you do shame a friend for doing something wrong, and then they do it right the next time. So,
well, a lot of people with shame, and I literally was breaking this word down earlier, before everybody got on the panel. Shame, like there's a shyness that comes with it, like you're shy, but it's actually it's because there's a consequence. There's a consequence of what you did wrong, and a lot of people don't see. So we have to see that, like, Look, sometimes we're trying to, and I always say this: correction brings protection. When you call somebody else out on, like what Broderick was saying earlier, if we call somebody out on their stuff, you know, they're gonna be mad. They're gonna be shy. They're gonna like maybe hurl up in a corner or whatever,
They're gonna be
and
defensive.
they're
That's the
gonna.
first thing they're gonna be.
Well, that's where the
Can I ask a
competition comes
question when you get a
in.
chance?
Yes.
Not necessarily, because I've done it. I've done it with one of my brothers who was married at the time, and he was messing up, and I called him out on it in front of his wife because his wife brought it to both of us. And I was like, bro, you know, you got a good thing going. You got a nice house. You got beautiful kids. You have custody over your son. I don't know why the fuck you keep messing up like this, but if you keep messing up, you're gonna lose her. 2 years later, he lost her, and now she's remarried. And my thing is this: you have to hold people accountable. You have to, no matter whether you talk to them a certain type of way, you have to assort some type of shame, and you also have to keep the two things you got to keep out of it, because you're already in the drama. You don't, once you tell somebody what's going to happen, they already know that if they continue, that's the drama that they have to live.
And Broderick, the thing is that
So
and I agree with you in a
Hold
sense,
on
is
one
that
sec,
people don't
Bert.
understand.
Hold on, Bert just came
yeah,
up, and
yeah, I just
Bert,
I
go
came
ahead,
up.
Bert.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, yes, sir.
we can hear
Yeah.
you.
So Gab, I wanted to ask you a question, right? Because I was listening to you tell your story. I'm sorry, my voice is a little bit off today.
Okay.
And you said, with regard to your friend, you said you were you were critical of her, but you did not shame her. You said that. What does that
Yeah,
mean?
no, like because like she had a child 3 years prior to me, and then I had a child, and
No,
so
no, no. I heard that part, but why did you specify? Why did you say it that way? Why did you say you were critical of her, but you were also careful to say that you did not shame her? What does that mean when you say that?
because it was like I wasn't saying like you're a bad mother for doing this. I was like, maybe you shouldn't do this because it's probably not good for her if you do this. You know, I was being critical, and I was trying to, you know, give her like advice when really I wanted to be like, what the hell are you doing? But I was being like nice about it, and she would immediately come at me with a defense mechanism, and it caused a riffraff in our relationship, in our 30-year relationship. I've known her since I was born. And
Well,
but I was trying to come at her nicely with things, and then she would be the one that would get defensive and attack me.
right. So you tried it the nice way, and you still got a negative reaction.
Right.
So do you believe she was being a bad mother?
Yes.
Don't you think you had an obligation to say that?
Well, we got into fights, and I did say that. And
Okay, so you weren't just critical of her. You did end up shaming her, didn't you?
I did at the end of the day, yeah, because when we got into fights and she would say shit to me, yeah, we would end up getting angry at each other, and she would say something to me, and then I would snap at her back because,
Well,
you know, like,
there's a larger point. There's a larger point that I'm making, and it's connected with something that Broderick said. Right? You have an obligation. Like it is an obligation, like a societal obligation, to when you see bad behavior, to levy some shame on that bad behavior. That's how societies work.
let
That
me
is
just
the
give you an
natural
example of what
consequence
I just want to.
in society. It's
Do
shame.
you have children, guys? You
I
have
do.
children, guys,
I
right?
do.
Yeah,
I
I just want
do.
to give you an example of how horrible this is, right?
Well, that's not
Gab,
the point, though.
But no,
Gab,
I want to get.
hold on one sec, Gab. Hold on one
Okay.
sec. Gab.
All right.
Have you ever been shamed for the way that you were mother?
She would try to shame me for things that I didn't feel like were shameful, like wanting to make lunch for my child every day, and like she would tell me that it was pathetic if I wanted to put little notes saying that I love you in my son's lunchbox when he was able to read. She told me like, oh well, I would never do that because my kid would get bullied because that would make them feel like their mother was there and that would bully their kid. Like she would get mad if
So
I would,
so
you
you've
know.
been shamed before.
Yeah, but I didn't take it. I didn't take it because I felt like her shame was just her trying to
No,
um
your shame. Like
like
what
she
did
but
you feel
what
shame?
I never felt shame on anything that she said because I knew that everything that she was doing was wrong. not knew, but I felt. And the things that she was trying to shame me on, I felt like was like, you're just trying to shame me because
Well,
you're too lazy to do the things that
well,
I'm willing to do
well,
for my kids.
there are two parts to this, right? So I can shame you. Shaming you is an action that I take. Whether or not you feel guilt is up to you. And so we're talking about two
So
different things.
could you imagine having a child, right? At 3 years old, three years old. If we have children with three, could you imagine not allowing your child to sleep in the car when they are tired at 3 because you feel like they won't go to bed at 8 o'clock because you won't have your time if they
No,
don't go to bed, if they,
I
I
can't.
mean, that
I
is like,
can't. But I don't mean to be
that's
rude. But the details aren't really part of the point.
but it is because that's what those are the things that I would shame her on. Those are the things that I would be critical of her on. Like she wouldn't let her kid fall asleep. She would be driving and she would be going, hey, wake up. And her daughter would be falling asleep at 3 years old because she was
No,
tired in the car. And
let me just make the point that I was going to make, and you just tell me what you think of it. Because I don't think that the details have anything to do with the point that I'm trying to make.
well,
Right?
they do. I mean, you have to have details to make a
Well,
point,
you
don't
wouldn't
you?
know if you don't listen to me, would you?
So then that's another critical stance too.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it out, and once I say it,
Here I
you
am.
can.
I'm critical. No, I'm just kidding. Just go ahead. I want to hear it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be difficult, but like you wouldn't know if the details matter until you hear what I have to say.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The point I'm trying to make is this, and it's connected with something Broderick. So Broderick's already with me because he knows I'm connected. This is something he said, is that you have an obligation to point out bad behavior when you see it, because that is a societal obligation. Because the natural consequence of negative actions in a society is shame. It's not the law. First, there's shame. Like that's how societies work, right? And when we don't have a shame construct, society kind of falls apart. And here's the point of that obligation. Because if you were not to correct her, then who suffers but the second child?
Exactly.
Well, that's the point I was making. But I didn't need the details to make that point.
Well, I wanted to give the details because that's who I am. I want to give details. I'm sorry. I like to talk. That's why I come onto these channels, because I like to yap. I don't get to yap. I don't get to yap all day. So I like to yap on here. I apologize.
If I can break down Kev's questions, because I just saw a pattern. I just saw a pattern that actually combines everything. Drama are the things people are hypocrites about. And shame something that you can accept when you are accountable.
You're talking you're talking a little too slow. I can't understand. Maybe I'm just retarded, but I don't.
No, that I just said it. Because the thing about it is this: all three things are the same. But what happens is a lot of people in this retrospect are addicted to drama. And there are hypocrites when they do something and they can't reciprocate the information of them being filled with drama, or even their hypocritical stance on something. And then when we disagree about something, then the shame or the pushback comes. And then the accountability is what? The example of everybody's human nature.
I can only speak on, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
So let me explain it again.
Yeah, explain it, please, Broderick.
I know y'all probably understand where I'm going with this.
Am I the only one that doesn't understand?
No.
Yeah, because the thing about it is this.
Are you? I got a question. You neurodivergent?
Me?
What you got?
That's the same thing.
Me too.
Yeah, you, or you have ADHD?
Gab? Me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, you, Gab.
Am I neurodivergent? Like ASD?
Neurodivergent is more ADHD, not autism. There's a difference.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No.
Okay. So you don't label yourself that, but
I'm not. I was never diagnosed with it.
many of these men are actually talking about like just the way that Broderick spoke down drama, hypocrites, and this is why I know why Kev
Yeah,
capitalized all this stuff.
But
because
I don't feel like I'm being a hypocrite. How am I being a hypocrite?
No,
the thing
you're
about
not.
it is,
I
you
didn't
changed
say.
that.
I didn't say that.
Nobody called you a hypocrite. Nobody called you a hypocrite. The thing about it is this: whatever. Okay, so as being, because Lovely's a psychologist, I'm a psychologist. Me and her both have our degrees. I don't know what
I
what
love
anybody
that.
else what anybody else has. But the thing about it is this, right? I was a first time father, right? And I didn't have my daughter until I graduated from college. The first time, went to college twice, and my thing was this: any type of behavioral patterns or anything that I would see my daughter do, it never came with shame. Of course, she's young. She's just exploring because she has my DNA. She has everything else.
Yeah.
The problem is this, right? If I was to correct my daughter in front of anybody, I wouldn't lash out. That's the problem with most people in the world. And I don't want to put the label on men or women. The thing about it is this: it's logic. It has nothing to do with emotions. It's just simple logic. Now, a child falling asleep in the car, yes, please go to sleep. I already know that you're going to be up. The thing about it is how much time do you want to spend with a child? So the thing about it is this: the patience and the concern about your time is never going to be your time
It
when you have
wasn't my child. It wasn't my child.
no,
It
no,
was her child.
that's what I'm saying. Hold on a minute. Let me
Right,
finish.
right.
Let me finish. Right?
He's speaking on that.
So the thing about it is this: the accountability for having a child, and then knowing that this child may be up. You kind of did the right thing, or I'm gonna
She
say
never experienced it though.
but it doesn't matter. It
Broderick.
doesn't matter.
He
I
never
understand that.
allowed her because no. Just let me just say one thing. So like this family that I'm speaking of, they have a very different. I mean, like if I were to go into this family, you guys would be disposed. Like it's
Here's
gross.
my thing,
Like
though.
I'm not
yours.
going. I'm not going to go into it, but
Hold on,
like
Gab.
she.
Hold
So
on, Gab. Hold on, because we don't want to get lost in the sauce.
oh no, we're not. I'm responding to
Why,
him.
okay, why are we so lost in attaching ourselves to another family?
But because
Why
I
are we
just
so
because I'm
committed?
using the shame.
Hold on a minute, Lovely. Hold on a minute, Lovely. Hold on a minute. Let
Go
her
ahead,
say
Broderick.
what she has to say. Let her
No,
say what she has to say.
because she never tried it. It's not like the child ever fell asleep one day in the car and then she brought the kid home and the kid wouldn't fall asleep. She never allowed it. She gave herself, when this child was born, this child was not allowed to nap past 3 o'clock because she was afraid that the kid wouldn't go to bed at 8. Because if the kid didn't go to bed at 8, she wouldn't get her time at night to have her time. That is a selfish, disgusting parenting way, and that's just how I feel.
Okay.
She never it's never like it happened like, oh God, my daughter fell asleep one day in the car at 3 o'clock and she slept until 4:30 on our way home and then she wouldn't go to sleep. She never even gave this child the potential to show her that she could fall asleep. She just didn't allow it because her family taught her not to allow it. So that's where I guess the criticism and the shaming came in when I had my own child, because the daughter was in the back. She was 3. My son was an infant. My son was sleeping and she was trying to fall asleep and her mother wouldn't let her sleep. And the daughter was like, well, he's sleeping. Why can't I sleep? And her mother just wouldn't let her sleep. And we all know that sleeping is how these kids grow. You grow in your sleep. The daughter is 8 years old and my son is 5, and her daughter is maybe an inch taller than my son. And I do feel like that has a lot to do with the fact that she would never let her daughter sleep. She wouldn't let her daughter nap.
Can I ask you, Gab?
I've known her since, so her mother was my mother and my my aunt's best friend. So she's just she's almost like a cousin. She's been my best friend since we were
Like a sister
since I
for
was.
you.
She's like a sister. She's like a cousin. She's like a family member. Yeah.
So
So
I just
I've
wanted to
known
get.
her for absolute ever. Like I've known her forever. So when she had her daughter and she would do these things, I didn't think anything of it until I had my own kid, and I thought it was disgusting
That
because I had
part.
my own child, and I was
That
like,
part, Gab. That
yeah,
part, Gab.
yeah.
Because you just said it. You said until I have my own daughter.
on that.
Yeah, until I had my own son, it was like gross. Until I had my own son, it was gross. It was like when I didn't have my son, I didn't see a problem with it because I didn't have a child. I didn't understand. But then when I had my
Well,
own child, I was like, what the fuck are you
well, that's the
doing?
thing. Do we only shame people or correct them or
We
bring
can
out
only
their
do it until we're
accountability?
educated enough to
Hold
do
on.
it.
Hold on.
That's not
Or do
educating
we
and having a
only
child
because
is not
Gab
actually
talks about this a lot.
yeah.
Look, just because I don't have kids doesn't mean that I'm not gonna change my
Well,
ways. But maybe now
my
that you,
son was the
sorry,
first. I'm
Mama,
sorry.
Mama, please just
All right, I'm
listen.
sorry. I'm
You
sorry.
have to
Listen for a moment.
But I just want to say one thing because it's very important. My son was the
Yes.
first baby in the family in 20 years, so I didn't know I didn't have any history with kids. Okay, go ahead.
Gab, I have a and then Lovely, you can speak. Do you think you're an active listener?
I am, but I have a thought when I have it because
No,
you know
I
what
really
happens on
think
these
I think it's that
panels.
that question I
People
asked her
go
earlier though. I
on.
think that's what she got though, because I talked
It's
to
just
about at least like 7 people on here that's like that on here. They have
no. It's just
I
that
think you
people.
haven't been diagnosed with it, but I can just tell because you very and that's how they is. They the same exact way, but except they got theirs diagnosed. So it's like one of those you got it's like an ADHD or you have and I'm not saying that I'm right, but I'm just saying that from my experience of talking to so many people that was like that, they either had that neurodivergent or they was or it was like autism. It was something like that though.
No,
But I could
I'm
just tell because
definitely
your
not.
conversation, it's not normal like everybody else. It's like you got to get out your point all the time. You have to. It's like, and you're not really listening. So it's
I'm
something going on with
listening,
that.
but it's just when you say a certain thing and I have a thought, I want to let it out. So maybe I
That's
am
what they do. That's
ADHD.
exactly what they do.
But
I already know. I talked to at least 4 of them on here on this app that's like that.
I'm not autistic, but I'm probably ADHD.
But
Probably.
Gab, and I just use the word but. Every time that everybody says, "Well, I'm a listener," or "I do this," or "I do this," but those but-ums, they will get to you. Because sometimes we just have to be still, and we just need to take it in. There's a lot of men on this panel that have a lot of wisdom, and sometimes we need to take in that information.
And I don't want to say this too, because I'm about to get off here in a little bit, but I want to let you know right now, nobody's attacking, nobody's objectified or holding you to the fire for anything. But the thing about it is this, it is a misconstrued concept about thought upon reality, because you can't say that at one point you feel some type of way and then subjectify yourself to it. And then once you have something that you've acquired that you wouldn't do it, and then you say something then or during that process. The thing about it is this, a lot of people are not really receptive of having children. And the thing about it is this, there are such things as support systems that come with it. Now, if you've known a person for so long, and it goes even deeper than what you're explaining, because you say that a parent needs me time. The thing about it is this, most parents that are first parents, like myself, when my daughter 12 years ago, when she was born, there was no such thing as me time because I wanted to experience every single thing. That's logic. During this time, what I'm seeing and what I'm actually hearing is an emotional stance to where everybody wanted to have their emotional time. There's a difference. And there's also a different thing in way you speak and the way that you talk about that situation, because it's almost like a borderline kind of like jealous type of thing. It could be a borderline like I should have been first type of thing. And then to be so critical on a situation that you don't have a dog in the fight with makes it even more poignant that that friendship kind of slowly started to dissipate after that person did something before you. That is a psychological stance that I've talked to many different people about. And my thing is this: you're not wrong in how you feel as though, because then that you have to dive into yourself. Is that something that happened to you that you don't recognize that happened? Or is there something that the critical stance of you want to spend more time to get to know, or you feel as though at this point now you can hold your friend to the fire and say, I should be a better mom than you? Does that make sense to everybody? Like I don't like I said, I'm not trying to be judgmental, but what I have to do at this point as being an actual psychologist is actually sit back and say, okay, if I'm wrong, then hold me accountable. Am I bringing more drama to the situation? Am I actually being hypocritical? This is what these questions are. Look at the capitalized words and start to pick apart what I just said the first time and then put it together within the conversation, because conversation doesn't need to be this hard when we all know that we have to hold each other accountable. The one thing that we don't want is drama. So anybody that wants drama, they're just toxic anyway. So put an X over drama.
Can I respond?
Hold on a minute. Put an X over that. Shame is nothing more. And the word shame is it's a give and take with the word shame. But accountability is something that we all need to have, is accountability for everything that we do. So I digress my time, and y'all can go.
And we broke down shame earlier, because shame is something that because I brought guilt and shame into that, where guilt is something that you do. It's the action that you do, but shame is telling yourself that I'm a bad person. I did a bad thing, guilt. I am a bad person, shame. So a lot of times we're calling ourselves out for things, but we're also calling other people out for that. We're also wanting other people to take accountability for what they're doing, so that they don't become hypocrites, so that we don't exist in drama.
So for me, I just wanted to respond because I wanted to say that my son was the first baby in my family in 20 years. So I didn't have any history or any education with children. So when my best friend had a child and she was doing what she was doing with her kid, I didn't see any wrong in it until I gave birth to my own child, and I had that love for my own child and realized what it was like to have an infant, a child, and this and that. And that's when I started to see what she was doing was wrong. And you may disagree with that, but I never understood it. And there's you just said that you went to school twice. You became a psychologist, and you didn't have this education 5-10 years ago, right? I didn't have the education or what it was like to be a parent until I became one. So when I became a parent, that's when I was like seeing what she was doing with her child in comparison to the way I would do things with mine. And most people would learn from what's around them. I didn't. I had my child, and I loved my child the way I love my child. So when I had a child and I saw the way she was treating her child, it made me ill. Like, she would tell me stories in confidence, thinking that it was normal, telling me that, like, oh, well, my mother was ripping her by the hair the other day and she was laughing. And I was like, well, that's a way for her to cope with the abuse that's going on. I mean, like, what don't you understand about that? Like, and I would have never said that prior. I would have just been like, oh yeah. Like, not that I didn't think that it was bad, but I wouldn't have said anything. But once I had a child, the disgust came in when I heard her talk about her mother, or allowing her mother to abuse her child. So, it's not that I didn't think that it was wrong prior, but when I had my own kid, the disgust came in when she would explain things that was going on in her home with her child. So as a psychologist, if that doesn't make sense to you, then maybe I'm wrong.
No,
But
it's a delayed response. Not to cut you off, but that's a delayed response if you had the conversation before, or
no, we
or
never had those conversations before I had a kid. So
it was after.
it was because she was older, and she was starting to get tardy. She was starting to get tasty at that age. My son, when I had my son, her daughter was about 2.5, so she was still a toddler. And when I had my son, she was starting to get into that age where they get feisty. So she was starting to get she was starting to get popped, whipped, and I mean, not just popped. She was getting her hair pulled out. She was getting beat, not beat like bruises, but like they were ripping her by the hair, thinking that was like okay. I mean, like that's not okay.
Well, I have a quick question. I know you're telling your own anecdotal experience, but this is the difference between what you're saying and holding someone accountable for abuse or something like that, or someone in your immediate circle. For example, if Kev, Bert, and Broderick were all friends in real life, not on the internet because they made someone a mod and you feel like you're cool and you could drop people and get in the box whenever you want. No, I'm talking about in real life. You have conversations off the internet that never make it to a panel, to where you don't monetize the conversation to feel like you're holier than thou. If I said, hey, Bert, you know what? I think you're a great mod on the
You
internet, but I
taking a
know
shot
you
at
in
me?
real
'Cause I'm
life.
the only mod up here that I know of. Why
You
do
said
I
what?
feel ashamed? I'm just joking. Go ahead. What's your question?
No, I know,
Buddha,
I know,
Buddha.
but I'm saying like this.
Thank you.
This is my first question. Who's to be held responsible if you shame someone on the internet so bad that they unalive themselves because they've been gaslit and someone decided to dox them because of your cultist panel? Who's to be held responsible? Not saying it'll happen. I don't wish that upon no one.
Are you
But
taking a
let's just
shot at
say someone
somebody?
comes up here and do like everybody does on TikTok, tell their anecdotal experience in an argument to combat someone else's statistics, and someone doxes them and harasses them so bad, like Kiwi Farms. If you don't know what it is, look it up. Like in that type of manner, and they unalive themselves. Who's to be held responsible for that? The person who's trying to be a disciplinarian to another grown ass adult, or the whole panel in general because they allowed it to happen,
But whose
knowing how
fault would
far it
that
could
be if
go?
they came up online to do
I'm just
that?
trying to
Whose
make
fault
sure I
is that?
understand
If
what you're
you think
getting at
about it,
before I
look,
respond.
if you think
That
about
was
it though,
already a
too, some
previous action
people.
that they had within their response to actually get
Hold
more.
on, let me ask. Nah, I asked
Hold
the
on,
question.
hold on,
I
hold
straight up
on.
asked the question,
That
Go
was
Joe.
weird.
ahead,
That
Kev.
was weird
Go
for
ahead,
me.
Kev.
All I was saying was who fault that would be though? Ain't it's nobody else's fault that they want to bring they dang near almost on the edge self online and try to blame everybody else on why they gonna unalive
Yeah,
themselves.
I certainly wouldn't feel any shame. If I was critical of someone and they did that, I'd feel awful about it, but I wouldn't feel responsible for it one bit.
Yeah, but
That is
you'll feel
a direct
responsible enough to tell another
response
grown
to.
adult how to live their life, to where you
Well,
shame them
I
on
think
it,
about it though,
I
and
wouldn't
too,
be able
put
to do
back
it
Buddha.
up. No,
if you didn't
this is basically what I'm trying to say.
if you didn't
People
air
will put
your
I
so
know
much
that
frustration.
my
energy
point
into
doesn't
making
make it. I would
backdrops
love to
about
hear
Why
other
is
people's
Buddha.
everyone talking
lives.
at the same
No,
time?
I think where Buddha is coming from though too is that look, we're allowing Gab to speak about her life experiences, her understanding of where she came from, having this woman in her life that she saw a child being born and then also had her own child. So there's a lot of the one thing that we need to
Well, I don't think it's
remember
shameful
is
though.
that
No,
Kev's
no, no.
life
That's not what I'm
like
saying. What I'm saying is
yeah.
her anecdotal story. I could get her holding
Mhm.
someone accountable in that manner. But I'm saying if it's just a regular person, you voice your opinion on how they live in their life.
Right. No, I get you, Buddha. I seen where you were coming
Yeah, but
from.
that's what we're doing. That's actually what we're
That's what we
doing.
do. That's what
No,
we
no.
And
What
you
do.
I,
never
okay,
know.
I'm
You
gonna
never
put it
know.
like
The
this.
thing is
I
that
think Bert already answered it and Kev already answered it, so I already know their answers. I'm saying like this: if I create a
People are
panel
responsible
and
for
I
what
don't
they
know if
do.
I'm gonna be rich or famous off this panel, and I just hold these talks, what I'm really projecting. So when I talk about men versus women, I'm really projecting to my wife because I don't feel like I can say this to her in real life. So I pull up these experiences that relates to my real life, and hopefully she catches on. And then she does catch on, and then we basically have an argument in public on the panel, but we just say men do this and women do this, and we gaslight each other in public, and we dance for coins, which is basically pennies to the dollar.
I
So
have no
everybody's trying.
idea what
How
you're
am I going to
doing.
hold you about, Bert? Tell me this. How am I going to
I
hold you
think the men
accountable
can
if I
answer
think
this
you mute
better.
people too much in
Just
lives?
speak,
How do I
just
hold
speak
you accountable?
clearly with fewer words, man. Please.
How do I
What are
hold
you
you
trying to say?
accountable for the way you act? Let's put it like that. How do I hold you accountable?
You can hold
If
me
you think
accountable
you
in
if you
any
think
number
you
of
do
ways.
nothing wrong and you think you're this and that because you have a higher paying job or whatever you do, how do I hold you accountable because I don't like the way you conduct yourself on the internet? How do I do that?
Just say you don't like how I conduct myself on the internet. Is this personal, Buddha? Do we need to
No,
talk?
it's a real life question. But you see how you're taking it personal? You see that?
Nothing's personal
No,
on
because you're
here. This is
communicating in a
TikTok.
weird way, bro.
It's not. I don't even know you, so how could I make
Well,
it personal?
I think the thing,
I
Buddha,
think that Buddha is
that you're
making
asking about,
sense.
and I think even when Roderick spoke on this earlier before you came up, Buddha, because I know you've been in the comments, you know, how do you hold somebody accountable or does that person hold themselves accountable?
Both.
That's what
No.
I'm saying. How can I hold you accountable if I don't know you and you hold no weight in my life? The only thing you're doing is spewing opinions to try to shame me and make me feel bad. Like saying, "Oh,
What's
you
your
don't make
definition
money
of
like me."
accountability? I'm glad that's up there. So,
Oh,
what's your
I
definition?
Right.
have
It's,
one question. I have
do
one
you,
question. I only
so
have one
Buddha,
question.
like,
I'm
how do you,
sorry.
like, how do you feel about the, how do you feel about what I said? Like, what were you feeling about what I said? Did you have any opinion on what I said?
I
Or
feel
was
No,
like
it,
but
that's your experience. All I could do is give my opinion. You had your
yeah,
child, you realized you would do things different. So you
right.
realized how she
That's
was
what I
doing
was
with her
trying.
child wasn't
Thank
good. But at the
you.
end of the day,
Yeah,
if she
we
felt
never
like that was good with
disagreed.
her child, I mean, if
And
that's your
people
friend, you
are
could
saying
talk
like,
about it.
what? People are saying like, why wouldn't you have thought that before? Because I didn't have a kid before, and I didn't understand. I didn't know what it was like to have a child.
so
So
we've
that's
had it.
why.
I get
We
that point. I get that, and I
yeah
understand that.
yeah.
Sometimes you could speak from the sidelines, but when you're actually the quarterback with the helmet, then you get a
I
better
get you,
understanding of
Buddha.
what the
Yeah.
field look like.
We've had
I
this
get that.
conversation
That
before.
is,
Do you think people can shame people even when they haven't gone through the same experience?
of course.
I think you could give an opinion. I don't think you could shame someone when you haven't done something.
Absolutely, you
Like I
can.
said, you could anybody could be a Monday morning quarterback, but until you in that helmet, looking at the field, reading the defense yourself, you don't know what you'll do. You could give your opinion and be critical of it, whether you're an analyst
And
who
that's
went
what
to school
and that
for it.
is what shame is, right there.
Exactly.
Facts.
So
Exactly.
we don't have to speak in all these flowery words. That is literally what you said is what shame is.
Yeah, I've been saying it for the past
It's not that
30,
difficult,
45
Buddha.
minutes. I've been saying it, and the thing about it is this: the one thing that we don't actually hold accountable is our thoughts upon perception. Because when people come up and they start to talk and they start to say certain things, yes, it's triggering. But the thing about it is this: even through even through the drama, the hypocrites, and the shame and the accountability, the only thing that I think most people actually when they look at it, they look for perfection. We're not asking for perfection. If you're honest as hell, if you're honest, you don't have to be perfect. Honesty gets you a lot further in life than lying, manipulating, being deceiving, being dishonest. Everything, we're not asking for perfection, we're asking for honesty. If honesty was one of the things that was key and monumental to life, it don't matter whether you're a famous fucking TikToker or you're a person that's out here just whatever. No father is perfect, no mother is perfect. No grandmother was
I can
perfect,
agree with that.
no grandfather
Yeah,
was
I
perfect.
can agree with that.
No cousin was
I,
perfect. No uncle was perfect. No auntie was perfect. But what we look for as regular human beings is honesty. If you're honest, then we don't have to call you out on your shit. We don't have to sit and press you about certain situations. That's what we're missing in society. Nobody is being fucking honest. When I had my daughter, I didn't know how to raise a child, not from infancy. But guess what? I had three other children that I raised from their ages up until their 20s. I'm a grandfather right now. Okay. When my daughter was born, I was so nervous doing it, but I never did anything outside of an emotional barrier. Everything that I did was logical, right? So everything that I did, as far as like how I raised her, how I do her hair, how during that time I would bathe my daughter, how I taught her how to potty trained and everything else. I did it from a logical standpoint. And then the emotional part that came into it was that I put the love and the actual effort into it. People ain't putting effort into the honesty. They sit back and they say, oh, well, I'm gonna be honest today. But the whole time you say that you're gonna do some shit, you real deal out here fucking up. Let's get real for a second. We just diagnosed the person that left out because it wasn't because we were attacking. What we did, we proved a point. And then it was like, okay, yeah, well, I can't, well, I feel bad now because I shamed somebody. Hell, we shame each other every damn day. Every day. No matter, even if we don't verbally speak it, we think it. So
Okay,
then,
Broderick, I'll say this. Can I say this because of what you just said? You said y'all just diagnosed someone. So I would say this: if a woman came in here and she heard us talking, and she said all of you are narcissistic, misogynistic men, and that's her diagnosis, and five other women with the same mindset came in after her,
Mhm.
even though you don't care, would that be a fair assessment because she's shaming you? Even that's why I said even if you don't care, because I know you probably won't, but even if you don't care, does that mean her assessment is correct?
No, the assessment is not correct. But the thing about it is this. My thing is this.
So,
I
so,
have to hold
so
myself accountable.
Broderick, so like, slow down a little bit because I don't think that's what happened. We asked her a question. We didn't actually shame her. I didn't call her anything. I asked her.
Yeah, no.
No, I never said you shamed her. I never said you shamed her. I
I'm
never
talking.
said that.
I'm talking to Broderick because Broderick said we diagnosed her, but I don't think we went that far.
No, the thing about it is this. She came in here and she said what she said. We all sat back and let her talk. And then she said some key points. She said that she allowed the behavior of her friend. And then once she had heard, so there is a 2-year gap where you're around this person and you see that this woman is doing everything that the mother did to her when she was younger. Now, mind you, she didn't even know that that's how her friend was being raised. So that's the generational curse. That's the generational hypocrisy of everything. And then we know that women are supposed to be nurturing. We know that women are supposed to be the ones that not have that type of behavior. She said, and I quote, she said, she watched this same woman do the same thing that happened to her. And then she said nothing to her without knowing the history. Once she found out the history and she knew it, then she said something. Now, let me explain something to you. If I have a son and I'm constantly, man, stop doing that, and I'm punching him in the chest, that is a level of abuse. That is a level of abuse, right? Right or wrong? Just yes or no from the panel. Yes or no, right? So if you see me do this with my firstborn and you say, oh, well, boys got to be tough. No. Boys need to be tough when it comes to what? Boys need to be logical. Boys need to be boys while they're little. They need to be kids. We keep taking the every time I hear this, it triggers something within me because the thing about it is this narcissism is always going to exist because guess what? You have one person that's this way, another person that's this way, and they get together, they make these damn kids, these damn children that grow up to be adults. And then guess what happens? Everything that we see being publicly broadcast between us. The problem is this. When you get on here and you tell your story and then you try to make an argument against accountability, even if you have kids or not, and you see another grown adult doing something, you should speak up then. Don't wait till you have your own. Because the traumatic
Let me ask you
experience.
a question, Broderick.
Yes.
So
Go ahead.
what if I've never been married before, so I don't have experience in marriage. So if I hear someone say, don't have children out of wedlock because I had children out of wedlock. So I'm using myself as an example.
I did
And
too.
it's okay. I don't care if I get bashed. So people be like, "Oh, you had children out of wedlock. You know, you're breaking up the black community. You're the reason why this and that and this and that." And I'm turning around and I say, "Okay, so you got married to a woman. You stood before God and the Pope and everybody else who was attending that wedding and said, through sickness, through health, through good, bad, and ugly, we're gonna be together. But now you're divorced, and you broke over a home, whether you have custody of your children or not. So you didn't feel that marriage was good enough to hold on to so you could keep that family whole together, but you decided because of what they did, it was so egregious that you had to break up the household for your own feelings and your own benefit instead of just staying together at least until they're 18 to where they leave the nest. Then you could get a divorce. But
It
you sitting
does.
up here trying to shame me for having kids out of wedlock, but it looks a little bit better because you're married, but you still ended in divorce. So it's like to get downtown, we took two different routes, but we still made it downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Mine was just a faster route, and it was the ill-advised route, but you still ended up downtown with me. I
Okay.
find that funny.
So the thing about it is
I
this,
see
right?
where hold on one sec, Broderick. I see where Buddha is coming on that. Is that it kind of reminds me of like, are you going to be shamed because you do something different because somebody else does something different? You know, just because I'm not married or I am married, is that going to make, or just because I have children, like with the last woman that Gab that left, just because I have children, is that going to change the way that, and I know Kev talks about this a lot, is that because I don't have children, is that going to make me treat people different?
This is a hyper see this is now this is it, right? If you okay, let's just say this, right? I'm gonna talk about myself for a second, just for 1 second, right? I was with the same woman for a long time. We had a kid. I was in college, whatever the case may be. I raised kids. Does that make me a simp that their father couldn't be here, but I raised them to adulthood? And then I chose, my choices and my decisions was, you know what? I love you so much that, you know, I don't have kids of my own. And I mean, I treat them like my kids, whatever the case may be. If I even had them, like if that shit could have ended right after college, you know what I'm saying? Given any type of situation or just, you know, whatever, right? Because life is just unknown. But to have a child and to step up to the plate as a man and now, you know, being a man that was doing something and then being a man that's going to raise somebody.
Well, that's the thing, bro.
Wait a minute. What is
Okay, but that's not answering my question. My question is, if you ended up married, you did everything the right way, but you still ended up divorced and breaking up a household before those kids were able to leave on their own. And I had children out of wedlock, and you said I'm bad and you're holier than thou, but you still broke up a household because of your feelings and you don't want to work it out or you couldn't work it out. How are you going to shame someone when you're in the same position?
I would never talk to a person that actually that would actually tell me, because there was no shame going towards her.
Hold on, Broderick. I see where Buddha is coming with this and where you're coming with this. So when are we allowed the authority to actually shame someone? Is it when we're already healed?
Who said you have to have the authority? Let me say this though. Let me say this though, because I do hear people say that a lot on this app though.
Yeah, you don't need that. You don't need any special authority to shame someone.
Yeah, I don't get what people say that, but they don't say who got the authority when somebody getting a compliment. Nobody ain't saying that when they get the things that they want to hear and stuff, but they always want to say that when they feel like everybody's not going to. If that's the case, nobody had the authority to talk at all. Then, if that's the case, but I don't know why people always use that term, like because they just don't like being judged or something like that. But to be the same ones be judging everybody else, who gave you the authority to judge or even open your mouth? So that's
Kev. Hold on, Kev.
Same people that are shaming other people.
Hold on, who's on? Oh, hold on, lover. So,
Go ahead, my love.
Talk to Kev for a second. Thanks, sweetie. Yeah, I mean, so we're like lockstep on this, right? I mean, that's a pretty slippery slope when you start talking about authority to shame, because what comes after that is a total lack of accountability. That's what comes after that.
Exactly. That's why I brought up that question. It's like what? You know, sometimes you don't even have the authority. Sometimes you have to give that in order to bring it back to yourself. Too, it always is going to boil back down to self.
I think giving someone the authority is having a conversation.
It's always going to.
If you don't allow them to have a conversation, they don't have authority to tell you shit.
But Buddha, it's always going to come back down to you. It's always going to come back down to you.
people want to insert their opinion as far as a totalitarianism, but the thing about it is this: people are going to continue to do what they do. People are still going to think the way that they think. The problem is right now is that nobody realizes at this point that we don't have a dog in that fight, because when we see it happen, we instantly question it. We talk to people. This question right here is for people that just continue to let shit happen and they never say nothing until they feel as though, if authorityism is the word now, they say something once they've accomplished a goal that somebody else has accomplished. I could never tell a grown ass man with no kid, me having no kids, how to raise a son or raise a daughter. The only thing that I could think about is that I was a child once, and I don't think that they would like it. But the thing about it is this: we're all different. So if I see my brother treating his daughter like a princess, and I'm like, okay, cool, that's good behavior, whatever the case may be, and you put your authority, you put your authority in there, and there's no drama, and there's none of this, but you are a disciplinarian when she acts up in a grocery store, or she does something in school and the behavioral patterns or whatever starts to shift. Okay, cool, you're supposed to be that. But that's the accountability of the life lesson that you've went through and what you implement in somebody else.
Well, and think about it though.
Wait a minute, lovely. Hold on a minute. It's not this is not that difficult. The one thing about it is this: how you're raised is what's going to be the projective of your life. What you've gotten away with is what you will eventually be held accountable for. And whatever you subjugate yourself to will be the drama, and it will damn for sure be the shame that you go through. And that is life. That is life. We were taught accountability before we even knew what drama was. Right or wrong. We didn't know drama until we saw it happening around us. So that's just facts. We were always taught not to lie. We were always taught not to lie, not to steal, not to do this, and not to do that. Right? And then what we started to realize, or what most people, not all, and I'm not even talking to anybody on this panel at this point. I'm just trying to make a point about all of these different questions. We were taught accountability.
Well, can I ask Kev real quick about the question? What's his opinion? Because Bert left. I didn't even see that he left.
No, go ahead, Buddha. Which question?
No, the question about if I had kids out of wedlock, but I've never been married. If someone had kids out of marriage, but they're divorced, but it's still two broken households. What's your opinion on that?
That's drama that you don't even need to deal with.
Well, no. Hold on. I want to respond to him, because I think that's actually a beautiful question. Because if you think about it, because I don't have kids of my own biologically, because I was never able to, but I've been married and I have kids from my previous marriage that was 17 years and stepchildren. I loved them like they were my own. And I love the two boys that I have in my home right now that are 20 and 21. I love them like they're my own. So I think there's something that has to occur within yourself where you're not so resentful of the fact that you made a choice to be with this person who had kids from another marriage or another partnership or another everything, and you bring that into you. It all boils back down to yourself. It all goes back down to yourself. Are you going to love them like you love your partner? Are you going to love them like you love your coworker? I think that's the thing, is that a lot of people we need to get rid of the resentment. We need to get rid of hate. We need to get rid of you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm just going on a tangent. My apologies, but because I think that there's love kind of conquers all, and before you got up here, Buddha, and I think even before you got here, Broderick, and Kev already heard me speak on this earlier. I think John was in here earlier, where it's like love conquers all, but love also has to deal with a lot too, you know? So we have to, like, even when AJ was here, it's like we gotta know how to balance it all out. Look, there are choices that we make with the situations that we put ourselves in that we need to we are the ones who chose that. So what are we willing to accept, and what are we willing to give?
Accept these gifts, bro. I'm out. This is too backwards for me. I'm sorry. I'm out.
Oh, Broderick.
I can't deal with this type of shit because it's simple. It's basic.
I know.
It's basic as fuck. Like there's nothing in this world. And so for me, it's frustrating at this point. So y'all,
Broderick,
you know,
Broderick, I want to give you this before you drop down. Before you drop down, I hope you're still in the comments. He broke it down. He broke down drama. He broke down hypocrites. He broke down shame, and he broke down accountability. So I just want to give him his props for that. So
I guess the answer I was looking for was effort. The fact that someone could say, at least I got married and try to do it the right way, but it didn't work out. I guess that's the answer I was looking for. But the fact of the matter is, it's still two broken homes. But I would think it hurt a little bit more when your kids ask you why they got to go to court and settlements and this and that and everything else. So, but it's still two broken homes regardless. But I guess, if you have papers behind it, it's a little bit better, better when you break the home.
well, we've talked about that a lot, and I know you might go into other lives that talk about that, and I know in a lot of these lives we talk about that. It's like, why do you want to use the government to solve your problems? It's like, look, maybe you two didn't work out, but how do you co-parent? How can you, like I just gave my personal experience. My first husband, like 17 years, I ended up becoming, but like their mom of the children that I helped raise for 17 years became one of my best friends. Because we co-parented, we built a balance. So I think it all boils back down to self. So I see where you're coming from, Buddha.
No, it's just my opinion. That's all. I'm just like, people, like, I'm not perfect, but I do state my opinion, whether people have the same points about me, about certain things. I'm just saying, when it comes to certain things, how you shame someone for something when you're currently dwelling in it yourself, regardless of
Exactly.
your social status or financial status.
Exactly. A lot of people will point the finger at you when they aren't even looking at themselves. That's where, like, how do you shame somebody when you're already you're already shameful? I guess that will be the word. Oh man, Kev, don't write that down. You know what I mean? So it's like, how do you tell somebody to be accountable when you're not even being accountable? So it always boils back down to what you're doing. What are you doing? How do you account for yourself? How do you even shame yourself? How do you bring in your own drama? So it really boils back down to self. So, at the end of the day, it's like they always say, what you pour into yourself, it's kind of like love or even anger. But love, it's like, if you don't pour love in, sometimes we have to give back to ourselves everything that everybody else has robbed us of. It's like you got to give back to you everything that everybody told you that you couldn't have. And once you give that to you, now you're gonna know how to receive it.
I think a lot of these people just build their own mini cults in these lives, and people who validate them make them feel good. That's why they spend more time in here
Yep.
than they do in their personal lives or their marriages.
Mm-hmm.
Because if your spouse said, "Hey, can you not get on TikTok for a week?" Well, I gotta do it for the people. What you mean you gotta do it for the? What happened if TikTok wasn't here and they get it off the internet? What you gonna do then?
You know what that reminds me of, Buddha? I had this conversation with somebody the other day. I was like, well, when you walk into the gas station, how are you gonna how do you treat a stranger? Because you got to go out in the real world. When you get off of TikTok, you got to go to the gas station, you got to go pick up gas, you got to go get groceries. Do you treat people the same way, or do you treat them opposite? Do you talk to them like you talk to people on TikTok, or do you talk to them like you're normal? Or, well, I don't want to, I don't like the word normal, because who's to say what normal is? But like, how are you going to treat them?
I'm the only broke person on TikTok. Everybody makes six
I know
figures
what
and they talk
normal
to
is.
anybody the way they want to because everybody's a gangster.
I think we all are in our own way. In our own way.
Normal would be like having two ears, 2 eyes, a mouth, 1 mouth.
Yep.
That's what normal is. I had looked at the difference between normal and common. Oh, that was live that I did.
Yeah.
Man, that was about a couple years ago.
Yeah, that was
But people call things common, normal, or just just use it wrong. That's all.
Well, even what somebody was saying earlier, I don't know if it was John that brought it up. They said, "Well, maybe you're just crazy," and I said, "Who's to say what crazy is? Who's to say what normal is?" Even if you look at, and I love the fact that you brought this up, Kev. You just said 2 eyes and 2 ears. Look, my husband wears cochlear implants, so he can only hear me if he has like what he has, like the devices that he has. I don't want to explain this, but look at blind people. Blind people feel a certain type of way too. They don't see everything, but they feel a lot. You know, they have to feel around them. They need to know how to get around. So a lot of people don't recognize what people are missing. They want to focus more on what they're not doing. And it's like, wait a minute, like this is what I think it was Nay that was talking about that earlier. It's like, we got to meet people where they're at. Not everybody has what you have, and not everybody experiences what you've experienced. Remember, we talked about this the other day on your live, Kev. Why is everybody comparing trauma? Everybody wants to come. Oh, well, I went through this, and you went through this, and oh, but I went through it more. No, we both experienced something. You know, this is the competition that we're trying to get away from, so that we can build a commune. I want to say it like a community of people that have good spirits, people who are of like-mindedness, people who are full of joy. Because look, I can think about yesterday, because yesterday was not nice. I could think about the future, but the future ain't here yet. But what do I do now? What do I do now? I'm sorry, I'm venting tonight. I don't want no drama. I don't want no drama. It's that I don't want no drama. It's that I know how to respond to drama, but I'm not gonna create it.
I think people
Oh,
only
hey,
create
main
drama
thing I
so
ain't
what they
heard
can
her
be
talk.
seen as the victim in the story.
Go ahead, my brother, Buddha.
My bad, y'all. I'm over here eating. I don't even know what y'all talking about.
So I got a question for
Amanda.
you. See, this is my question. If I had kids out of wedlock, if someone had kids out of marriage, but we both made broken homes, what's your opinion on that?
You said if you made kids out of wedlock And
Yeah, he was saying.
I'm saying I had kids out of wedlock, but someone had kids in a marriage, but we both created broken homes. What is your opinion on that?
shit, to be real, if you created one, okay, so if you created a kid out of wedlock and somebody created one out of a marriage, I wouldn't necessarily say y'all bad people. I just think things don't work out, and didn't work out for both parties. I think both can learn from their experiences to grow for the better. Or I think
The
one made
difference
a
is I should have
poor.
got married, but they stood in
I
front of
think
God
one made
and
a
said,
poor decision. I think the one who sat up here and you didn't marry, but you had a kid out of wedlock, you didn't think of the importance of the family dynamic before laying down with a person. You just made a very, very poor decision versus a person who got married and had a kid. That's the difference. They actually had a kid in a marriage. They did it the right way.
Hey, Buddha, can I ask you a question real quick? How old are
yeah,
how old are your children? Your children?
I won't disclose that on the internet.
Okay. So, have you ever asked your children this question?
They're not old enough to comprehend it.
Oh, okay. No, I was just wondering. Okay.
So basically, my question is, what she said is correct, but at the end of the day, you stood in front of God, church, family, and both parties and said through thickness, through health, yada yada yada. And I get it, you can't control if someone falls out of love with you, but if you leave because of something that can be fixed, and you still created a broken home, but still try to go around crucifying people who didn't do what you did just to end up in a broken home.
Mm-hmm.
Help me explain that.
So
Help
how
me
do you
understand that.
determine if somebody crucifying or telling somebody to learn from their mistakes so they don't do it?
So I could tell someone, why aren't they staying together like their grandparents did, even though they
Because I
had
used to be a side
families on
dude,
the
but I can
side.
still tell other dudes that you shouldn't be a side dude. Who's to say that's crucifying? Maybe I want to tell people
It's
to prevent them from going through what I went through.
it's not crucifying, but if you're still
Yeah. So what's crucifying?
crucifying is a strong word, but let's just say, stating your opinion. I mean, you can state your opinion, you have your right to. But if I state my opinion, you shouldn't get mad and try to act like your sin is lesser than mine, is what I'm making. That's my point.
As long as both the messages end with no excuses and trying to be better, do the message really matter? It's just all about let's not make this mistake again. That's all that is. Or make sure nobody else make that mistake. I don't see no other way you can interpret the same goal of a message of saying we both messed up. We shouldn't do it and watch out for these signs or something like that. So I guess it really wouldn't matter. I don't know who would be mad. Only person would be mad is one person making an excuse for what they did and say, hey, you should do it, learn the hard way. And the other one be like, no, you shouldn't. So that's where the argument will probably be coming from.
Well, I think though too, where Buddha is coming from and what you're speaking on too, Kev, is like once you've been shamed, once you've been like crucified. I kind of like that word that Buddha brought that up. Like once you've been like broken down and beat up, and it's like now what? Now what? Now that there's a broken home, now what? Do we just carry on with ourselves? Or do we deal with something or somebody else that is saying that they're not even on the same mindset? So how do you deal with it? So now what?
That's a very good question. I think it depends on the individual.
So do you think that individual is Is it because as an individual, like you have to go through the shame, you have to go through the guilt, you have to go through we have to go through this is what I always talk about. Like society will tell us that we need to do it one way, but what do you tell yourself that you're gonna do? What's gonna make it work for you, or what's gonna make it work for your children?
I
Or
guess what I'm saying is, it's like someone saying, "Hey, look, I made it to the Super Bowl 7 times, but you never won a ring," and telling someone who never even made it to the playoffs. And then the only
right.
thing I can say is, "But you never won a ring," and then they're telling me, "Well, at least I made it to the Super Bowl, and you never seen playoffs."
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly. And I know Kevin spoke on this before. It's like just because you haven't been through it doesn't mean that you can't be. I guess I say it this way. Just because I haven't been through it doesn't mean I can't embrace you for what you've been through. It doesn't mean I'm not going to be able to take you in. It doesn't change my empathy. It doesn't change my sympathy. It doesn't change my understanding of life because I've been through some stuff. Because you've been through some stuff. So it's kind of like that interchangeable, like that interdependence, which I call it. There we can judge people so that we can actually put ourselves in a position to say this is where I want to be, and I pushed you away, or I shamed you, and you need to figure yourself out before so I can figure myself out. I'll take the accountability on that because I've been through so much accountability. Accountability is not just for what we do to other people, it's also for what we allow into our life. We have to sometimes, what I call it, being still. Sometimes we gotta sit still and just be like, man, who oh, I wanna cuss so bad right now. Who the heck am I in? Who am I? Who am I outside of everybody else? Outside of not just everybody else, all the entertainment, all the music, all the people that come into my life, out of my family, out of my the friends that I've had, the co-workers that I have. Who am I outside of everyone else? And once I get myself together, everything starts kind of falling into place. Our children, our husbands, our spouses, our partners, and then that's when you learn how to. There's gonna be we're gonna grieve. We're gonna have to let a lot of people go. We're gonna grieve people that pass away. We're gonna grieve people that move away. We're gonna grieve people that like move on or do whatever they do. And then that's what AJ was talking about earlier. It's like, look, there's a balance that we have to have. We're going to experience both sides. Even the Bible says, as above, so below. You got to go through it to go through it.
Yes, ma'am.
Man, we're going to have some hardships. And even the Bible says, well, I read multiple Bibles, but it says endure, and even love endures. And I think I just posted a video
Oh, there was one Bible.
on what love is, and a lot of people don't even know how to give love to other people because they don't know how to embrace it. But love also endures. It endures the hardships. That's what love is. Love is patient, love is kind, love does not envy. It's just like even if you look at love, and even if you look at anger, everybody's presenting anger different. And I'm like, well, I don't want to say the H word on your live, Kev, but sometimes you just gotta be still. Be still, embrace it, and experience it, and know that, it's like, how do I do this now? So I don't do it again. This honestly, Kev, like this topic, I wish, I hope, I hope, and I pray for you, Kev, a lot, because you always bring up, and I've been following you for almost 5 years, and we've been on this topic, these topics for a long time, but now that you're bringing up that drama, the hypocrites and the shame and the accountability, it's like these have been a lot of your main concepts. You know, how do people be who they need to be? Sometimes you have to create it. Sometimes you
Oh
just
yeah,
sometimes you have to create it. People be like, well, I've never been given that. I've never been given that. I was like, well then create it. Figure it out for yourself. Figure it
facts.
out for yourself. You know, that's how we work. That's how we function. So Buddha, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
Where in your life, where in your life do you see yourself moving towards? Despite everything
Making
you
sure I've done enough fuck ups in my life to where my kids don't need to. So hopefully, giving them the information and making them become better, spreading their seeds to people that'll make the bloodline better, creating generational wealth. Even if that's just leaving a house, leaving them something so they won't be homeless, or at least something behind, a little change in their pocket and a roof that they just gotta pay land fees on. As well as understanding when I come on the internet, these are just conversations. Don't internalize it. People are gonna spew their opinion. You don't have to, justify yourself by telling your life story just to prove people wrong. Let them think what they want to think. If they didn't like you to begin with, it don't matter if you've been through hell and back and they never knew about it. They just don't like you, and I'm okay with that. Find a woman who I actually am in love with enough to marry, and we can do life together for the next 60 years until we pass away, etc. And yeah, the internet is going to be what the internet is, just entertainment and good conversation on leisure time. So yeah, I don't internalize these things anymore because I don't do this in real life. So at first it was kind of like irking me because I'm like, motherfuckers don't talk like this in real life. So this is an internet thing. So I had to learn real quick, like this is just people's second alter ego or second life or whatever you want to call it. So that's where I'm at right now. I just come on here for the conversation to understand from the horse's mouth. But I already know what I'm doing, so I let people judge me, and that's cool.
I love that, and I'm I'm in multiple agreement with you on that. Because outside of TikTok, outside of coming in the boxes or doing my own lives or posting videos or whatever. Like I have a husband, I have children. They're older. But sitting back and just but I also think though, Buddha, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate on this too, that there are a lot of people that this is their only route that they seek for help, for love, for kindness. Like some of them are like desperate. Well, we've seen that on your lives, right, Kev? How many people have come
Yeah,
on to your panels where they're just like they just want to vent. They need a safe space. So we have to build a safe space, for people that's all they got. It reminds me of like homeless people. It reminds me of women who are going, or men who are going through like domestic violence stuff, or they got to go to a shelter. It's like sometimes this is their only shelter because that's like what you said, Buddha. It's like this is where you're just like you go here for maybe entertainment, but sometimes you're gonna get mixed in with what I call the melting pot. People talking about politics, people talking about their trauma, people talking about just everything. And it's like, how are you going to welcome that in? There's a lot of good connections that can be made, and it's really all about how we respond to it. So like,
I would say for me in real life, this is just internet debates for me. It's just so I can get information and make my arguments better. So it's not really entertainment. I guess you could say it's entertainment because it's leisure. It's a want, not a need. But I would say for the most part, and if you knew me in real life, if someone came to me with their story, I'm not going to use it as an anecdotal experience to make a point or a backdrop in a live or social media. Like I'm really like that in real life. I'm solid as fuck, I would say. But on the
mhm.
internet, I don't hold no one's words too harsh because people don't know me, and I don't care for some people to know me. I'd rather you think what you think and let you find out later, and you be like, "Damn, I fucked up." It's like, cool, yeah, you fucked up. We could be cordial, and I move on. I let you be what you be. You don't have to do what you did, but you still did it.
You know
So
what it sounds
that's the
like, Buddha? Is that you have discernment. You have what we call discernment. You know what lives to go in, and you're like, oh, I don't want to be here. And you know what lives to go in. That's the same discernment that we have in our life. When we go to the store, when we're meeting with the people around us or dealing with our family, we have discernment. We know when to say it, and we know how not to say it or how to say it. There's a discernment that, so your spirit must be very, very powerful. I see that.
Let me answer some of these questions. Okay, mind the business that pays you, but gossip about others at the same time, and how that works. Ain't gonna lie, that's one of my favorite lines. Mind the business that pays you. Okay. And I'm not gonna lie. I say that to people when I feel like at the end of the day, if I ain't bring nothing your way and you chose to sit up here and don't like something I said, I will tell you mine. Go continue to mind the business that pays you, because it's not over here. At the end of the day, your focus is in the wrong place. That's why I say that. But gossip about others, I ain't gonna lie. I talk about people. I don't give a damn. The same thing I say behind your back, I say it to your face, because regardless if I said it behind your back or to your face, at the end of the day, the truth is the truth. The truth is the truth. And I don't look at myself gossiping. I just look at myself understanding. I look at a situation and I go off the facts that I'm looking at. At the end of the day, if the shoe fits, you can't cry about it.
You know what, honest, before you go forward, because I know you got to go through all these questions because we've been on here for a while. I broke down the word gossip, and it said God sip. Like, if you look at the etymology word or even just the definition of the word gossip, it was God sip. And I was like, what?
That's crazy.
It was wild. It was wild.
I don't get that. Can you
I'm not
explain
big
that
on
though?
that.
Like, why do gossip, which is a more of a negative thing, got to do with God sipping?
I think it was more about spreading the gospel. That's what
That
I
is
was.
not good though. That is not a gospel. That's not comparable. That's horrible.
No,
God not about to be talking behind somebody's back, talking about, did you know what Susie did?
Well, I think about it. Well, because I was trying to break it down, and I was like, wait a minute, God sip. I'm like, why are we talking about God sip? But if you look at the disciples and how they were actually spreading the message, so they're spreading word. So like they were spreading the testimony of it, of Christ. So that's why I was like, God sip, because it was carrying
But then
it
the
was.
disciples get punished.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
exactly.
punished him.
It was,
God punished them because they crossed him.
and they were spreading gossip. So,
Yeah.
so
Well, it
that's how I
wasn't
try to
more
break
of
it down.
spreading gossip. It was more of trying to tell people about the power, but they didn't believe.
So there's good gossip and there's bad gossip.
Let me see the rest. Can you change for the better and be addicted to drama at the same time? I think yes, you can change for the better. And have symptoms of addiction. And what I mean symptoms of addiction is it's just like a person who sits up here and they're no longer a drug addict, right? You'll sit up here
Can you
that
be a
because you
pimp
ain't
and a
smoke
pastor at the
drugs,
same time?
that because you don't sit up here and smoke drugs no more doesn't mean that you cannot have relapses. You get what I'm saying? That doesn't make you less of an addict. It just means that you can control yourself to where the addiction isn't overpowering you, to where you can actually make some type of change in when it comes to certain decision making. Meaning, if I was sitting up here and I've been shooting myself up with needles all the time, and I just chose to, one day stop shooting myself up with needles, right? That because I stopped, that doesn't mean I'm still not addicted. You get what I'm saying? Like, so I think you can stop, you can change for the better, but it's all up to you how long you want to keep the process going. I think
You just brought up a really good point though too. Honest, is like that. It's like when you're recovered, when you're no longer using, or you're no longer addicted to that drama or that drug or whatever. Anybody, does that mean you're recovered?
no, that just means that you're functioning enough to where you don't need it.
Right.
It's like
Can you
people
be
who
a
sit up
pimp and a
here and
pastor at the
I can
same
smoke
time?
crack. It's like,
I'm sorry, my brother.
you said
Go
what?
ahead, Buddha. Go ahead,
I said,
Buddha.
can you be a pimp and a pastor at the same time?
Right.
Yeah. It's definitely possible. Look at Kirk Franklin.
Why you say, now you gotta tell, why you say that?
That one bar too. Look like she got one bar.
Well, I say what? I say it's Kirk Franklin. Shit, yes, Kirk Franklin is a witness of that.
Exactly. So is TD Jakes. So is all a lot of these different pastors. It's like, can you be a pimp and a pastor at the same time? I like the way that Buddha asked that question. So it's like,
No.
When I seen, after I seen, y'all can't hear me. Damn, I'm down connection. But
no,
it's just how when you seen Kirk Franklin shake hands with Too Short. Too Short was the old pimp. Still be pimping on the low. I said the pimp and the pastor, look at them. Shaking hands,
Wait.
hugging and shit.
Wait. So you saying they can't? I mean, Jesus hang around fools and stuff, but I'm trying to see. You said just because he encountered with them that makes him what?
Listen,
Because you shook a hand.
just how you sat up here and had TD Jakes place hands on Tyler Perry.
I think it's
Oh,
a matter
you
of,
just saying they could fall. They fall through with sin, right?
right. I think that's what
I think her stuff glitching. Every time she say something good, it started glitching. That's crazy.
I know. Because if you think about it, like I think it's more of a matter of what Kirk Franklin did for himself, and what he gave away for himself was he was allowed to be pimped. Or
It's making me mad. Right, exactly. I feel like you saying something. I try to really have this conversation, but this junk glitching. Wow, it's provoking you, man.
So it really goes back down to self. It's like, and like TD Jakes, and remember we talked about churches, earlier. It's like, oh man, it's not what just you're involved in. It's what you actually involve yourself in, and I think that goes back to accountability. So honest, please keep going, because baby girl, you are bringing up a conversation.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find some good connection in my house. It's making me
Sit on top of the
upset.
house, you know.
No,
It's all
you're
right.
good. You're good right now, honest.
Get away from that man. You gotta sign out talk to. Gotta get one of those a day.
You're good
Just
right now,
one,
honest.
okay?
You're good. You're good.
But where I was going with the whole you can change for the better but still be addicted to drama. At the same time, I think people could sit up here and say, oh, I'm not a messy person, I don't like drama, but you would sit up here and when it comes to a family member or a friend, you be down to sit up here and ride out for them. Because at the end of the day, you have the mom mentality. Yes, I could be holy one moment, but I could be Mrs. Whoop your ass the next month. Okay? Don't try me, I won't try you. You be blessed, I'll be blessed. Like, you get what I'm saying? So some people still have it in you, have it in them to where even though I have changed, I could bring it back to the old me. You get what I'm saying? I could still sit up here and show you that person that you thought I'm no longer am. And so I think it is possible to change for the better, but sometimes, certain things will bring out that old you to where you will relapse to being having some old ways, if that makes sense. Like the people who sit up here and say, yeah, I done gave my life to God, but that don't mean he completely fixed me, okay? That doesn't, but that don't mean he completely fixed me, okay? That doesn't mean God, they even let you know God have to get gangster sometimes.
Nah, I can't do that. I was about to say, and I'm glad I came back. That junk messed up. But I don't be thinking. And I was saying that I think I made a video about that though. I don't think people, because I don't know. I'm coming from a whole different angle, and I really believe a person that's trying, they don't talk like that. I don't think a person that'd be like, hey, I can get gangster with you and all that stuff. No, I think a person will be like, it's more of a, because people feel bad. It's not, you won't, if you're really trying to change, you feel bad that you had to do it. Nowadays, people be like, well, I told you, I want you and all that stuff. So they got to make it. Like I said, I pay attention to like talking points. That's why I be trying to get on. I get on people off wording. When we say things like that, I mean we're not really trying, and we don't, because we know that we gonna have an excuse behind it. Well, I warrant you and all that stuff. No, when you really trying, you try to either avoid it as best way you can. Hold up.
I think that because you sitting up here trying to change for the better, that doesn't mean that you actually change for the better. I think you can change for the better, but does that mean that you actually change for the better? No. That just means that you're trying to do your best not to try to get out of character. You're trying to do your best not to go to the make that your first results or way of thinking. But truth be told is it's still in you.
Mm-hmm.
Some people ain't got it.
It's still in you. It kind of
that's what I'm saying though. I do feel it though, but I'm just saying it's wording though, and I pay attention to wording. It's just that's with anybody though, because I noticed the difference of when a person that because I feel like people just say things nowadays. They just want to talk or sound like that. Just like these people that be like, and I hear this a lot of time. Maybe I've even probably been that person before. Well, I gotta change this. I gotta do this or whatever. But been saying that for like 45 years, the same thing. Like, no, you not trying to change. You just want everybody to. You just want to sound good in front of everybody. You know you got this problem. You ain't willing to deal with it or whatever. And you just gonna keep making excuses every time it happens. When you really trying to change something, you gonna try your
You
best to,
speaking facts
like I
right
said,
now,
avoid it.
Philly.
You're not gonna. You said what?
No, go ahead, Buddha.
I said he's speaking facts because I see that shit every day. I don't know if I've ever did it,
There's
but he's
so many
speaking
people that
facts.
do
That's what
that.
I was talking about.
Yep. You know what it reminds me of is
That's how I
people.
know when a person trying or not. Like, that's why I smack my lips, and even if I don't do it, if I do it out loud, I might do it in my head. Like, yeah, okay, yeah. Because like a person that really trying to change don't brag about how much a thug they is. A person that trying to. That's why I even try to watch. I ain't got to keep talking about, well, I'm from the city of Detroit and all the other stuff, whatever. I ain't got to. What I got to do there? When I'm trying to provoke somebody or something, I don't get it. Because it's like, if I'm trying to be better and stuff, I'm not, I'd just rather be humble and just say to myself, like, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's you. You're wild. That's cool. Or something like that. But, it's like, well, just test it one day and see and all that. Like, people be provoking and thinking they protecting themselves. They be provoking for the most part. Because everybody want to sound the toughest, the cute, the cute. I mean, people do all type of stuff. And it's throughout time, I just be noticing stuff of people that's really trying to change and people that's not. It's really word, and I can tell a lot. I can tell a lot off that, and that's just a. Oh shoot! Hold up. People just be trying to just sound good. That's all it is. I am this. I'm accountable and all that stuff. Then they say something next minute and making excuses. Oh my gosh!
Kind of like what Honest was speaking on with that.
You got to be on 2K career
No,
mode.
I'm on attacking. Dang, good one. He got me.
Honest.
Thought somebody was going. Change happens over time, right? And I like that too, though. But all them sayings, though, even that saying, I feel like some people they might even say that's using all the sayings. See, even with that, right? Or some people are like, we were talking about that earlier. I'm just a human and all that stuff or whatever. People will use even that or that saying you just used right there, right? So they can have it more of a reason why they shouldn't change fast enough. Why it's just like people say heal. People, I heal at different times, or no, you just say you're not ready to do it right now because when you really want it. Because that's like saying, I want food over time. Over time, I'm going to finally eat. No, when somebody is really hungry for what they really want to do, they going to try to make it happen quick. Just like when people try to make it or if somebody say, I'm going to get some booty over time. When somebody desperate for the booty, they going to find any way to get to it. And they going to try their hardest. But I just think that when people just don't prioritize things like that, so they rather be like, nah, it's not affecting me that bad. I'm dealing with it. People putting up with me in this situation, so I really don't have to try that hard because I've been getting this far in life. So it's not really a detriment to my life. So I'm just gonna do it at my timing and stuff. But that's just like when people don't like with the topic I had yesterday. People be like, oh, well, the grudge ain't affecting me now. It's not really doing it, and yet. They don't realize how it is though, but they like over time I'll forgive them. I'll be trying to, I don't know, me myself, I try to find the quickest way to either overcome something or correct myself on something. I try to find the fastest way because, I really want to be better, but I think everybody want to be better at different levels or something like that. People don't want it really bad enough. Like if I was to snap on somebody, I'm trying my best not to snap on somebody again. Oh shoot.
Well, a lot of people talk about it.
I'm gonna say this that
like
you got some people out here.
Go ahead, love.
I just wanted to say, you got some people out here. They can change. They can turn that shit on like a light switch overnight and put in effort.
That's not true.
You got people out here who literally they're not on their time. Some people really on God's time. People gotta realize you ain't just changing overnight. You ain't changing just because you putting something inside your head. Yeah, that shit sounds good inside your head, but when it's actually a process, the process is longer than a thought you had. Just how easy you think it is to sit up here and get up. It's like people who sit up here and be like, oh, well, if you just don't want to be addicted to drugs no more, maybe your ass needs to just stop smoking and put it down. Damn, am I breaking up? Y'all hear me? Like I said, it's just like the people who sit up here and be like, oh, well, you want to stop doing drugs, you want to be around your family, just put down the needle, just put down, like, it's not that easy. At the end of the day, it might be easier said than done for a person that's not addicted, that's not on it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Let me say this though,
What
even
type
with
of
that.
father service are you doing?
Let me say that. Let me say that because yeah, it ain't gonna be that like that though. But I think the key word in there is trying. I don't think people really trying. Like, okay, just like you use the addiction, trying to find a way to. I don't know if I can say that word. But when you use that, right, you wouldn't see a person that's trying wouldn't be close nearby it, or they may take baby steps, right? All right, I used to do it 5 times a day. Let me do once or twice, right? That's trying. I look at it as trying, right? Some people be like, nah, well, I don't want to be fast enough, so they gonna keep doing 5 and stretching it throughout months and stuff, and then go back to like. So I think with that, over time, you take baby steps with that. Just like I was mentioning before, a person that might have an attitude problem or whatever. That's my favorite one. I like saying. They gon' just like I mentioned before, if somebody had to cut somebody or had to fight somebody, next minute, if they did fight somebody at one time, they're gonna find a way. Hold on. Dang.
you know what it reminds me of, Kev?
They're gonna find a way to basically make sure they don't get into situations where they know they are going to get
Well, it kind of reminded me of what you brought up earlier when we were talking about discipline, and you think about, look, I've got one idea, and then I've got one goal. It's the they just want to get to their end goal, but they're not willing to do what they need to do to get there.
I ain't hear nothing. That's crazy.
Oh, you. Can you hear me? Honest, can you hear me? Honest, can you hear me?
Yeah.
That's the one thing we don't want is Kez Live to be shut down, because it brings a lot of different analogies, I guess, parables.
What happened? I got kicked out twice in a row. That was crazy. I don't know
That
what's
is
going on.
wild.
Who was going? I don't know what happened, man.
No worries. No worries.
I don't know. Like I said, I pay attention to wording. Like I said, I've been hearing so many things throughout years. I know when a person trying and not for real, because people do. They, like I said, they make excuses, or they'll do it on their. It'd be more frequent, right? And then, like I said, when people do things, they want to find every way to justify it. A person don't make justifications for the things that they do that they need to change. Well, I had to eat that burger because no, they don't say that. And then they come with, oh, I'm only human. I'm going to mess up sometimes. No, they're going to try their best. Like, even with the shame, they're going to feel shame in what thing they did. Speaking of the topic, right? They're going to feel shame like, dang, why did I eat that? I'm eating unhealthy or something like that. Or, but they're not going to be like, man, I'm rewarded. I had to do that. I haven't did it in a while. So it's worded. That's why I don't like to say, stuff like I got an inner gangster in me and all this other stuff. Is like, what's the point? What I want to scare everybody or something like that, or act like I don't know what the heck is. But I get it though. Everybody been like that for years or whatever. But I think as I would say as I mature, I was just looking at like, what the heck is the point? There's no, It's just no. Oh, hold up. Man, freak.
I think that's
Because I
the
really
thing
do want
though
to be better.
too.
That's all I'm getting to about that.
I think that's the thing though too. Like even just what Honest was speaking on earlier, and what you've spoken on, and what I speak on too, is the process. A lot of people don't want to put in the work. They don't want
They
to put
don't.
in
They
the
don't
work.
really. They rather not say that though, because they rather just make excuses and say that I'm doing it. I'm doing it, and it's just gonna take me time. And then when you call them out on it, they be like, "Well, I can't do it on your. I can't do it. I'm doing it on my time or something like that." Well, don't say that you wanted to be better. Don't just shut up about it. Nobody else needed to hear you about what you got to get better with. You don't want it bad enough. So who you fooling? Who you trying to fool? You ain't fooling nobody but yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't even call it flipping of the switch. Like a lot of people think, oh, you just need to know how to turn it on. I was like, no, it's like it reminds me of the dimmer. You know the dimmer switch. You know how you have the light switch that like can go up, 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 and then it just gets lighter and lighter and lighter. I was like, no, you got to go through the process. You got to go through the process to and be in, I guess, enlightened or whatever anybody wants to say. A lot of people don't even want to go through the details or face the adversity. They just want they want other people to face it for them. It's like, wait, you got some work you got to do too.
Yeah, I would say that's even like that's why I say I think that was actually one of my recent vetting tips. Or I'll be doing the vetting tip thing on my posts and stuff. It's a little thing that I was talking to. I guess Kelsey said you should do more of those. I was like, yeah, I guess I'll make a series out of
You
vetting tips
probably
with kids.
should. You
But
probably should.
yeah, that's one of my recently just talked about. Is like wording. Pay attention to wording, because some of us may not notice that we do that. But because like I said, I used to do that. And I was like, grandma. All right. Oh, 1 second. 1 second.
Okay.
Are we playing the game with
Well,
Cat? We're playing the game
I'm
with
gonna
Cat.
finish answering the questions. What are things people are hypocrites about today? Everything.
Yes.
People would sit up here and say that they are loving, caring people, but sit up here and bash a man or a woman after saying that they're loving and caring. You have people out here who saying that they've been through the struggle or whatever, or they know people who have struggled, but you the same person who will sit up here and laugh at somebody struggling or try to shit on somebody that's struggling. I think you have people out here who say, let me think, what's hypocritical? People say that they don't judge, but always being judgmental. It's like you got a lot of people out here. There's a pot calling the kettle black, and really not understanding that at the end of the day, everybody got some shit that stank, and everybody got some shit about them that I think make them look like hypocrites. If that makes sense. Like, I don't think people truly is one way. I don't think nobody in life is truly one way. I think no matter how much they try to prove that shit, I truly believe that it's a lot of people out here that's not one way. It's a lot of people that got a lot of skeletons in their closet that they hide because a lot of people try to make it seem like make life look like, oh, they don't got no problems, like they ain't going through nothing. But in the same breath, when it comes to certain situations or certain conversations, oh, all of a sudden you got problems. All of a sudden you been through something. But you were just trying to paint yourself as high and mighty, Miss Perfect, or Mr. Got It All.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I say about that one. Y'all got any responses? No?
No,
Okay.
I was actually just gonna break down what the hypocrite means. So, like the hypo, oh my goodness, you don't even want to take me there, honest. Like what you're saying, honest, though, too, is perfect on point. Is that not everybody's always going to be something opposite of what they want to be until they get like I think what Kev talked about earlier, and even AJ talked about it earlier. We were talking about humbleness. Like, you have to bring yourself back, because a hypocrite is somebody who says something that they're not really, that they really aren't, or does something that they really don't do, so they're taking back away from something that they do. So that's what I wanted to say on the hypocrite, because a lot of people don't even break that down. And everybody does it. Everybody, even including me, including you, including everybody on this panel, we've all been hypocrites at one point. But once you recognize that you're a hypocrite, then
Except
what?
me. Except High Mighty Kev.
You are such a liar. You are such a liar.
So the next question, if you don't change something, you are accepting it. Agree or disagree? When should shame be necessary? Oh, that's a loaded one.
Oh, I wish you were here earlier, honest. Man, we went into shame like it was no...
So if you don't shame something, you are accepting it. If I don't shame something, that just means I'm not seeing I'm not seeing the problem that you see in it for me to have to look down upon it. I think until I get a full understanding on something, that's when I will give my opinion. I don't think that everybody accepting to something just because they don't agree with it. I mean, look as if they're disagreeing with it. Probably they just looking at it like, that because it sounds bad to you, that doesn't necessarily mean that it sounds bad to everybody else. You just listening through a certain ear, and people have two ears, so they're open to many different sides when it comes to hearing something. When should shame be necessary? I think shame should be necessary when when someone is being harmed, or when you're not having great outcomes. I think shame is necessary when things are just going to disaster in those areas. Like, meaning they are just bad examples. They shouldn't be followed. This is something that absolutely people shouldn't do. Like people who sit up here and unalive people. Depending on who you unalive and what you unalive them for, you should be shamed upon. Because unaliving anyone is terrible. But you do have people out here who do believe. The ones that sit up here and they touch kids, right? Those are people you need to sit up here and be having shame, looking down upon when it comes to serious things like that, because these are moments that is necessary to let somebody know this shit is not okay. This is not allowed. You do shit like this, you get fucked up, and you
Hey,
gonna get.
use that the word they was using earlier. Somebody said, "Well, who give you the authority, though?" That's the key word everybody be saying nowadays.
Yeah,
Who
that
gives
was
you the authority to shame
my
others?
apologies. Thanks for calling me out on that, Kev.
Oh, you said that too?
No, it was, well, I brought up authority, yeah.
I know Buddha said that earlier. He was saying that because I seldom that many people be saying that. And I'm like, they don't say that when people
No,
give
no, I never
compliments.
said who give you the authority. I'm saying like, who are we to judge anybody unless you give them the
That
authority
too,
by having
same
a
thing. You can say,
conversation?
who are we to judge a person that's unaliving children and all that stuff, or that's sitting there doing some crazy
No, no, I'm
wild
not
stuff?
talking
Who
about the
are we?
extremes. I'm talking about simple conversations.
Same thing.
Like for me, if I judge a woman who's a 304, I could judge
What's the
her, but she's
difference?
giving me that authority by having the conversation. But if she don't have the conversation with me, she don't give me the authority to judge her because she's not hearing what I'm saying. But I can still have my opinion.
They don't hear what we saying either. Like that still don't change. You can use the same exact thing for them people that mess with children. Who are we?
Well, who gives you, if you have authority,
God.
think about it, who gives you that?
God.
Exactly.
The hell?
Right. There you
Are
go.
we not gonna act like we can't judge righteously?
Yes, you have to judge righteously. There is an authority that we have that actually comes through, like the spirit. And so it's like we people say, "Well, only God can judge me." No, but I can also judge you too because God gave me that authority. You know, I got to if I don't judge
My thing
my
is,
situations or my experiences, I will be a mess.
my thing
It will
is,
be a mess.
people definitely care about judging. Like, I don't know why they try to make it seem like, oh, maybe because it's for their own personal beneficial reasons. That's why they make it that way, to where they'll pick a side and they'll be like, well, you shouldn't sit up here and judge. Why should I judge this? Is it because you fit in with it? Is it because you support it? And if that's the case, then just say that at the end of the day. But don't try to sit up here and make me feel like my judgment is wrong just because you don't see from that type of point of view or necessarily agree with that type of point of view. I think for instance, if you sit up here and say, oh, I don't like people who sit up here and wear red pants, that's your own personal judgment. Shit. You can't. If I say, well, I don't feel like.
So let me ask you a question on this. Does your husband care if you wear lashes, weave, and makeup?
No.
So if men on TikTok are saying that majority of black men want their woman natural, like they just got, they just came out of Africa for JJ, would that bother you? If they
No.
shamed you for the way that you dress, but your husband didn't mind it?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to say it don't bother me because at the end of the day, I understand that people going to have their own way of thinking. You're going to have your own way of what you feel like is right. And that's understandable. My thing is, I just don't deal with those people who sit around and want to judge me. If you want to judge me, why would I be around you? That's letting me know that you're not my people. You get what I'm saying?
I think they call that when you nasty nice, like frenemies type thing or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not into that. Um,
That's
I
like
don't like.
speaking like what Honest is saying. It's like that's the righteous judgment, you know, the righteous judgment.
Like what I'm saying is like you have people out here who just judging people just cause they don't have nice things. Like, oh, you broke.
Hmm.
Right.
I just had this conversation earlier, and we were talking about that. And think about it. Even when just because you're homeless, or just because you're, it was actually a conversation between wealthy and rich, and also homeless. So, or poor. So you break all those down, wealthy, rich, and poor, and you break all that down. So look, are you going to look at me differently because I don't have everything that you have? Or are you going to break me down, or are you going to build me up?
I wouldn't break anybody down because nothing in this world is guaranteed. You could be up today and have a business making $1 million and be sitting on the sidewalk tomorrow. And that'll be a humbling experience. And the same people you kicked off that ladder are gonna be the same people who gonna reach out and try to help you off that cement. So it's hard, but you have to stay humble.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that there's a lot of shame that like I think about it, like even when you go into the gas station when you're just trying to go get gas, or you're like from a customer service level, or you go to a restaurant and you get food, it's like, are you gonna treat people the same way, be based upon how much money you have, or just
The way I treat people is I put myself in that person's shoes. That's how I humble myself. As I
there you
say,
go.
before you judge, before you do this and that, what if you was this person? How would you show yourself grace? So that's how I humble myself when I'm dealing with certain people. When I catch myself, that's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
So even in the 3 or 4 conversations, I just express my opinion, but at the same time, offline, I actually talk to these people in real life and ask them like, what happened in your childhood? Why you feel like you need to do this? Do you want to build better for yourself, et cetera, et cetera? And I have cordial conversations.
Exactly. And
I
I
think I
think that's the
think
thing
people
that
like
they're
that hate. I think people like that hate those type of questions.
right,
And
honest.
and it's just it's not. I don't think it has nothing to do with nobody. I just think people that's like that is in a mindset. Uh, why is my lifestyle so important to you? If you're not contributing to it to make it better, why do you care so much?
Exactly. Exactly. Because I mean, how many times do people like
Because I
us?
just think it's all about a person understanding like everybody got a life story,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
right? But
Everybody
I'm
has a
not going
different.
around asking everybody about their life story. Why do you care to know? Is it
Mm-hmm.
because you're interested?
Mm-hmm.
No, because when I meet women in
Some
real
people could
life,
look at it
I
like
have the
that.
conversation of I try to understand where they're coming from, and then they end up telling me they were foster care kids, or they felt like, hey, they dated men and it never went right, so they decided to, be a renegade and take control, and they got to choose who they got to sleep with. And then once I talk to them like a human being instead of just judging them, because when we on these debates, we just get caught up and wrapped up in real life one-on-one talk. I sit up there and I really talk to them, and he's like, "Well, I don't like doing this, but I just feel like I'm already broken." This is what some of these women tell me. They feel I'm already broken. It's too late, so I just want to have fun, and I'm not want to be around people who are not going to judge me too much because we both know what we're here for. And boom, that's what it is. And I'm like, but you don't want to feel love? Like, what about this? What about that? And they make them think. And sometimes, they be looking like they want to cry, like, damn, I wish I could rewind time. But when you treat people like a human being without judgment, you'll be surprised at the stuff you could get out of people.
Yeah, I ain't hearing that when they sit there and spend their whole life judging people over the stupid stuff. I'm good on that.
So, what is accountability? Give an example.
Like you said, when they spending like judging people,
Who are you talking to?
No, Kev said something about judging. I didn't even hear the last
I
part
done
he said.
forgot what I asked. Give me a second. You can ask your stuff up, man.
All
Are you
right, what
are
is
you winning, Kev?
accountability? You said what, Lovely? What you say, girl?
Is he winning?
Uh,
On his game.
So what is accountability? Accountability is just responsibility. You taking, you owning up to what you have done, the part you played in a situation. Accountability is you sitting up here understanding that you're not the one that's pointing the finger at everybody else, but you're more than likely is pointing the pen at your own paper, checking your own marks, marking your own mistakes where you went wrong. And you accepting that. And you learn from it and you be better. I think an example of taking accountability, if I sit up here and I say, if I take something from somebody, right, and they come up to me and be like, hey, did you take it? And I'll be like, They be like, well, yes, I did take it. That's me taking accountability and by sitting up here admitting to my wrongdoing and saying, hey, I apologize. I won't take nothing else. I should have known better. I should have been a better person to understand that it wasn't worth it. And I apologize for taking something that didn't belong to me. That's you being accountable.
Do you think women say that when they steal another woman, man?
No, hell no. They don't feel bad about taking no woman's man. Because at the end of the day, the goal was to take the man. If I accomplished the goal, why would I feel bad about doing it? At the end of the day, clearly a person doing it because they feeling attacked. They feeling like you're trying to provoke them or trying to make it seem like they're less than or not able to accomplish that type of goal, and they gonna be the type to prove you wrong. If you ask me, shit. I think women who sit up here and take another woman's man, she don't know how to she's not the one to be taking accountability because she's already moving out of spite. She's already moving off of hurt and trying to prove herself. So I can't expect an irresponsible person who's making irresponsible choices to make wise decisions. Like, you already showing by you going out there trying to hurt the next type of woman by taking her man or putting yourself in a position to be desperate to try to take the next person man just shows me you're not the person that I can expect to take accountability after doing something like that, because you don't feel bad while you doing it. You're actually excited as hell. If that makes sense.
Well, I got a question. I don't know if Kev could probably use this as a topic one day, but can you trust your homegirl if you got to hide your husband from her?
You don't trust her. If you already feeling like you gotta hide your man from your homegirl, that just let me know you don't even trust your homegirl right off the bat to not. You don't trust her enough to sit up here and not touch your man. That's like if I had my person around my friend and I'm expecting like her to not steal from me, but I know that she do steal from others. at the end of the day, I can't be shocked if she ever stole from me. If that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Sounded good in my head. I don't know.
Well, that kind of brings me back to like when Kev was talking about, if you go back up to the first question, that gossip, like that gossip is like, oh, are you talking about your homegirl? You're talking about your homeboy, or you're talking about all these people that are around you. But what about you and just the person? You know, do you gossip about each other to other people, to other friends, to other family, to everybody else? Like, what are you bringing to you?
I think people gossip. When it comes to gossip, it's like everybody got that, either their partner, meaning you got a partner, your man or your woman, that you sit back and you and your partner, y'all sit back and y'all gossip about the neighbors arguing next door. Like, babe, you hear them? You hear them over there tripping, babe? You
I
hear that
love
shit?
that. Honestly,
Like,
me and my husband, we do that. We're like, we gossip about everything, but I don't want to gossip about my husband. I can't. You know what I mean? So there's levels to this shit. You know, so I can gossip with my partner, but I'm not gonna gossip about them.
exactly. It's like embarrassing them is embarrassing you. Talking about them is talking about you.
Yep, it puts you in it, and it puts
But
you
a
in
lot
it.
of people don't see it like that because too many people thinking, oh, well, me just talking bad about my partner, that's just me talking bad about they ass. But truth be told, it makes you look bad because you fucking with the motherfucker you talking bad about. So how don't you think that make you look bad?
Well, and that's what brings it. That's what brings back that that chaos that comes back to you. Because now that you've talked about your partner, guess what? It's gonna come right back to you. It's gonna come right back to your space between you two, and then they're gonna hear it. You're gonna hear it, and it's gonna go back and forth, and it's like, oh my goodness. It creates a lot of problems. It does.
But lovely, some people gonna see some people also see it as, oh, like, dang, I was about to say, like, some people see it as them talking about their partner isn't really harmful in their head, because it's like, oh, I'm not being fake. I'm not sitting up here being fake, making it seem like I'm with just the perfect person, or like I'm just this person who's gonna cover for my partner ass all the time, or make it seem like they're just this big old good old person to everybody. And some people want to expose that. Some people want to show the realness that goes on in their situation, so they can have certain type of reactions, so they can get certain
So
perspectives
I have a
to
question.
make
Have you
sure.
ever heard? Have you ever been in any lives where women talk shit about men being poopies and ray rays, and men talking shit about 304s,
Yes,
but
sir.
behind closed doors, this the people
Man,
that they be with?
yep, yep. Been there, done that. Been there, done that. Been there, done that.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't care how the next person is. That shit ain't got shit to do with me.
Exactly on
That's
it.
why I don't care to tell people, you need to, like, I don't press that whole, oh, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing, like, nah, y'all know what grown people are supposed to be doing in this fucking world. The problem is, either you gonna make the right choice or you gonna make a bad choice, but you gonna make a choice.
Well, and think about all the lives that we've been on, Honest or Kev or Buddha. I want to let you know this. There's a lot of lives that you can go on to that they will gossip about what's going on in another life, or they'll post, you know, they will gossip about the lives that are going on about other lives. it's wild. It's,
See,
it's
and
like,
I think that's people using the app to its fullest potential because they know drama sells, so they conduct it like a TV show, hoping when
yes,
they do
sir.
good, they do great.
Yeah, and I think that's where our discernment needs to come in because it took me a long time. I didn't always go in the boxes all the time. I'm in boxes a lot, but I just there was a certain part of my spirit or a certain part of my spirit or discernment that said, nope, don't need it. Don't. I can be here and I can listen to it because I always say all knowledge is good knowledge, even if it's bad knowledge, good knowledge. I think you even said that earlier: the good, the bad, the ugly. So you have to know everything that's coming up a part of you. Like that gossip that spreads. Gossip spreads. But you have to know what you're taking in. What knowledge are you taking in? So believe me, I've been on so many lives where I'm just like, wait a minute, why am I even here? And I had to drop myself down. And I know AJ mentioned this earlier when AJ was here, and I said, you know what? I took 3 months off, and I said I'm doing no social media, nothing, not a dime. I didn't do nothing. I just focused on me, because I had to be still. I had to sit still, be still, understand myself, and get myself in grasp so that I can understand. Like now that I come into this, and I'm just like, wait a minute. Now I know people are just full of bullshit.
It's
Bullshit.
like it's like the moment I seen social media, I automatically had the thought of,
I know you're thinking.
regardless of, my bad, I paused a little bit, but regardless of who you are, where you grew up, maintain the same type of energy you would as if you was in person. Because a lot of people can be found on these platforms. I literally seen it with my own eyes. I literally seen a homeboy about to get popped in front of me and a group of people because he was on the internet talking big boy stuff. And these people took the bus to come to where he is. And crazy thing is, it was his own baby mother who set him up. And the crazy thing is, I ain't never witnessed like imagine you and your friends
Wait,
sitting
wait, wait. Story
outside.
time. Tell the full story if you don't mind.
Okay, so this was a day, me, my best friend, her cousin and her boyfriend. We all was chilling. We was all, we was at her cousin's mom's house, and his mom's stayed like cousin's mom's house, and his mom stayed like leaving his mom's house, going to the park area to chill at the bench. And while we outside chilling, hanging out, whatever, we just see these cars like riding past. But we see her cousin walk across the street to his baby mom's house. And when he walked across the street and he came back, I guess she didn't answer. Walking, we see a dude creeping. He got a big shotty. He put it to his dome. He like, be nigga, bitch ass nigga, like don't move. The other dude creeped up behind him with one, got a scope on him. He said, hey, He literally in the middle of the street. Imagine your pops literally get in a car driving past you while you in the middle of the street, but he don't know it's you. He's not even paying attention. All he had to do was look to the right and see that your son was in the middle of the street. Crazy thing is, imagine trying to call his pops and his pops ain't got the phone and the phone is in the house. Me and my homegirl, her boyfriend, we ran to his mom's crib. We like, hey, they got pum-pums to your son's head right now. They about to unalive him. His mama screaming. She's like, where my phone? Where my phone? She's like, his daddy just left. Oh, Lord, his daddy just left. And she called his dad phone. His dad phone is in the house on the counter. We like, damn, like, what kind of time is this? So we instantly go back outside, run back towards the park. My homegirl, she like, I'm not leaving my cousin. So somehow, I guess his baby mama came outside, and she was like, "Nah, don't basically unalive him, y'all. Let him slide this time." Cause they was like, "Oh yeah, we found you on." They found him off a tracker. He was popping in on Facebook, but his location was on. They pulled up on a bus with no backpacks, no nothing. They had two fat one had a rifle and the other one had like it was like a little scope beam on his. But when I say that night was crazy, I said it's nothing but the graces of God, like that they didn't unalive him. Because, and I said, it's crazy that they took a bus. I said, these motherfuckers took a bus. I'm like, they let them on the bus with these pum-pums on them, but they had them in their clothes, inside their clothes tucked, like crazy. I said, boy, people, life is real. That's when I was like, but the crazy thing is, a couple weeks later, come find out, I talked it to one of my cousins, and my cousin said he was one of the pum-pumers at that time. He said the crazy thing is, he said, we seen y'all sitting at, he literally told me, he was like, we seen y'all sitting at the table. He said his first mind was thinking just unalive everybody that's outside. Remind you, I had wondered why before they when they ran up on him, I wonder why my homegirl, why her boyfriend ran. And when he ran, I ran like behind her, and I was like, why you running? He like, where I'm from? He was like, everybody get on the live, so you got to get out the way. He up here trying to grab my homegirl, trying to tell her to come, but she's like, I'm not about to leave my cousin. So I'm like, he like, well, you can stay here. I'm gone, like type stuff. So it was more of a, I'm not about to sit up here and risk my life for something I don't have nothing to do with me type stuff. So, and I was like, it was surprising that I talked to my cousin a couple weeks later that to find out he was one of the people. I was like, that crazy. I said, thank God you ain't go with your first mind, because I was sitting at that table, and it's, I don't know, I think life works in mysterious ways.
That's that's real life.
Yeah.
That's crazy though.
I love when like you honest just bringing up an experience that you experienced that not everybody else has experienced. You
Yeah,
know.
I was in high school. I was about 16.
Yeah, and oh man, that's powerful. That's so powerful because a lot of people don't realize this, and that's what I talked about earlier on Kev's live. You know that a lot of people want to compare trauma. They want to like because what you experienced, it even though you didn't get hurt, there were people hurt. You know, so you have to know how to manage and maneuver and function, and you have to know what to do and what to do when something is presented to you that you didn't even get to control. So
But I ain't gonna lie, that night it was like a serious wake up calling for everybody that night. I think because after that, her cousin ended up going to college. He ended up, having kids because he was all about living for his daughter and stuff. So and he just had a son on the way. So I think like Kev said, sometimes if a person won't change, hey, you gonna make that decision to take them steps to head towards better. You ain't gonna sit up here and be with the foolishness too long. And I think it taught him a big lesson on stay off the internet. Don't be sitting up here trying to bang on the internet, because you could be easily found. Y'all talking about sports.
it's so funny that I was just gonna bring this up because we're talking about sports and we brought this up. I think that was before you came up, honest. We were talking about discipline, and that's what it reminded me of, is that that sport mentality that you have, the hey, I gotta be here at this time, I gotta do this at this time, I need to know these plays, I need to know this understanding, I need to, and so a lot of things are coming into play like right now. Like right now. Yeah, it's funny that Warlock brings that up, and I know how Warlock works, so just understanding that. Look.
That's funny.
Mm.
Talking reckless. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and think about it. Think about you, honest. Like when you were going through that experience, there were things a part of you that you were just like, "Whoa, I'm gonna move a different way." You didn't want to be a part of that experience or a part of that like look, my husband is from Southside Chicago, so when you were giving me this or giving this experience of what you went through with the G's, because I can't say it on this live. A lot of people don't understand where you come from, what you go through, and what you experience. Sometimes, man, it's not the same, and that's what we were talking about earlier with Kev. Is like a lot of people want to compare different traumas. Like, well, I went through this because I'm from Detroit. I went through this because I'm from Southern Cali. I went from this because I'm from Southern. I went through this because I'm from Chicago, or I went through this because I'm from Baltimore. It's like at the end of the day, then what? But you're still here. You're still here. Now what?
I think everywhere is a struggle. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what race, what country. We all struggling with something, some type of way. Everybody ain't got it made.
Exactly. And that's why I brought up the sports, and I know me and Warlock were going back and forth with sports, because honestly, if it wasn't for sports, because I grew up an athlete, like for some reason I was blessed with like being an athlete. I played softball. I was a gymnast, and then I went into basketball. I played tennis. I did all that stuff, but it taught me discipline. It taught me how to be on time. It taught me how to listen to my coaches. It
That's
taught
probably
me.
why I like you. Because I was very sporty too. I played flag football,
Me
basketball.
too.
I
You
ran
know,
track. I
and
did
you know,
tennis. I did
you know what?
volleyball.
You know what's
I was
funny
very
is that
sporty.
people will call us a tomboy. I was like, but I'm still feminine.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm still feminine. I still love my men. I still love my husband and the men that are around me that like help mold me. You know, whether it was my grandfather or anybody who actually put that aspect in me. And this is what I tell women. It's like, look, stop pushing your men away from your children. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because our women and our men need our men. We just do. I'm sorry if I'm being too bold.
No, you. I'm listening.
Yeah. But well, think about it, like sports, like even sports, or not even just sports, but even look at education, because we can look at education too, and we can look at how are we building our children up.
There we
Are
go.
we allowing them to be astronauts? Are we allowing them to be doctors? Are we allowing them to we cannot keep our children from growing up and doing what they need to do to help actually better this universe, because it's a mess. It's a mess right now.
They raising our kids. Some of these kids getting raised messed up. I don't know. Everybody ain't got the best parenting nowadays. I don't trust a lot of people parenting.
I don't either, honest. I honestly, especially with the people that I work with, I'm like, man, they are so hurt. They don't even know what to do with themselves as adults, let alone their children.
Like, when I be seeing videos like of people taking their kids to daycare, certain type schools, like, I ain't gonna lie, my cousin just had an experience with his daughter. Having an altercation. Somebody, took off on her. Really beat her, for real. And they had did the same thing to his son. The difference between his daughter and his son he's autistic, so he can't say what happened. He can't tell you what, because he autistic. His mind ain't really there. So, ain't gonna lie, his son came home bruised, face beat up, face busted. And I think he was only about five. So I'm like, ain't gonna lie. I'll go to, he went to the school, but, men gotta be calm. But, every parent be pissed. I just tell people, hey, homeschool, if you can't homeschool, do that.
Yep, exactly. Homeschool, because I always say, like, because I worked in the educational system for so long, and I was like, man, you know who I could not stand working with, honest, were the parents. They were the ones that were the ones struggling. They were the ones that didn't know what, because they're following off this government mentality. and they wanted everybody to fix their problems for them. And I was just like, wait a minute, this is not right. And then I went into the foster system, and I was like, okay.
Hold on, charisma.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The topic, we just honestly, we just going with the flow of what we already talked about.
Yeah, we've had so many conversations. I've been on Kev's live all day. Well, most of the time that he's been on here, but this is what we do. This is what we do. We talk about real life topics, and I know Kev has got his own questions and stuff, but it also leads
But I
into
like that these questions, because
I do
honestly,
too. I do too.
it needs to be said, like, especially that shame shit. Like, I feel like it's always necessary to be to shame. I don't give a damn. Like, we need a lot of that shit nowadays. Only because so much shit got out of hand. And when I mean got out of hand, to where nobody wanna listen to nobody. Everybody wanna move how they wanna move, or don't want you to look down on certain shit. And it's like, nah, we need to look down on this shit, because this is having a bad effect on people in this area. It's having a negative reaction in this area. So it's like, at the end of the day, we need to look down on shit that have a negative reaction or negative outcomes majority of the time. Like, so people can understand what not to do. Like, we can't just condone or accept anything and everything. That's not the way the world works.
You gotta call people out on their shit, basically. And we talked about this earlier. I think it was right before you came up on this, when I was telling Kev, I was like, look, there's a difference between guilt and shame. Guilt is what you did wrong. Shame is that you're a wrong person. So sometimes you got on that shame, you gotta be called out on your shit. Like, look, what you did
Some
right now
people
was
would try to
wrong.
use guilt. Some people would try to use guilt to make you feel bad for even calling them out. But I don't let people use guilt tactics with me, because at the end of the day,
Right.
wrong is wrong. That's how I see it.
That's what I say. It's like, look, you did wrong. Like, own up to your shit. Take accountability for your shit and move on. You did. Oh my goodness, you just broke it down, honest. You just broke it down. That actually goes back into accountability. It's like, look, I take accountability for what I did, but I also take accountability for what I allow. So it's like, it goes hand in hand. It's like, it's funny that Kevin brought up discipline versus shame, and then now we're talking about accountability versus like accountability and shame. Ooh, they kind of work together. It's so bad. We are like powerful.
Okay, I think people who take accountability, they more aware. They're more focused on getting past the problem. People who wants to sit up here and not take accountability is because you're not ready to truly face the problem. You really want to sit back and make up excuses or reasons why to try to justify your weird ass behavior, like, which is not okay. Like,
and think about it too, honest. Like, once we start taking accountability, or we get over that shame, because we've all been shamed. Like, look, we've all done wrong, but a lot of people don't want to even talk about solutions. How do we resolve this? How do we fix this? How do we maneuver forward? Like, once you get it, and now I've gotten it, Now what? How do we maneuver forward? What's the solution?
Ain't no damn solution. All they got is a bunch of fuckery.
Yes, it is a bunch of fuckery. Honestly, honest. Oh man, I love your like honest. It's almost like oh my goodness. I want to say this in a nice way. It's like there is no solution. It's like the solution is that there is not one. It's like if you don't maneuver the way that you want to maneuver, if you don't function the way that you want to function, it always goes back down to self. So at the end of the day, look, the solution is just you. Just you. It's just you.
I think when it comes to solutions, when you have solutions, you need comprehension to come with those solutions. Like at the end of the day, everybody lack comprehension. A lot of people are smart. A lot of people are very like you awake, but you're not awakened. It's like you're woke, but you're not awakened. If that makes sense. Like you're a person that's out here feel like, oh, I know this, but at the end of the day, you still have certain things to learn. At the end of the day, you a person who have to teach yourself that you have to look at everything. And when I say everything, even though you're looking at everything, question everything. Don't think that everything that you're looking at that's what it is. No, question everything that you see, you hear, whatever it is that you feel. Question that shit. Because I don't think that we feel and hear and see things for a reason. For no reason at all. We see it for a reason, and we have to question those things for a reason, because it's something in us that's letting us know this ain't right. This ain't right. Like that's why we have to shame certain shit, because we understand it ain't right. Something in us just know it's not right.
Well, and think about it too, though, is that we have to experience our feeling. Like we talk a lot about like trauma. How many times has anybody been on this panel that we've all embraced and they've experienced or they give their testimony or their story, and we're just like, hey, we're going to be nice to you. We're going to love you. We're going to be nice to you. You know, but at the end of the day, what are you going to do? What are you going to do with that? Did you get the validation that you needed to be able to move forward and to handle your feelings differently, to handle your understanding differently, or your understanding differently? You know, a lot of people don't even want to grow, honest. Like, because honest, like, think about it. There's many of us that are on these panels that was like, man, if only they knew what we knew.
I'm starting to believe that at the end of the day, I'm not giving out no information. If your ass ain't asking about it, I'm not about to get that shit out, because honestly,
I've gotten to that point.
You can't help everybody to understand. Sometimes people gonna understand from the point of view that they think that I feel like if I can say something and you sit up here and tell me, oh, I know. Well, if you know already and you got all the fucking answers, why are we even talking?
You know what I got out of honest? The hero complex. I ain't trying to save everybody. I can't save everybody. And it took me a long time to realize that I had to save myself, but I had to find that balance, like what AJ was talking about when she was on here on this live earlier,
What's the
and I was
matter,
like, you
Miss
know what?
AJ?
Hey guys.
Yeah, I know. Hey, hey Ruby, how are you?
Hey,
I'm not
Ruby.
good. I'm in the hospital.
Okay.
Did you
Yeah.
want to answer the question?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead.
I can. Yeah, I just got in here, so I'm waiting for them to bring me some pain meds. I'm hurting real bad in my chest. I've been here. This is my third night here.
Okay. What is it that you're going through, Ruby?
My heart. It's my heart.
Okay, so your heart.
Yeah. They said I have an aneurysm that hasn't ruptured yet. So I'm like what you call a ticking time bomb. It could happen anytime.
Oh, I'm praying for you. Seriously.
Yes, most definitely.
But did you want us to read you the
Yeah,
questions?
because I can't read them right now.
Okay, so the first one says, mind the business. You mind the business that pays you, but gossip about others at the same time. How that works? So people who sit up here and tell other people, oh, you need to mind the business that pays you, but at the same time, these are the same people who would go out and gossip about other people.
Right.
How does that work?
Yeah, that don't work. Yeah, that's crazy, huh? Literally, I think it's an oxymoron. Really, it's more like hypocritical. Yeah, they want to tell everybody to mind their own business when it comes to them, but then they want to sit there and gossip about people.
Ooh, I'm so glad you brought that up, Ruby, because if you look at the second question talks about what are things people are hypocrites about today.
Right. Hold on just a second. I got somebody coming in real quick. Hold on.
Well, I'm going to say, so I'm still standing on what I said about it. Because it was a complete opposite of what she said.
I was gonna say that.
And I say that because at the end of the day, at the end of the day, I could tell somebody mind a business that pays you, and that just simply meaning your business ain't over here with me. Go mind that business that pays you. And at the end of the day, I could gossip about other people with my man, with my best friend. Like, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done,
I want to ask Ruby a question. Ruby.
She said she talks to
Yeah, he's
people.
not sign that for me.
Domination.
Go ahead.
Termination.
So, go. Ruby, can I ask you a question? Are you going to be able to respond?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, what brings you here?
What brings me?
Here.
I missed TikTok all week. I've been gone all
Put
week.
your name on top.
And you aren't like the only socialization I get, really.
Just saying, earlier, honest.
I know. I don't live in town, I live out of town, so. Yeah,
So
I can't walk anymore. So that y'all are literally my only social group.
Okay, so this is your safe space.
Correct.
Okay. I think a lot of people don't understand, like, when Kev brings up these lives, like, Kev, how do everybody needs a safe space, and sometimes they're just welcomed here or they're not welcomed here, and somehow you just ended up here, Ruby.
Oh, I come to Kev's Live a lot.
Oh, okay. So what
Ain't gonna lie. I don't. I'm really like. I'm gonna be real. I don't like the safe space word only because I don't know why that shit bothers me so much.
I know. I'll stop using that just for
Because it's
you,
like
Honest.
in reality, I shouldn't have to tell people. You get what I'm saying? Like
I get you. I
I
get you.
shouldn't have
I'll
to sit
stop
up here
you.
and say this is a
I'll
safe
stop
space.
using that
Like
just for you because I will stop using that just for you
I think the
because I
only reason I don't mind you using it, but I just don't it's like it because it's like either you gonna come in a room and you gonna gravitate to the people that's here and you gonna enjoy the
exactly,
life or you
exactly,
not. If it doesn't feel
Well,
comfortable for you,
right.
and I
exactly.
always tell people if you
If
don't
you
feel
think
comfortable
about it,
somewhere, you can always remove yourself. You
Well,
don't gotta sit
exactly.
somewhere where you're not comfortable.
Well, you can
exactly.
always you can choose to swipe, or you can choose to add to the room, or
Right.
add to the comments, or add to everything, or add to the box. You know,
Yeah.
there's only so many options that you have. So I appreciate you for saying that, Honest.
Hey,
Thank you.
Maybe I'm just getting to the point where I'm just, this just me. And I don't try to be heartless or come off heartless to nobody because I say
right.
everything with love and
You are not.
genuineness.
You are
Like,
not. You are
like I'm
not.
literally saying things out of
You,
genuineness.
You are far from heartless. You are far from heartless. I have to say that.
If you stop
And
and think
now,
about it, though, ladies, is there any safe space really in this
That's what I'm
TikTok
saying. Ruby, you see what I'm
platform?
saying?
right,
I see what
Ruby.
you're saying.
Right.
There's really no safe space out here in TikTok. They try to make it a safe space because there are things you're not allowed to say and stuff like that. But
Well,
I've been
think
on panels where they literally go off on people.
Well,
I
think
mean,
about it, Ruby.
totally go
Is there
off.
even is there even a safe space outside of TikTok?
No.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
at home. At
Exactly, because
Not
outside of
even in your
TikTok, we
own
gotta
house
go
no
back
more.
home.
You ain't
And
even
that's
safe in your own
dependable,
house because it's people getting unalive in their
Right.
own fucking
right? That,
house.
like I said, that's dependable.
Exactly.
That's even questionable in some places.
I was even trying to break that down earlier, Ruby, and and even with Honest, it's like, look, with Honest brought up her whole situation that she went through. You know, you think about it. Not we're not safe anywhere. We have to create our own safety. We have to
Right.
create our own safety, emotional, physical, financial, spiritual, all those things. We have to create that for ourselves. And it's like,
Look, when they come
but
in here to try to give me an IV, I'm gonna go off camera and I'm gonna mute because I cry like a baby. I'm not gonna lie to y'all.
okay,
I
okay.
do. I cry like a baby. I can't stand needles.
I don't like
So,
needles neither.
oh
Yeah,
man,
me
they
neither.
literally have to hold my arm down because I will
Girl,
jump.
that's why I don't have no tattoos because I
Yeah,
can't.
believe
I
me.
have
I
one.
got I
I
got
have one
one, and I
Look,
was like, I'm
look,
not
you
doing it
straight both said
again.
I got one.
You
I
I'm
got
not
can
gonna
pay
one.
lie,
me
I've been
all the money
thinking,
in the
but
world. You cannot pay me all the money in the world to get another one. Ain't
It's
no
so
way.
crazy that you mentioned that, Ruby. That and I know with you going through your experience, I was at the hospital yesterday. The doctor's appointment yesterday, and they had to draw all my blood. I was like, oh my goodness, I do not like this needle going in my vein. You know,
Right,
so
right.
everybody has their fears, their misunderstanding, their understanding, and everything that because what are you seeking? What are you
Right.
seeking? Are you seeking a diagnosis or are you just
I don't like
And inflict
hospitals.
pain. That's what
right?
they're doing. They're
You're
trying to
trying to get
inflict
out of
pain.
pain. You're trying to get out of pain.
Right. I'm trying to
Hmm.
get out of pain in my chest. I'm trying to get out of pain in the fear that I have right now. Because literally, they told me I'm a ticking time bomb. I'm walking on eggshells. One of my aortas are dilated, which means it can rupture at any time. Which means if it does rupture, I have about 5 minutes left to live after it ruptures.
Hey Ruby, I've been following Kev for a long time, and I've never seen you on these lives. But do you
You ain't
yeah,
seen Ruby. Ruby always come up in here.
I've never. Maybe I just like hit and miss it because it's. But Ruby, like, do you have children?
I had 4.
I'm feeling this honest. Like I've never seen Ruby on Kev's
Yes,
lives.
you have. Yes, you have.
Kev,
Okay.
what you
Okay.
doing over there?
You probably
Well,
just like
Kev's playing a game. Kev's playing a game.
Focus.
Tell her
Yeah.
I've been in your live before.
Honest.
But Ruby, what's your thoughts on can you change for the better and be addicted to drama at the same time?
Huh?
Can you change for the better and be addicted to drama at the same time?
No. I disagree with that. Change for the better, but still want the drama. You either want drama or you don't. If you want to change for the better, you don't want no drama in your life. How can you get better with drama?
Right. We talked
You
about
can't.
that earlier with like people creating their own drama.
Well, Ruby girl, let me ask you this. So, because you said a person can't change for the better, and at the same time be addicted to drama. I think they can still be addicted to drama, even though they want change. Even though you want to change for the better, they necessarily didn't say, "Oh, you
But how is
changed for
that
the."
changing for the better, though? If you stop and think about it, drama is negative.
Yes.
So how can you change for the better if you're wanting drama in your life?
No, it said addicted.
Addicted. So
Addicted to drama. You
addicted.
can't change for the better and be addicted to
See,
drama at the same time.
listen. If I'm on a drug, right, and the person who's telling me, "Hey, well, you know, you will be stop taking the drug," right?
Right.
But if I'm addicted to something, I can't just cut it off that day.
That's true. You might not be able to cut it off that day,
Because
but you literally
relapses
going to
does
have to cut it
happen.
off eventually if you want to get better.
So relapses does happen. People can sit up
Relapses do
here,
happen. I've been clean for 12
meaning
and a
I
half
could sit
years.
up here and change for the better,
Hold on.
but it is always that possibility of me, falling
Relapse.
short back to
Right.
the
And I
addiction.
understand that. I completely understand that. But I've been clean for 12 and a half years. I used to be addicted. See, it's going down now. My blood pressure, thank God. But it's like this. I had a few relapses from the age of 30 to the age of 40. I was addicted to drugs. I've been clean for 12 years. But I was more off than on. You know what I'm saying? I was more off of drugs than I was on drugs. But I've been clean for 12 years. So I understand about getting better. But when it comes to drama, the best way to kick drama out your life, move to the country. Move to the country. Yeah. It helps.
The only reason why I say that people can change for the better and be addicted to drama at the same time is because, again, just how you said you was on certain substances. My
Yeah,
mom was on hard substances. I mean, to the
yeah.
point where she ain't had me, my brother, around. So, and I think when it came to her addiction, she had to realize she had to replace that addiction with something else.
I replaced mine with love. That's all we need. I promise you, that's all we need. When they say all you need is love, they weren't lying. I mean, as long as you feel like you have love in your life and you feel complete, you're okay.
I mean, I think we all got some type of love, but I don't think people will ever feel complete.
Maybe at one time I felt like I had no love in my life. Sometimes I still feel that way. But I know I have love in my life or I wouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? I had an argument with my man the other day about this. And it's like, he don't know how to say I love you. And it makes me wonder, well, do you know how to even love? If you don't know how to say it, how can you know it? How can you know how to do it? But he loves me. If he didn't, I
I was
wouldn't.
about to say, well, love a person could show. I don't have to
They
tell
can
you I
show it,
love
yeah.
you.
They can show it, but
Yeah, I could show you. I think love is an action more than words.
depending. It depends on what your love language
Because
is.
I could say I love you all day, but still treat you like shit.
Right, right. I
But
understand that too. But it depends on what your
love
love language
also.
is and whether you're going to be able to receive it right.
Well, I was just gonna say that too, Ruby. Love also knows how to receive love because some we have to endure a lot of shit. You know
Yeah,
that
we
that
do.
you know, and it's crazy that both of y'all are talking about this. And I had this like I had to go to a doctor's appointment yesterday, and I had a major procedure done, and it reminded me of missing my mom. And I was like, why am I missing my mom? My mom, it's coming up, it's coming up unto 16 years. 16 years that I didn't have my mom. So I didn't just grieve my mom, but I also was grieving the fact that I went through this procedure that really did not feel good. You know, so it's like we have to compare not ourselves to what we lose, but also what we actually experience as ourselves. You know, in a good way, in a good way. So we can talk about all the bad things that happen, the anger that happens, and all this weird stuff that happens with society. But where is the love? Where is the joy? So
But I think that's the problem. Like, people got to stop looking for love. Like, stop looking for that shit. Like, cause that's what's really damaging a lot of people. You looking for that shit, and it's like you wondering why you ain't finding it. You can't find the shit. You gotta let that shit come your way. That's
exactly.
why it's like too many people is busy up here trying to get somebody to love them, trying to find
Right, but
love,
I'm
trying
gonna
to
tell
be
you
love.
something. Love can heal you also.
But
It really can.
yes,
Love can heal
love
you,
can
but you got to
heal.
quit looking for. Like you said, you got to quit looking for it and let it come to you.
That part. Well, you let it come to you, but I just posted.
How do you receive it
Please,
when you've
please
already been hurt so many times?
look. Love endures a lot.
It does.
Love endures a lot. So love actually can actually put up with anger. It can actually put up with pain. It can actually put up with all that. But everybody wants to look at love is like love endures all. We already know that. But if you're not giving love to yourself, And this is what like what Honest and many of us were talking about on this panel. At the end of the day, it's all gonna go back to self. It all goes back to self. If you aren't giving love to you, how you know how do you know how to receive it? How do you know how to love it? How do you know?
I'm more of a person. I don't like the love word. I rather a person care for me before they sit up here and love me. Care for me enough to not lie to me. Care for me enough to, want to do right by me, to not want to snake me. I don't want you to love me. Care for me enough to know when to walk away. Like at the end of the day, people want to sit up here and say, "Oh, I love you," or "I want you to tell me you love me." Like, nah, I don't want you to tell me that shit.
You can't listen to somebody and get
Honest,
love.
you were gonna make me do something crazy when it comes to caring versus loving. You're gonna make me do something crazy.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop because I'm not feeling well. I'm gonna go ahead and drop because I'm having trouble
You feel
breathing.
better, Ruby girl.
Thank you.
Hey,
Y'all pray for me.
Ruby, I want to pray for you.
Pray for me, Kev.
Can I pray for you right now while we're on this live?
Yeah, Will.
You sure can.
Okay. Dear my Most High, I pray that you bring Ruby up into her and comfort her, bring her into the ability that she knows she needs to have, the mindset, the lovingness that she needs to have, the ability that she needs to grow into and grow through. And I pray that you just protect her and love her and give her the strength that she needs to make it through this process.
Amen. Well, Ruby, I pray that you have a safe recovery. I hope that you definitely heal in those areas that you are hurting in. I understand it's a journey, it's a process. At the end of the day, look at things that can like far as fruit that's good for you. Like you eat certain things like a watermelon or just dragon fruit, all that. Like get you some smoothies. Like make you some smoothies. That's good for your system.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop. I think the doctor's gonna be in here in a second because he's in the next room, so he's probably gonna come in here next. So. All right, y'all. I love you guys. Kev, I love you.
All right, love you
And
too.
I'll see you later.
Love you back, Ruby.
All right. All right, bye-bye.
Bye, girl. Man, that's deep.
Ooh. Man, that hits our spirit. That hits my spirit.
Yeah, sometimes you need to pray for people. It's hard times right now.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I think that's what a lot of like what Kev does and what you do, Honest, and what I do. It's like we can maneuver around these rooms, but man, when our spirit hits, and our spirit says, you know what, I need to go with the Most High, and what the Most High wants, that's what I do first. But it doesn't mean that we can't live. It's kind of like that balance, like AJ was talking about earlier, that balance between living in the flesh and living in the spirit. You gotta do both. You need to know how to function. You need to know how to maneuver. And it's very, very powerful. And a lot of people, like, they think that it's just no big deal. I'm like, no, it's a big deal.
Yeah. I think people need to be careful, though.
Very careful. Very careful, Honest. Very careful.
like I was saying, yeah, I'd rather have somebody care for me than love me. I'm not into the whole give me love me to the point where you want to unalive me. Hell no, don't love me that much. You love me enough to where you want to see me live. Like, I'm not that person who be like, oh, I want you to love me till you feel like you want to go insane. But nah, don't go insane, please. Fat girl, lay it down.
Well, you know what's crazy? I don't know if you were here when we talked about that earlier, talking about when people actually do care about you. Because there are times that people will say, "I don't care, I don't care." Well, if you're actually making it a movement or making it a challenge, then you actually do care. You actually do care if you're actually fighting for it, or you're actually wanting it, or you're actually saying, I don't care, and you push yourself. Oh, I don't. Oh, I'm so glad you brought this up. I'm so glad you brought this up because I've done I did a study on well, my own personal study on the difference between love versus care. Oh my God, that's so crazy
Yeah,
that
I
you brought
just
this
thought
up,
about it
honest.
because I thought about it because I'm like, I'm just not a person who believes that um, love is something that people really mean. I think people say that shit just because it sounds good. For real, for real. In reality, love shit. Somebody telling you they love you, that shit is dangerous nowadays. Because people would sit up here and be misleading when it comes to their love. So yeah, I'd rather a
Well,
person.
care, and when I did this study, when I did it, when I looked at care, and I was like, because a lot of people will say I don't care, but it's like, well, you do care if you're actually mentioning something, but it has a lot to do with protection. It has a lot to do with the protection of that other person. So, or yourself. Do some people even care about themselves? Do you even care about you? Like, care is very, 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 very powerful. Because care, if you think about it, look at if you look at as a child, like, our care comes from our mom or our dad, yeah, or our, the basic needs. Basically, it's the basic needs. Did you care enough to feed me? Did you care enough to give me love? Did you care enough to give me kindness? Did you care enough to make sure that I had a roof over my head? So all this care that came into it, I think love is involved, but the care was needed, was like, I don't want to say primary, but I'm gonna say it. It's like, if you don't care about somebody, how do you love somebody?
Yeah, I'd rather for a person to care for me than to sit up here and say
Mm-hmm.
that they love me. Because
Mm-hmm.
the other day, people will say that they loved a lot of people, and guess what? You left those people. People say
Exactly.
that they love them people, and guess what? You sat up here and you
Mm-hmm.
gave up your own kids to CPS, but you claim you loved them.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Honest.
People say that they love they people, but you sitting up here putting their ass in foster care and shit. Like,
Exactly.
people say, oh, they love that man, but guess what? You put his ass on child support.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah, everybody uses love. And we were talking about this earlier. I don't know if you were here, honest. When we were, I think AJ talked about it, and we spoke on the word "I'm sorry." I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry I did this to you. I'm sorry I did this to you. And I was like, wait, did you even care about the person in the process? Did you really care about do you really care?
yeah, I'm speaking on care because I just feel like it's only right that, you know, people, when somebody care about you, they not gonna lie to you.
Exactly.
They care enough to be real with you. They care
Exactly.
enough to sit up here whether they feel like you was right or wrong. They care enough that you to give you understanding that that they're not gonna just shut down what you feel. Some
Mm-hmm.
people who will sit up here and have people who say I love you, but you always feeling like you're not being heard.
Mm-hmm.
You always feeling like this person is sitting up here, they're overlooking, or they're always trying to diagnose what you're
Mm-hmm.
saying, like they're looking in it too deep.
And
And
I'm so glad that you brought that up, honest, because a lot of people don't think about care. Like there are many people who don't know how to express their feelings or emotions or however anybody wants to say it, because the other person receiving it doesn't care. You know what I mean? It kind of goes both ways. It's like, wait, they didn't care. So now here I am, like caring about other people, but the people receiving it are not caring about it at the same time. That's why we said, like earlier, is it's very caring is very reciprocal. It's very reciprocal. If think about it, if I care for somebody else and they show me that they don't care, guess what I do? I need to walk away. But I only learned that so it took me a long time to understand that. But that's the thing with caring. Caring is reciprocal. Love is abundance. You know, so but caring is very, 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 very powerful. You have to care about somebody, because if you care about someone, but it's not even just caring about someone else. It's also caring about yourself. A lot of people don't even know how to care about themselves. How do you care for you? What do you give to yourself? What do you show yourself? Do you journal? Do you love? Do you go to the gym, or do you how do you care for yourself? You know? Do you cook for you? Do you love you? Do you give expectations to you? Like, caring for yourself is actually gonna I guess create a care within you that's gonna allow other people to come into your life. I don't know. I think about care different, but I love that Honest brought that up, because I've spoke on this so much. I did a whole thing on this.
I got a question. Can you love a person you don't care about, or can you care about a person you don't love?
most definitely,
Mm-hmm.
I seen it.
Mm-hmm. You can care about a person that you don't love, for sure.
And can you love
You can
a
love a
person that
person
you
that
don't
you
care
don't
about?
care about. Yeah,
I knew you were gonna do
because
that.
I say that because, and I'm happy you asked this.
Well, which one? What you say?
Oh.
You can love a person that you don't care about.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, yes, it's possible, Kev. It's possible.
It
I
is.
asked it for a reason. That's both of those for a reason.
Exactly.
But
I
please
think we
follow
mix love
me.
and care. I think we be.
Mm-hmm.
I think we.
I'm so glad Honest brought this up.
I'm
So
happy. No, I'm happy he asked that trick ass question.
you know how Kev does. Honest, you already know. You already know. And I love that you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad it's the weekend. I'm so glad it's the
I'm
weekend.
gonna say this to your answer, so I can hurry up get your answer. That I definitely believe you can love somebody that you don't care about, because I sit up here and love you, I could still sit up here and not care about shit that you talking about. Me, especially if your ass don't make sense. I think men do that shit all the time. They love their women, but they don't give a shit really too much of what she's talking about. Because 9 times out of 10, it probably don't make sense.
Interesting. So, if that's the case, so you care enough to still love them, though?
I love you, but I don't care about the pointless arguments. I don't care about,
But you still care about them.
Cindy to care. Well, you got a point. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. But dang, it's like I done seen people. Well, maybe it's just
Even
me.
your haters care
being
about you.
from-
They care enough to hate you.
No, right. But you have heard some people parents say, "I don't care about your ass, little girl. Woo-doo. I don't care about shit you seen.
They said it,
That
though.
shit don't mean nothing to me. But I love you enough to tell you the motherfucking truth."
You know what's funny is that we're bringing up, because remember I brought up the etymology word of love earlier, way earlier on Kev's live, and if you look at the etymology of care, it's talking about sorrow. So it's like, if you're not giving care to somebody, are you gonna feel bad about it? If you don't give care to somebody else, are you gonna feel bad about it? Or
That's what I want to say too. And on the whole care, can you care without loving somebody? Yes, you can. I could care about, feeding a homeless person, but does that mean I love that homeless person? No. I could care to want to see you eat, but
Right.
do I love
That's
you?
compassion, ain't it?
No.
You can care about them, but you don't have to love them.
That's compassion, though, isn't it?
Well, it is compassion, but that's a whole nother word,
But I got
Kevin.
I get you, though. You
compassion.
saying that the feeling of love, yeah.
Yeah, I
Love.
care enough to sit up here and not to want to treat you like shit.
Right,
I
exactly.
still feel like that's a form of love, but I think it's different levels to love. But
I think so too.
you cared enough. You cared enough because you showed compassion that you didn't want them. At this time, he got me thinking. Yeah, we still up, nay. I feel like they just tie so close together. It's like it's hard. It's hard.
Like I'm about to give y'all a better example. Like I could sit up here and I could sit up here and care. Let me think about this. How I want to put this. I could care to sit up here and get $1 million out of a guy, but that doesn't mean I'ma love that man. You get what I'm saying? Like that makes sense. Like I could care about being around you and make you feel.
I think you just care about that money, though. That's what.
Yeah, like you get what I'm saying. Like I could care about you enough for that money, though, but that doesn't mean I'ma love you.
Nah, you don't love them because you use them for the money.
Right. You know what that reminds me of, too, like how you say it, honest, and Kev, is if somebody gives you care or gives you love, we're just gonna use those two because that's what we're vice versa everything. If you receive it, how do you receive it? Is it because it was from care, or was it because of love?
Say that one more time, though.
Right.
So, So when somebody gives you something or presents you with something that you might have needed, you probably needed it. Was it coming from care or was it coming from love?
Ooh, they probably did it out of love.
Or they cared about you. Sorry, no. I feel like it's the same thing. I feel it's the same. It's so hard to kind of separate it. That one that she did
I
use though,
think
that
she
she said
cared
she
enough.
cared enough to
You
ask
cared
the
enough. I think you cared enough to sit up here and understand that this was something that I so wholeheartedly needed, but you loved me enough to actually get it, to actually spend your
Ooh.
money on it.
Oh, okay. So how does care build up to love?
That's a good question.
So you cared enough about me that you gave me what I needed, but now you love me enough to carry that on.
No, because I think I had to sit up here and because you ain't just doing it. Hold on, because people don't just do certain things for people that they
That's true.
just for random people.
No,
So when you care for somebody, they earned that.
that's true. But if you look at it though too, if we look at
And people earn people love nowadays. People just don't be giving out their love freely.
okay, so think about it. Like if
because
we
it's
go
conditional.
look at how many times we go to well, from where I'm from, and there's homeless people out here, okay, and I'm like, you know what, I got $1, I'm gonna give you $1, I'm gonna give you $2, hey, let me buy you a meal. Is that care or is that love?
I mean, you choosing to sit up here and do something is the whole purpose of why are you doing it. You could be doing it just to sit up here and chase clout. It's people out here. It's people out here filming themselves feeding the damn homeless, but talking about, oh, I care about them. I want to see them eat. But your ass sitting up here filming them. Why you had to film them?
They
So
care
does the
about that
love
attention.
so does the love or the care come within or is it out?
I think you love them enough to use them.
We are on to something. This is the new triplets. I swear. I swear. Look,
Nah,
no,
kid,
that
don't
is
feel that way.
no, that is a perfect,
Look, I was about to say,
honest.
Alter. She's about to pop up.
Alter.
Oh, I know. She's coming up. I know she's gonna come up soon.
She said we knew triplets. What the heck is up with this thing on? Oh, messing with me.
Well,
Alter gonna pop in like, what the heck?
Ooh. Slap this morph.
Okay, so if we go back into love, what's the difference between love versus care? Love versus care.
I looked that up actually. I had to look that up before I asked
I
that question.
did
I had
too.
looked that up.
I did too.
Look at y'all. Y'all here cheating.
Yeah, we cheated. Yeah.
Yeah,
So care can be defined and watchful or protective
$5
attention,
fine. $5 fine.
concern, and regard. Care can be shown by helping with daily activities, listening attentively, providing emotional support, and respecting someone's dignity and privacy. An intimate relationship, caregiving behavior can help reduce a partner's distress and support their coping efforts. Love can be defined as human kindness, compassion, and affection. Love can be shown by being unwilling to make personal decisions that would harm a relationship. There you go. And by looking for the way to serve, support, and encourage others, signs that someone may be in love, including thinking about them when they're waking up and going to sleep, craving physically, planning a future with them, and wanting to show affection. It's love. Nobody care about that.
Well, and I always I'm so glad you brought that up, Kev. So if you think about it, like, because a lot of people tie anxiety, like, because I have to go with the psychological aspect, but with care or with, and I said, well, why are you? It's a concern. It's a concern. You actually care about that person. You're concerned about that person. You're actually concerned. You actually are aware of what that other person is going through or what they're understanding.
Concern or care.
Yes.
What about that?
Exactly. Exactly. It goes back to concern.
Nah, what's up with that? What's the difference between those?
What?
Can you be concerned about a person you don't like?
Oh, big
Yeah.
question. Yeah, you can. You can. Go ahead, Honest, because I know you can speak on that. Yes, you can. You can be concerned about somebody else because you've been concerned for yourself. But you
I
got
think you
no
can be
ways.
concerned for somebody that you don't like, based off the simple fact is, let's say, like, okay, you have a girl who sits up here. She sits up here. You catch her walking out with your man, right? You don't like her because she's with your man. But if she fell out and had like a seizure or she couldn't breathe, but you had the tools to sit up here and help her. You had the tools to sit up here and help her actually maintain her breathing habits because you have experience in that area to where you can help her. Let's say you can get some honey, a napkin, and have her breathe through it. And you just helped her, even though you don't like her. You can help her.
So is that care or is that love?
No, I don't want to see you get unalive in front of me. I don't hate. Huh? Like, I don't like that I caught you with my man, but I don't want to see you get unalive. You get what I'm saying? Like,
that's
So
care.
what you do?
That's care.
What you end up doing?
I said, a person could sit up here if a girl sat up here and seen her man walk out with another woman, right? She don't like that she seen her man. She caught her man cheating, but let's say when they walked out, the girl instantly had a breathing problem, meaning something like her chest started feeling funny. You got the tools to help her.
I get kicked out when I ask the question. That's crazy.
Oh, you ain't hear me?
Yeah, let's beat up TikTok, man. That was some bull. As soon as I asked, they just cut me off. I'm like, wow.
How much of that did you hear?
0. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. TikTok. Literally when I asked it, it just cut my whole thing off. That was crazy.
So I gave a scenario of, excuse my voice, y'all, but I gave a scenario of if a man and a woman was seen walking out of a store or whatever the case may be, and he got caught by his woman seeing that, he's cheating on her in that moment, right? And she doesn't like the fact that she sees another woman with her man. But let's say that woman, she ends up having a breathing problem in that moment, meaning her chest start acting up to where her tubes start to feel like it's closing to where she can't breathe. But your wife have the tools or the experience to sit up here and help her control her breathing till she gets to a hospital. That because she doesn't like her, like that she's cheating with her man or the person themselves, but she still have it in her to want to help the person, or she concerned about the person just living, still living, well-being. You don't like them, but you still concerned about seeing them live, if that makes sense. Because a heartless person be like, oh, she caught with my man, so I could just let her roll over and get unalive type shit.
Well, that's the thing. Like what you brought up, honest, is like that concern. That concern comes with care. Do you actually really care about what you're doing to other people? Do you care about what you're doing to yourself? Do you like? It goes back
Like,
and
I
forth.
don't have to sit up here and not care for the person themselves, but I'm not a heartless person to where I want to just see you get unalive. I'm not heartless. I can
Exactly.
sit up here and show
Well,
some type of understanding. Like, damn, like she literally, even though you effed up behind my back, I'ma still help this woman out, because at the end of the day, I do have the tools to sit up here and give her what she needs to sit up here and breathe again, if that makes sense.
well, I think I love that you brought this up. Honest, like if you talk about care, there is a discernment that comes with care. Do we care about the person and what they're doing and what they're going through? And then we also have to we also have to have a care with what we're going through and what we have to discern. So there's that discernment that kind of comes in. It's like that middle line. Who was it that was on this live earlier? Was it John that said there's a thin line between love and hate? Well, there's a thin line between caring and not caring. So we just have to mold and move with it. It doesn't mean that we don't care, and I don't want to see us like get into this victim mentality mode, or idea that like, look, everything that we do is not wrong. We're actually giving a lot of people a lot of knowledge, a lot of wisdom, a lot of understanding, and a lot of I guess grace. Well, we're not doing that. The Most High is doing that. I'm just gonna say that. No, the Most High does that.
We
But
give grace too.
yeah,
And mercy.
yeah. So at the end of the day, it's like, look, we can care about people, and we can give them care. We can give them love, or well, I don't even want. I want to take love out of that, because I know where Honest was going
And
with
love
it.
without the Most High.
Exactly. And
What we doing?
love with the Most High is agape love, care. It kind of reminds me of
That's how I
the.
know love is different from. That's why I know that's over. I think people just use love
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
do their self. I believe love is selfless.
Well, there are processes to this. Like I always say, there's levels to the shit. There's levels to the shit, and I'll say it. Like my whole, a lot of people don't even seek love. They don't even seek it. But if you don't care about anything, how can you seek anything that you care about?
Yeah.
How do you seek love if you don't care about the things that you're seeking? That, like what Anna said, it's like you gotta care about the things that you're moving through, that you're going through, or that you're wanting to get there. to be at that process of love, so that you're at that agape love. So
Right.
I don't know, a lot
I'll
of
be
people
thinking
don't
about
even
that
want to
too,
put the
though.
work.
What the? Damn.
Go ahead, my brother. I'm sorry, honest. I got you.
Oh, she was trying to go.
No, because she's the one. I love that Honest brought this up, because a lot of people don't understand the difference between love and care. You can care about people. Some people care about enabling, or some people care about inhabilitating people. Some people will give care to you and say, "Oh, go ahead and go do this. Go ahead and do this. I care about this. I care about you doing wrong," and they don't even realize it. So it's the same thing with love. Just like with love endures. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love is not envious. Or let's go to it. So now you got love versus care. So is it care that gets us to love? It's kind of like what you were mentioning in your comments earlier, Kev, with shame. Look at how many conversations we've had about shame. Without shame, do you think that do you think if people don't give shame to it, do you think that they're not gonna find care or love?
I mean, I feel like if you ain't looking down on something that somebody doing, you don't love them enough to tell them the truth. You just allow them to continue to do wrong. At the end of the day, if you love somebody, you gonna care to love them enough to not want to see them do wrong. You gonna warn them before destruction, before you let them even destroy themselves or put themselves in certain positions to destroy themselves. At the end of the day, if somebody doing something that's not cool, what do your parents say? I love you enough to sit up here and I want to see you go down that path. I love you enough to sit up here and tell you that you are acting like an idiot. You're not making the smartest choices. You're doing what the dummies do.
I love what you just said, Honest, and I want to repeat that because it was. I'm gonna warn you before destruction. I'm gonna warn you before you're destructed.
Man.
You just said it, and that's what we always speak on, and I've always spoke on. It's like correction brings protection. I'm gonna warn you before destruction. Honest just said it right now.
So what was the answer y'all said? You said, can you love without care? What y'all said?
No. she brought up she said, can you sit
I was
up here
asking
in
that.
shame?
Yeah, I heard that one. I was talking about the question. I asked that earlier. Can you love without care? And then you said, can you care without love? But I think we did the care without love. But at least, huh?
Cause I thought Lovely, girl, I thought you just sat up here and said, what you just say?
I just repeated what you said, where you said, love, the destruction, like.
Oh, when I said, you can't sit up here and if I sit up here and let you do what you do, then
Right.
I don't love you enough. At the end of the day, me shaming you and telling you you're wrong, that's me actually loving you. That's showing me that I care enough to sit up here and give you a warning before destruction.
Well, I think that's another name of like when Kev brought this shame thing. It's like that's the same word of saying I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out. Like, do you call people out, or are you afraid to call people out?
Mm.
You know,
I don't think nobody afraid.
or are we afraid to be called out? I think it's more a matter of that people are like don't like to be called out on.
Mm. I think you have some people who don't care to call certain people out because it's none of their business, or they feel like it's not their job to sit up here and criticize someone.
Well, because a lot of people don't want. Well, people like us, we don't want to criticize somebody else because we've also been criticized. You know, and so sometimes we have to check ourselves.
But that's why you have people out here who do say like, who feel like they want to call out the hypocrites and stuff like that because they sit up here and be like, well, who are you to sit up here and judge me, or feel like you're better than me to sit up here and call me out on my bullshit? I'm pretty sure you got bullshit that I can call you out on and address, but we're not going to talk about that.
Exactly, honest. Exactly. It's like, well, and what did they say about it? Like when you point a finger at somebody, what was it? 3 fingers pointing back?
But then they'll say that's deflecting. When you, because it's like, if you're sitting up here, let's say, like the prompt says, if I'm holding you accountable for, and I'm shaming you for something that you did wrong, or that I didn't agree with, now you want to try to call me a hypocrite and turn this around on me because you don't want to take accountability because I called you out on your shit first.
Yep. And you know what that turns into? Manipulation and narcissism. And I'm just saying that because a lot of people will turn that. They will, if they don't like what they're hearing from the truth, they're going to turn that back around on you.
Yep. And sometimes you calling out their truth make them want to sit up here and be like, well, let's not be hypocrites. Let's not be judgmental.
Well, hypocrites don't like to hear the truth because they're the ones that have went back and forth. That's what a hypocrite is. It's kind of a person who is like lukewarm. You know, they heard the word, they saw the word, they experienced the word, they went through some experiences, they went through the world, and then now here they are. And it's like when you call those people out, oh, they're I'm telling you.
That's why you have people who believe a lot of church people are hypocrites.
Right, exactly. And there's a lot of religious trauma that comes from this because you can look at it from a Christian religion, Mormon religion, Buddhism. You can look at it from all these different religions, whether you look into the Israelites, the Edomites, and like all this stuff. You can look at the Bible. You can look at all these different doctrines that have ever came to this. But at the end of the day, who are you? Who are you and what did you seek?
But I see why people say that because at the end of the day, some people are in the church and they are hypocrites because it's like, how is you sitting up here judging me for, not going to church, paying my tithes, praising the Lord, whatever the case may be. But you the same person who was just out at the club shaking their ass Saturday.
Exactly, honest. I was like, wait a minute, you was going out this weekend and you were just doing this thing that you actually go against. Like, oh my
Like,
goodness.
how can you sit up here and fault me for not going to
Exactly.
praise God on Sunday, but you sitting in a church being hypocritical by sitting up here acting holy on Sunday, trying to wash away your sins that you did this past weekend. That's
Well,
hypocritical.
well, and that is hypocritical. And if you look at it from hypocritical though too, a lot of people right now nowadays are saying, look, we're turning away from all these beliefs, all these different whether it's Christian religion, Mormonism, Buddhism, and all this stuff is like, at the end of the day, who are you? Who are
They
you?
even said that even people who cuss, a lot of people don't know this.
Girl,
That
I
they
haven't
even
seen this.
said they said the Bible also said people who even cuss could be a way of stopping yourself of getting into the heaven gates.
Mm-hmm.
And imagine how many people have a foul mouth.
Many of us have a foul mouth.
Right. So at the end of the day, when you sitting up here and you're trying to criticize somebody, are you criticizing them righteously, or are you just criticizing them because you are in your emotions and you want them to try to feel shitty about themselves?
And that's what reminds me of, like, the hypocrites. The hypocrites is like, well, you're not allowed to cuss, but I can cuss, or I can say what I want, but you can't say what you want. You know, oh man, the hypocrisy is real. The hypocrisy is real. The hypocrisy actually aligns with, like, the government. Like, we got Republicans and Democrats. Look at the hypocrisy. Look at what one is saying and what the other is saying. Hypocrisy aligns with race. Whether you're YT or whether you're BLK or whatever, is so in alignment. It's like hypocrisy is at its finest right now, and I don't even know how to like indulge that more into this culture, to this understanding, to this understanding. Like it actually makes me want to cry. Because it's so powerful. It's so powerful. Like, if you look at it, if you look at hypocrisy, hypocrisy, like, it's hypo. Like, if you look at hypo, oh my goodness, I can't even break this word down right now. I'm not gonna do it. Go ahead, Honest. Go ahead, my love.
I think what you was basically from what I was hearing from what you was saying was because you said hypocrisy. That's just basically like, that's people who sit up here and have a certain belief in something, but they're not really practicing what they preaching. They're not standing on behind what they saying that they believe in, or as far as standards, morals, principles, all that shit. So I think there's a lot of people that's like that though. I think we are living in times where people are just comfortable. We're comfortable being hypocrites. We're comfortable calling out people more on the internet, not in person. Because honestly, a lot of people ain't standing on who they really are in person. That's why I think that's why it is a lot of hypocrites. Because people would sit up here and be like, oh, I'm really like this in real life. But your real life is people that know you in real life that really knows you're not like that. So at the end of the day, you can paint a picture however many times you want to, but the truth will always reveal itself. At the end of the day, I don't feel like people could sit up here and hold on to certain things for so long till they reach a point to where they have nowhere else to go but to show themselves. I think the people who sit up here and say, oh, I believe in this, but you don't carry yourself like that, maybe it's a reason why you're not carrying yourself like that. Yeah, you believe in it. It's like, yeah, I believe in God, but even though I'm not fully walking of God, that doesn't make me believe in him any less. I think
like what you're saying though, and I love that you added on to this. When people think of hypocrisy is like, it's like you're putting on a mask. You're putting on it's like a stage that you're on. Well, that's what the etymology word means. Is like the stage is like you're performing. You're performing, but what are you performing for? Are you performing for the one side? Whether it's I don't know what everybody else's side is, or are you performing for the other side? So it's a performance. That's what hypocrisy is. But you know what hypocrisy reminds me of? And I don't know if Kev is still alive right now. Is lukewarm. That's what it reminds me of. It's being lukewarm.
Interesting. Why it reminds you of being lukewarm? No, why?
Well, because lukewarm is, if you look at lukewarm, because hypocrisy is you can present yourself as somebody else that you're not already are, but being lukewarm is playing both sides. I think that's how I'm trying to present it. It's like you put on a mask, if that's what I'm trying to present.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Especially when you say it's like you're not picking a side, you just really stand in between. But I think it's like, when I look at it, it's more of I'm trying to put it in a way where you can get where I'm coming from.
Okay.
It's more like people who sit up here and say, oh, I love black people, but but you're not really for black people, if that makes sense. Like I could sit up here and say, I love my kids, but when it comes to my kids, I ain't standing on nothing. I'm not standing behind them. Like I'm not protecting them. I'm not like, but You get what I'm saying? Like, you're going against what you saying. And so just really a person that goes against what they, as far as their standards and what they, like I said, what they have faith and belief in.
So would that be exactly? So would that be a hypocrite, or would that be somebody who's lukewarm? Is a hypocrite the same thing as somebody who's being lukewarm?
Lukewarm just sound like you in a gray area.
Mm-hmm.
You're not really black or white. You're in a gray area.
And what is lukewarm?
That's why I said lukewarm is. You're in a gray area.
I'm telling you, we're both in the same place.
I think hypocrites are people who just like I said, it's like the pot calling the kettle black.
Exactly.
You can't sit up here. It's like your shit stink, and you're trying to call somebody else out on their shit that stink, but your shit stink.
Exactly. It's like everybody else wants to tell everybody else what to do, but they're not doing what they need to do. But they're not even welcoming to other people that are actually coming into the.
Like, some people try to be the person who sit up here and be like, yeah, your shit stink, but my shit don't smell as bad as your shit. And they're like, no, your shit stinks. Like, your shit, whether it smells bad or not as bad or as bad, your shit still stinks. So stop trying to sit up here and act like your shit don't stink at all. Like,
you know what's crazy though, honest, is like whenever any of us, I'm just gonna say us because on this platform, whenever any of us actually maneuver or say, hey, we're going over into this other side, I'm gonna go shit different. I'm gonna go, like all this stuff. It's like, why do we get all the bullshit? We get all the bullshit, but we also know how to handle it. So a lot of people don't realize that there are beautiful people out here that are loving, that are kind, that we know how to pull all this together. Not a lot of people know that, and sometimes we have to deal with that, so because he didn't shit right doesn't mean we don't shit right. You know what I mean? So I don't know, it's just it's very, 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 very powerful. That's what it reminds me of the hypocrites and like the hypocrites that and the shame that comes within that. It's like, look, I've been through that. I've experienced it.
But the difference between a hypocrite and a person that just naturally just shaming is that, to me, is that when somebody's being hypocritical, they're basically just putting themselves in a position where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna call out your shit, but if you call me out, then I'm gonna feel some type of way. And in reality, the person that's being hypocritical, they shouldn't sit up here and feel no type of way, because you're sitting up here doing the exact thing that you don't like.
Yeah,
exactly. That you don't want somebody else to do to you. So, versus somebody who's sitting up here and being shamed, they're looking, meaning I could sit up here and be around the Muslim family, and they just naturally have it in them to want to look down on certain things because it's not of their culture. They're not looking down on it because they just saying, they want to make you feel bad, but it's I'm shaming you because this is not how we carry ourselves. This is not what we do. And at the end of the day, you must understand we hold ourselves to a higher standard. So when you're doing something out of somebody's norm, they're gonna look at you differently and question you. Even if it doesn't, because it's not something that they agree with. I'm shaming you on this because I was brought up a certain way. I was taught the right way. So I can look down upon this because I'm not doing it out of anger. I'm judging this righteously or whatever case may be. I'm doing this out of what I was taught, how I was raised. So you can't sit up here and be mad at me for knowing the difference between right and wrong.
You just proved a good point, though. If you think about it, honest, sometimes you can judge or you can give shame to somebody, and are they gonna be shameful, or are they gonna run away from that shame, or feel like that shame wasn't designated for them, because you can talk about Muslim, you can talk about Catholicism, you can talk about Mormonism, you can shame. I don't think it's a religious thing. I think it's just who am I? Who am I? At the end of the day, who am I?
I'm the motherfucker that's running shit. That's who I'm on.
Exactly.
Like, that's how I feel. Shit.
I feel like you.
I think in reality,
you said that. Well, honest, I swear, man, I'm gonna take a flight to you. I swear, I'm gonna take a flight to you. No, it's so true. It's so true because we a lot of people got lost in all this doctrine or organizations or government or all this
people
stuff.
forget order. They forget about order. We have order for a reason. So people won't be confused. So people won't sit up here and be misunderstood or lost at when it comes to things. At the end of the day, we have order because it's too many people out here doing fucked up ass shit, thinking the fucked up ass shit's supposed to be acceptable too. No, it's always got to be a line drawn in a sand so people know where not to cross.
Well, a lot of people forget the order. So if you look at God, you look at the Father, you look at the Father, or Son, and then you look at the mother, and then you look at the child. You look at all this order. A lot of people got mixed up in that order. They don't even know the covenant. They don't even. This is why we have so many broken families. This is why we have so many broken families. It's like, wait a minute, what are we doing here? Where is the covenant? Where is the covenant? So, if I look at myself,
you know why people don't know about the covenant? Because a lot of.
Go ahead, Mama. Oh, please keep speaking.
It's like
I can hear you. Oh,
you hear me?
I hear you.
But like I said, it's a lot of people cannot speak up on the covenant because a lot of people never been under it. A lot of people think that they know what it is, but you never experienced it. You probably know some people that have, but you don't know necessarily what they experiencing. What their experiences was when it came to dealing or being under something like that. I think people have an ideal of what they probably heard somebody else say. They don't necessarily know what it is because you haven't been in a position to say, oh, I've been under God's covenant. I think Kev Live to shut down.
Well, I know it is. But think about it though too, and I love that you just brought that up. Like if a lot of people don't understand, like the I want to say the tree, though, like how the covenant works. You know, you've got you've got God, you've got the Father, you've got the Son, you've got, you know, all the children, and hello, we are the children, you know, but we also have to create a covenant within ourselves. You know, we have fathers, we have mothers, we have children, we have all this stuff. A lot of people don't know how to put that together, you know, or know how to keep it together, you know. So we're out here. It's like if you don't follow I don't care if you follow the KJV or, you know, like even if you look at the I think it's a Book of Mormon. Even if you look at the Book of Mormon, like I was like, wow, they spoke more on Jesus than the book of the Bible did. You know, if you look at the Buddhism, you look at all this stuff, but at the end of the day, who are you? At the end of the day, who are you? And what are you going to do? The Bible even says, seeking you will find. At the end of the day, look, we find love, we find graciousness, we find kindness. Like, oh my goodness, I'm so. I love having conversations like this because a lot of people don't seek it. A lot of people don't even look for it, honest. A lot of people don't even, they're like, you know, when I go to my husband and I talk about this, he's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But it's okay. It's okay. You know, but it's not a fight. It's not a battle. It's not angry. It's just like, you know something that I don't know about, but I know something he doesn't know about. You know, so I have to do it. I still do it because at the end of the day, the Most High is. Because when I die, and how I move, that's going to be on the Most High's judgment, not anybody else's judgment. That's what I say. That's how I move.
Yeah. I think I'm about to lay it down.
I know, me too. And I'm on Cali time. You guys are on, what, Eastern time?
Yeah, it's 1:50.
Oh, wait. Where are you at, Honest?
I'm in Vegas.
Oh, man, girl. We need to meet up.
Girl, the night is young, but it's still like I'm not.
Oh, we are gonna meet up in Vegas. I swear, cause I'm in SoCal. I'm like literally like 3.5 hours from Vegas.
Cali?
Yeah, I'm in SoCal. Yeah, so we're gonna do
You
that.
said you're in Cali?
Yeah, I'm in Cali.
Oh, I'll be going to Cali too.
Yeah, we're gonna do that, Honest. I love you, Honest. I love your wisdom and all praises to the Most High, because you bring a wisdom that a lot of people need, and a lot of people want, and a lot of people desire, and you bring that into Kev's rooms or all the rooms that we're in. So, but I would love, like we're gonna have to. I'm gonna plan a Vegas trip.
It's so crazy. Kelsey, she stays out here too.
Oh, okay.
She's like, oh, I want to meet up with you too, and I was like, girl, we can have a girls' day. I don't mind doing like stuff,
But I just don't be, I don't know, I don't be going outside for real. Like, I'm really in the house all the time for the most of the time.
My husband tells me I don't get out enough, and I'm like, I manage who I go out with.
Like, yeah, it just really be me and my guy, me and my man.
Yeah.
I don't really just be, I mean, if I do go out, like, I'm going to hang out with family automatically. Like, I don't have friends, like, no actual friends, homegirls. I did have some homegirls, but I don't know, we just grew distance. Like, they got their lives, and, you know, when we see each other, it's not no love lost. We just don't hang out like we used to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I love that we're so close that hey, when we meet up, hey, we're gonna match up, and it's because our mindsets are so it's so powerful. It actually makes me want to cry, you know. So how we maneuver each other.
Yeah, I can tell you met my cousin, his wife. That's how she is. Like, she be like, girl, oh my gosh, you make me want to cry. And I'm like, girl, your emotional ass. Like, it's like a lifetime movie with her. Ain't gonna lie, but I love her because she's so funny. She's open. Like, she's very cool.
Oh, I always say that crying is my favorite emotion because it releases all your emotion. It's like it lets everything go.
I don't like crying. I'm gonna be real. I don't like crying because I like smiling more
I
than.
don't like it, but it exists.
I'm more of a person who smiles more than anything. Like, I'd rather end my day, you know, with a smile because
I cry.
yeah, not too many people smiling nowadays.
Well, I cry in silence, but I smile with everybody. Like you have to know how to balance it out. Look, I can cry, but I
think that's what it was. I cried too much in my younger years, so when I got older, I really don't cry. It's like I'm sensitive, but I'm not sensitive to the point where I'm just hella emotional. Like,
right.
No, but it's like I have my moments where I be acting like a big baby.
And you know what, honest, I want to tell you something. So I've experienced so many other people's experiences, so many other people's understanding or understanding that or my own grief or whatever I went through, that I was like, you know what? I just know how to handle it the way I handle it. And I handle it with grace. I handle it with purpose. I handle it with, I just maneuver.
I'm not gonna lie. I used to cry when I used to get like overwhelmed with shit, or you know, somebody could be sitting up here having a serious conversation with me, and I start crying and shit. It's like, and or it'll be like I was like, I don't know. I spent a lot of time to myself as a kid, even though I had a brother and a sister. My sister was too young to even be around me. Like, we 7 years apart, me, my brother, and my sister. And my brother, he was already out the house doing his own thing out there in the world. So I was always in my room, and I would sit up here. I'll be crying. I'll be doing like a whole bunch of shit. Ain't gonna lie, I was a crazy type of fucking kid. I was doing weird shit like with my cousins. Like my cousin, she would come over. She'd be like, come on, we gonna spray our hands with Lysol and light it on fire and run in the bathroom and put it out.
We did some crazy shit as kids. We did some crazy shit as kids.
I don't know why we was doing shit like that.
I don't know why
we was so bad.
And then we would go, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We did some crazy shit as kids. And I always ask this question though, honest. I think I asked this on Kev's live. Like, at what age do we have choice? I was like, what choices was I making?
Damn. What age did we have choice?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
That makes. I think we have choice when our parents ask us stuff like which one you want, whether it's like a candy or something, or it's like it was, I don't know, like that's when the first question that you ever get asked, that's when you have a choice. Whatever that first question that your parents asked you, that's when you made your first choice. And you knew you could make your own choices. Like, it's people who would sit up here and be like, oh, well, I'm 14 now, so I'm wise enough to sit up here and make wise choices. I'm wise enough to sit up here and do this. So some people realize it in their teenager years.
A lot of people think about choice where they're like, well, am I allowed to have a choice? Am I allowed?
Like, if you ever watch shows like The Cosbys, when you realize that Vanessa, she would be like, Vanessa would come home and she would be like, well, Mom, whoever her friend is, they're going to the party, and she was like, why can't I go? And her mom would be like, Vanessa, you have to stay home to watch Rudy, and we'll do this. And she'll try to be like, well, what if I could sit up here and get Theo or, one of the other siblings to watch Rudy, or
exactly.
It'll be something. So it's like, then it would become the whole it's not fair stage, because now your kid realize that even though they can sit up here and have a choice, it's still gonna determine when it comes to the parent, that whether that parent gonna allow that choice or not.
Well, I think about it too, though, honest, is that a lot of people think about that their choice is controlled by the people that are around them. So do I make a choice based upon myself, or do I make a choice based upon what other people tell me that my choice needs to be made?
I wouldn't say other people. At the end of the day, you're going to have to make a decision. And it's going to be up to you whether you want to sit up here and realize that the opportunities that's in front of you that you have as far as decision making, what type of opportunity you want to sit up here and take that is presenting itself in front of you. A lot of people will be sitting up here, be listening to their friend, that because your friend sat up here and presented you something that you might go along with, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go along with it.
Well, and that goes back into like what Kev was talking about earlier on his first question, was the gossip. It's like, look, if you're gonna give all this information to other people, you give all this information, are you seeking validation? Are you seeking understanding? Are you seeking all this stuff? That is that gonna make you make your decision, or are you gonna make your decision for yourself?
I think some people let other people think for them.
Yep.
Versus them thinking for themselves, and that's because you don't want to come off like you're not fitting in, like you don't know how to go with the crowd, like you're just this plain Jane person or whatever case may be. But truth be told, I like people that think for themselves.
Me too.
That's why I watch a lot of them. I do watch a lot of them bloom popping videos because it shows me the difference between the people who think for themselves and the people who sit up here and go off of other people. Because you will sit up here and watch a person who will sit up here and walk out, and one person will pop their balloon and another person will pop their balloon. And when you listen to the answers, you will hear some people answer be based off the last person answer. Oh, I'm gonna agree with them with what she said. It's woo 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 woo, and it's like, hold on, you don't have a brain on your own. Like, why are you letting the next person determine if that because this person didn't like that shit? That doesn't mean that you don't have to like it. Like, you can, I don't know. I like when it came to the guy, he was built, the girl, she was like, oh, you built like a turtle, and he went viral because he kept on saying, I just think when I looked at him, it was more of like, oh, he just keeping the same energy that y'all females keeping. At the end of the day, you sitting up here, you don't like that he's saying that you just don't qualify. At the end of the day, you made it known that shit, he ain't qualified. So what's the problem with a person reciprocating the energy? And then it's like, I was listening to the girls' answers. A lot of their answers was based off of what the last woman said. The only woman that didn't based off of nothing that any of those other girls had to say was the one that he picked, the one that he left with. And I was like, dang, like I was like that she think for herself, because she literally asked him questions about himself, and she determined whether she wanted to put that in her life or not. Like, you ain't sit up here and hear the last person say, the girl say, oh yeah, I just don't like that. You know, he just too muscular, because I don't like a person with a lot of muscles. Like, I'd rather just have somebody who don't look like they can knock me the hell out. Like, you get what I'm saying? So, and you sitting up here saying, oh, well, yeah, I'm gonna agree with her. I don't want no man that's gonna look like he can body slam me, choke me out, or all this stuff. So it's just like, damn. So, but you actually was about to give him a chance. You only popped your balloon because you heard her say that, and you seen she popped her balloon because of that. That wasn't your reason for real of not wanting to entertain a person, but it sounds good, if that makes sense.
That makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. Because if you think about it, like,
It's just like those girls who sit up here and you'll be walking with your homegirl, and a guy might try to talk to your friend, and the fact that he's talking to your friend, you want to diss him, because of the simple fact is, you don't like that he's not talking to you.
well, well, think about it, honest. How many women do we talk to that we're like, no, you don't need to treat a man like this, or walk with a man like this, or be courted with a man like this, or how many women don't listen, and then how many men don't understand where they need to be handling their business. So how many times do we see that?
We said, well, I live in Vegas, so I see it a lot. I think we just live in times where reckless people love reckless people. They like to sit up here and entertain. I think people today have a problem with trying to fulfill the position too early. And what I mean fulfill the position too early is you want to hurry up and try to make somebody your girlfriend, your boyfriend. You want to hurry up, try to make somebody feel loved, feel cared for. Or some people, and this is why I feel like we gotta get away from
we do need to get away. We need to get away. We have to get away from them, but we also have to know how to embrace them. So it's so powerful. It's so powerful.
You said embrace them.
Yeah. Well, I say embrace them. Like, look, we gotta know how to take the people that we want for us. Once we experience it and once we know it, like me and you, Honest, we already know like what we need to embrace. Like we already get that.
I think what I was saying was more on the lines of, because you said there are dudes out here that's not handling their business, meaning that there are guys that's lacking, and there are actually being a problematic a person in the community.
Exactly.
You got the women who sit up here, they don't want to listen, they want to continue to be reckless at the mouth, reckless with themselves, whatever case may be, right? But the thing is, people gotta understand, until those be the people to sit up here and say, oh, I'm tired of, being reckless, I'm tired of sitting up here. People gotta grow tired of being a certain way for them to actually want to change or want to do better. But the thing is, too many people trying to force people to do better. I shouldn't have to sit up here and force a grown motherfucker to do nothing. Because at the end of the day, either your ass gonna get it together or your ass not. A lot of people be trying to sit up here and make people, oh, you need to sit up here and be a better woman. You need to sit up here and be a better man. Now, how about y'all motherfuckers stop trying to tell each other how to be better and sit up here and actually just make the moves on being better?
Exactly. So exactly, and that is my point proven. It's like everybody wants to tell everybody else what they need to do, but they don't want to do what they need to do.
And then it's like, if you don't want, if a person not moving in a way that you don't agree with, why the fuck is you around them? Why are you trying to sit up here and make a person submit to you? Like, if she ain't submitting to you, why the fuck is you with her? Like, go find you a woman that's fit for submission, who naturally have it. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be sitting up here wondering why, oh, she played me, I was in a toxic relationship. No, you played yourself by thinking you could change a toxic person.
Exactly. And you will complain of
a person that's probably wasn't even toxic, they just wasn't fit.
Yes, and that's what goes back into accountability. And I was just like, wait a minute, wow, why are you complaining about something that you actually put yourself into? Tell me that.
It's like the dudes that sit up here and you get with a girl, and if she ain't dressed a certain way that you agree with, at the end of the day, why are you trying to change that woman's clothing? If you're not comfortable with being with somebody who looks good, why are you trying to change?
You know what's crazy that you brought that up, Honest? My husband, there was, I think it was a while back, and he was like, I want you to put this dress on. I want you to wear this. And for me, it was more. I wouldn't want to say uncomfortable, but it was just something that was. But it gave him a sort of protection, I guess, where he said, as long as you go out like this, I got you. I got you. And I had to learn that. I had to learn that. I had to understand that. See, a lot of people don't understand the correction that brings that protection. And I've said this on Kev's Lives many times. My husband speaks about this. I wish my husband was on TikTok, but he's not. But he hears a lot of what I speak on. But when I was like, when I wore that dress, when I got into my form, because I knew that no matter how I went out, he was gonna protect me, and that's just what I did. That's just what I did.
We just living in a time where people are trying to sit up here and tell people how to do things and be, and I feel like that's the problem. Like, if you're looking at how a person is already, right? And they don't look like, meaning they look good enough for you to entertain, but you want them. I done seen people try to get people wrapped around their finger to the point where you try to get a person to change, and literally you wonder why your relationship ended, because instead of getting the person who's actually best fit for your situation, you want to try to sit up here and say, hey, I want to see if you can fit. Like, hell no. If you can't fit, I'm not about to force your ass to fit. If your ass either gonna follow already be more than likely what I want, or you're not. A lot of people want to sit up here and think that a lot of people gonna come or change into what they want. No. That's why women are out here dealing with dudes who they can't even tell. I can't tell if this man is insecure or is he seriously genuinely trying to protect me and look out for my well-being when he says something. And it's like if you already thinking your man got insecure issues, you already have a problem as a woman. Meaning, why is you dating somebody that you think will even be insecure with you? That says a lot about your standards. That says a lot about what you entertain for real. Okay, you like insecure men, because that's how he got your ass. He snatched your ass up. Shit. And you notice that, oh, he got insecurities, but you still sticking around him. Why?
Well, a lot of people are seeking relationships because they're already insecure. If you're insecure and you're seeking an insecure relationship, you're actually gonna get that. You know, so if you don't even know who you are,
But a lot of people gotta understand, life is about getting to the point from somebody saying, oh, I'm trying to get to know this person, to I know my partner. See, a lot of people, you thinking that a person is supposed to come in knowing you. They don't fucking know you. How the fuck I'm supposed to sit up here and know when you mad? Just cause I ain't seen you mad in all stages. I don't know what the fuck to tick your ass off 24/7 or majority of the time. I don't know that. I'm not around you long enough. 6 months ain't long enough to sit up here and understand how somebody is. A year not even long enough to understand how somebody is, because we always changing, we always growing, we always showing different levels of our personalities. And that's what people don't understand. People be talking about, oh, I wonder why I feel like it's a stranger in my house. Nah, baby, it ain't no stranger. It's the same motherfucker you been with. It's just a different version that you can't play with. That's the problem. A lot of people don't understand when you see certain type of you got women out here who be like, oh, I never seen my man get emotional. Well,
Well,
baby,
think
maybe
about
you
it.
just not the woman. Maybe you haven't reached that level in life where he felt like he can open up to be emotional. Maybe you just got.
Well,
It's a
think about it,
process that you
honest.
really. It's really a process that you have to wait to get to and go through to see certain type of shit. People not gonna show everything overnight or in just a few weeks or months or years.
Well, think about it, honest though too. It's a lot of people. It's like it's not just somebody that they just gave you. Whether they're angry or they're mad or they're angry or whatever, it's something that you didn't understand. Maybe we didn't understand it, so now we have to bring in look at what we gotta take on. Look at what we gotta take on, honest. You know, like we have to take on this person's anger, because they didn't understand what they went through, but we're actually taking on what they went through, but also going through what we went through.
I think people gotta understand this. Somebody's past trauma is not for you to fix.
I agree.
Somebody's past trauma is not for you to fix. At the end of the day, people must understand healing, that shit is really within self. A person gotta sit up here and put it in their mind that, hey, I ain't about to dwell on this shit too much longer, because I understand it's not getting me nowhere in life. I understand that it's not helping me grow mentally, spiritually, physically, emotionally. It's just really making me it's making me stay stagnant. It's making me stressed. It's making me lose weight. It's making me not wanting to eat, not wanting to talk, be around nobody. So it's like people gotta understand, like when a person is going through certain things from their past, you gotta understand that as a person who's sitting up here dealing with something, it's a battle. It's literally a battle between self versus self.
Look, you know what? You know what's crazy that you brought that up? Because my husband sent me he sent me a message, like it was like a message, and it was like a few I think this was a few months ago, and he said, "You are not." Well, he used my last name. According to, because we've been married like almost 8 years, and then I was married 17 years before. He said, "You're not this person, you're that person." And I was like, wait a minute. So what is it that I'm not doing, that I'm not bringing to you? So I had to recognize myself, and I was like, wait a minute, like I do everything the same. I do everything the same. I want to cry. I want to cry right now.
What you crying for?
No, because I'm like, wait a minute. I was like, do you see like what I'm bringing to this moment? You know, do you see what I embrace on this moment, what I experience on this moment, what I, everything. Like, look, like there's a reason that me and you like got brought together as well. So I always see the good. I think the reason that I want to cry is because I see the good in everything. I see the good in everything. Everybody wants to talk about, oh, well, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. But me, I'm